A storm is coming. What happens when you repeatedly frustrate the instincts of an entire generation? The instincts to relate, to mate, and even to think for oneself without fear of being crushed by the culture. What happens when you traumatize an entire generation? Where does that instinctive pressure go? It doesn't matter what those in positions of power today wish for us all to believe. You cannot switch off instinct. Our genome encodes and releases this ancient evolutionary material that structures and guides our very lifespan itself. It has literally built our entire world and everything that we know on a feeling level about being a human being. But when a culture, like our culture in the Western world today, turns against instinct and starts telling its population that you can't do or even think the most basic of human instinctive things, then it's turned fully hostile against instinct. But the thing about instinct is, when it's pushed against, it always pushes back. Now this can take the form of a classical acute trauma, a one-off incidence in time that is so overwhelmingly powerful, perhaps terrifying for that person to experience. But it doesn't have to take this form at all. Very often it doesn't. Instead, it can simply be a chronic build-up over time of defeats, despairs, or fears. Regardless of which of these scenarios is true, the outcome is always exactly the same. In Steve and Pauline Richards' model of trauma, instinct, specifically frustration of instinct, causes dissociation within the field of the ego. The instinct fires towards the ego, and the ego dissociates a small partition off from itself. This partition feels the instinctive pressure so that the rest of the ego, that is the person's experience, doesn't have to. But if that partition is suppressed and then repressed, it is very likely to go on and form a full-on biopsychosocial complex. A complex always obeys its set-up instructions, that is, what it was set up for in the moment of time in which it formed. Specifically with trauma, is to specifically protect that person from ever having to experience that trauma, that build-up of frustrated instinct, ever again. We do have to ask the question with this: where does the instinctive pressure go? Well, if somebody has a psychosomatic condition, then we know by default where that instinctive pressure has gone. It can't get up through the complex, so it ducks back down into the rest of the body. Psychosomatic conditions are already on the rise today, especially in our post-lockdown era. During lockdown, essentially everybody in the Western world was told that even if you leave your house, something as basic, human and instinctive as that, then you will face severe psychosocial consequences. Psychosomatic conditions are on the rise, and Steve and Pauline Richards predict that they will continue to rise and form a full-on psychosomatic storm. A psychosomatic storm will be explained in full in this video. Steve and Pauline do predict that it currently is likely, but it is not inevitable. We can avoid it. But if we're going to do that, then we have to, as individuals and by extension as a collective, update our understanding and our consciousness of the reality of our evolved human instincts. So that's what we're going to discuss in this video in enormous detail, as you can probably see by the runtime. I have to state, however, before we go any further, that this video is not and cannot be a substitute for in-person medical or psychological support. Everything in this video is derived directly from the work of my mentors, Steve and Pauline Richards, and their 44 years each of frontline clinical experience. This channel that you're on right now, Jung to Live By, forms part of the promise that Steve and Pauline made to Franz Jung, Carl Jung's only son, in the Jung family home in Küsnacht in May of 1992. We will bring your father's work, Carl Jung's work, into the reach of ordinary people. Full timestamps for this video are in the description box down below, and by full I mean the maximum character count that YouTube will allow me to put into a description box. But the whole point of that is to allow you to, if you would like to, skip ahead to any point within this video and then skip back again, or perhaps especially usefully if you return back to this video again in the future and would like to find something specific. This video will begin with Steve Richards explaining exactly what the coming psychosomatic storm is. This is then followed by a walkthrough of how our understanding of trauma has evolved through time, beginning with Pierre Janet through to Sigmund Freud and Josef Breuer, Carl Jung and Ernest Rossi. All of these clinicians have had an influence on Steve and Pauline Richards' psychosystems analysis, of which we'll cover exactly how Steve and Pauline model and understand the ego, dissociation, trauma, and most importantly, how to successfully deal with trauma. We will also cover the work of Jaak Panksepp and Mark Solms and his Neuro-psychoanalysis, before announcing something very exciting, a brand new sister modality to psychosystems analysis, currently in development by Steve and Pauline, Jungian Neuropsychoanalysis. Following this, we will move into two case studies, two extremely different case studies of two individuals who had been severely traumatized, with complicated psychosomatic presentations. Steve, Pauline and I discussed the dynamics of both cases in enormous detail. Our goal is for anyone watching, if so inclined, to build a significant understanding of trauma and how to resolve it. Then Steve and Pauline explain how we can avoid the coming psychosomatic storm, what steps we can take to ensure that we do not get manipulated by the culture into giving up our ancestral birthright, our instincts. Then we will move through a series of narrated Discord posts written by Steve Richards from our Jung to Live By Discord server, specifically covering the topics which we've discussed across this video. Then, to close off, we cover an appendix of definitions. If you'd like to know at any point what Steve and Pauline mean specifically by informational field or complex field, then hopefully this part of the video will be especially useful. Simply click on the definition in the timestamps down below and it should come immediately up on screen for you. Now, without any further ado, we're going to turn things over to Steve Richards.
Frustration of instinct, either at the individual or the collective level, is the primary cause of neurosis via dissociation. It's the distribution of things and why the first cause can be lost, and the problems of clinicians looking for first causes to solve present causes. Once something is superpositioned and you go after the original trauma, you're ignoring the fact that the thing is bigger than only that. And that first cause was, relatively speaking now coincidental, because it's been absorbed into a field relationship with other factors. So if you can think of anybody that you've worked with and that they present as a complicated case, the complexity is in the superpositioning. And finding the first cause only makes things last longer, because once you've got that, it doesn't necessarily deal with anything, particularly if that were a childhood trauma. I say particularly because of the passage of time. Going back to apparently dealing with a childhood trauma through all sorts of weird ways that some therapists attempt to do this, through the fantasy of internal family systems or inner child therapy, anything like that, that is so regressive and not in the moment, and is definitely not prospective enough to engage the natural homeostatic process that we all have that is interested in us adapting properly to the world. But if you get this, say, at a collective level, and what you get there will be an immediate blunting. This would be the first symptom, a blunting of the capacity to express instinct at a cultural level, wherever that culture may happen to be, east, west, north, south, somewhere in between, or all five of those. Once that happens, individuals then will find that their social relationships are blunted. There'll be things they can't say, that they can't do, they feel they can't think. All of those things contradict natural instinct. However, to adapt to that new state, you have to generate a complex. in order to feel normal in this new environment that you've been exposed to, where repression at a cultural level has been introduced. Of course, that will help us in the short term, in a very limited way. But as soon as instinct starts to say, no, this is not good for you, it will push. And as it pushes, that complex either has to increase in its strength, or it has to associate new material, perhaps as further partitioned complex systems to deal with instinctive pressure. And then the response from the body is to somaticize in symbolic ways at first. So the early stages of somaticization of the frustration of instinct is usually directly symbolic. And it's as if then you have an image which has been projected by the complex into symbolic representational form that either the ego or some psychosocial resource, friends, family, medics, psychologists, or whatever, should be able to latch on to and deal with. But however, if that does not happen, and there is a persistence over time, then the symbolic representation has to proliferate itself by further superpositioning and by further manifestation of different kinds of symptoms, at which point gradually the first cause is lost. And then the collective starts to adjust itself to being permanently in that state. This will generate, as I say, psychosomatic disorders initially, and then some of them through Rossi pathways, Ernest Rossi's work, the psychoneuroendocrine, psychoneuroimmune, neuropeptide, and from us, of course, the acid-base balance of the body, all working together in a negative way, can produce real diseases by compromising homeostasis. Then if there is any medical support from this compromised culture, it will be reductive, it will be focused in the wrong direction, it will cause further depletion of confidence in a person over their own capacity to self-regulate. The culture will add a top-down form of further secondary repression and shaming on people who produce these symptoms, and gradually people get leveled out into a form of compliance on the basis of one instinct, which is that of survival at any cost, even at the depletion of their own resources, the loss of their culture, and a shortened lifespan. That is an example at a collective level of a psychosomatic storm. At the individual level, it can work on anybody who feels isolated. Isolation can come about through an initial episode of depression, conservation withdrawal, in other words, withdrawing from stressful situations, and then the generation of fantasy as an escape, a representation, a misrepresentation of satisfaction of instinct through fantasy. That individual then can be completely isolated within a normal culture and reproduce exactly the same kind of symptoms specifically for themselves that I was talking about a moment ago that occur on the collective level. So if this unfortunate individual then goes to a therapist and they then try and use all sorts of regressive techniques on them, it will get worse and worse, and they'll become more and more attached through a transference to a therapy process that is doing nothing other than generating a pseudo-parental relationship, the classic psychoanalytic transference. Meanwhile, the complexes that exist and function in a Jungian way and a Janean way, specifically actually, then start to have the time of their metaphorical lives by parasitizing the life force of that individual and manipulating the transference relationship to ensure that they're not dealt with, but that they continue to survive themselves as some kind of replacement, a surrogate for a real life. Remember, the complex was formed under those conditions of surrogacy, that you can't deal with this, I will. The complex will metaphorically say at the moment of its formation, and then it's interested in itself rather than the ego's health. And then we get the classic fight then between instinct and complex that results in a further proliferation of psychosomatic expression into somatoform disorder, used to be called hysteria, but also potentially into real disease processes. And meanwhile, that individual's relationships to just about everybody become compromised. So fundamentally, that's the fundamental outline, of what a psychosomatic storm is, how it occurs, and once it superpositions and distributes throughout an individual system or a collective system, then it's almost impossible to find what's orchestrating all of it, unless you take a field superimpositional model of information to look at it. Then you can see where it is. And once you've got the shape of it and the dynamics of it, then you can design an intervention, either for individuals, for relationships, for families, for small groups, large groups, and ultimately even at a cultural level.
That was a lot of useful information there, but please don't be concerned if you don't understand everything yet. By the end of this video, you certainly will. And in fact, that's the point of this next chapter. We're about to walk through what could broadly be called the trauma theory of neurosis, working our way through the work of several key pioneering clinicians to build up a story across time for their influence on Steve and Pauline's psychosystems analysis. When we get there, we're going to walk through Steve and Pauline's model of the ego, specifically their informational field and superpositioning model of the ego and its wider associated fields, including, perhaps most importantly for trauma, complexes, including how complexes form under dissociation. So we're going to begin with Pierre Janet, then move to Freud and Breuer, then to Jung, then Ernest Rossi, and then after we cover Steve and Pauline's model, we will then move into looking at neuropsychoanalysis before we have a very exciting announcement to make, which we hinted at in the intro to this video. We will begin with Pierre Janet. Pierre Janet was the master of his day in understanding the dissociability of consciousness. Cited as a key influence by Freud, Breuer and Jung, Janet is the indispensable historical foundation for understanding how trauma, and adaptive challenges in general, lead to the formation of complexes. Unfortunately, he's not very well known today, at all, except by means of footnotes and references in other people's work, such as in Jung's collected works. The reason for this is partly political, as in a systematic attempt by some of his contemporaries in writing over his contributions, and partly because he wrote in French. Very little of his output has been translated into English. Henri Ellenberger's Discovery of the Unconscious from 1970 was a huge help in keeping Janet's contributions from disappearing entirely, and it's only in the last few years that more of his work is beginning to appear in English. Studying Janet is very important, as hopefully you're about to see. When Janet published his PhD thesis, Psychological Automatism, in 1889, it became an instant classic within the psychological sciences. Within, he detailed the work that he had conducted between 1883 and 1888 for the purposes of studying, quote, human activity in its simplest and most rudimentary forms. In short, Janet used hypnosis on patients suffering from psychosomatic transductions, known simply as hysteria at the time, in an attempt to understand the structure of the mind. What he discovered was incredible. Janet came to understand that consciousness wasn't quite as simple as the Western Cartesian tradition had put forward up until that time, that of a singular mind separate from the body. For Janet, consciousness was a field, different to how Steve and Pauline Richards define a field to be, but rather as a dynamic gradient of consciousness. At the centre of this field was the I, one's ongoing sense of awareness, which extended out across a gradient of subconsciousness before reaching the true unconscious, what Janet termed the automatic, as in functions which simply take place mechanically. When Janet studied the eponymous psychological automatisms that he was investigating, that is essentially the hysterical symptoms of the patients, he found them to be operating in a subconscious fashion. They weren't at the centre of the field of consciousness, but rather they exhibited their own valency of consciousness outside of the direct psychological reach of the person. Janet thus described them as being dissociated from normal consciousness, but crucially with a form of consciousness of their own. Investigating the symptoms further through hypnosis, he noticed that at their core they all appeared to share a dynamic in common, something which he termed subconscious fixed ideas. He modelled it as such. At some point in the past, under conditions of mental weakness, that is, we could say in Steve and Pauline's model, lowered ego strength, a traumatic experience occurred which caused a dissociation in the field of consciousness. This dissociation led directly to the field of consciousness forming a subconscious subnuclei of itself, containing information about the original event. That is, as Janet was able to determine, usually a fixed idea. So the patient would de facto reveal a key event, or a key idea, exactly as the name suggests, which was still causing persistent symptoms to them in the present. This subconscious fixed idea was normally completely inaccessible to waking consciousness, identifiable only by proxy through the symptoms it was causing. But through hypnosis, through dissociating the field of consciousness in a healthy way, the core of this subnuclei could be revealed. In addition, Janet's subconscious fixed ideas were, crucially, dynamic. Very often, a patient would present with an initial subconscious fixed idea, which acted as a magnet for many other associations to form. Then, in varying levels of subconsciousness, between the clear consciousness of the person and their constitutional makeup, there were very often a whole array of subconscious fixed ideas, each one originating at a given point within the person's life. They could undergo changes, slow or rapid, or otherwise become modified within the subconscious. Thus, Janet's work was the foundation of the field of complexes. He discovered dissociated, dynamic, autonomous, conscious unto themselves agents of neurosis, fully capable of operating psychologically and biologically, which formed due to challenging personal experiences. Josef Breuer and Sigmund Freud's Studies on Hysteria, published in 1895, with a preliminary communication published in 1893, was, similar to Janet, utterly groundbreaking. Within, they detailed that, quote, hysterical symptoms are residues and mnemic symbols of particular traumatic experiences, with the key to the persistence of these residues being strangulated affect. In summary, their model was as such. Whenever a challenging event occurs in someone's life, a large amount of affect, or emotion, is likely to arise with it. Usually, this affect is discharged, or otherwise wears away with time. But if the person is in a dissociated state, described as hypnoid by Breuer at the time of the event, or if the event was, quote, incompatible with the state of the ego, then the affect becomes strangulated. By this, they meant that the affect is not released or processed via the usual means, but rather becomes attached to the memory of the event, which is subsequently cut off from consciousness. This affect-charged memory subsequently manifests itself in hysterical symptoms, which can be understood as mnemic symbols, with mnemic meaning related to memory. To remove the symptoms, Freud and Breuer used hypnosis to dissociate the patient and suggest to them that they will remember the originating memory. Upon apparently doing so, the patient would experience a large abreaction of affect, and the hysterical symptoms were cured as a result. Freud stated in 1909 that soon after the Studies on Hysteria, he dropped hypnosis completely. His reasoning was as such, quote, when I found that, in spite of all of my efforts, I could not succeed in bringing more than a fraction of my patients into a hypnotic state, I determined to give up hypnosis and to make the cathartic procedure independent of it. In other words, Freud is admitting that he was not very good at hypnosis. To be honest and fair to Freud's position on this, he does continue, quote, it is only if you exclude hypnosis that you can observe resistances and repressions and form an adequate idea of the truly pathogenic course of events. Hypnosis conceals the resistance and renders a certain area of the mind accessible, but as against this, it builds up the resistance at the frontiers of this area into a wall that makes everything beyond it inaccessible. So Freud is also stating that in his view, hypnosis is a very limited method for investigating the so-called unconscious. However, this is absolutely an artifact of the style of hypnosis he was using, direct and authoritarian. Such methods, as Steve and Pauline have spoken about before many times on this channel, are very likely to constellate resistance and are contra naturam for building rapport with the homeostatic centre of the psyche. The modality of hypnotherapy taught during professional training at the Institute for Psychosystems Analysis, Steve and Pauline's Neurohypnoanalysis, allows one to navigate around complexes, not agitate and confront them, in order to reach the deeper structures of the psyche. The fact that Freud and Breuer came to believe that it was necessary for the patient to experience the abreaction proves that their style of hypnosis was directly constellating the symptom-causing affect-charged memory, that is, the complex, as the equivalent in psychosystems analysis. We're including a case study later on in this video from Steve and Pauline demonstrating how someone emphatically does not have to relive their trauma and experience all the affect associated with it in order to heal. In fact, it can be done without the person having to feel anything unpleasant at all. Regardless of these important critiques, Freud and Breuer should both be applauded for their pioneering work. Whilst we're speaking about Freud, we feel it worthwhile to move into how Freud later modelled the structure of the ego. Our source for this is his famous Outline of Psychoanalysis, published in 1940. As Steve has said, this represents Freud's last word on his own model. Remembering that Janet described consciousness as a field, Freud instead simply defines consciousness without much of a definition at all. He essentially states that everyone implicitly knows what the word refers to, but no one knows what it is, per se. Practically, for Freud, it's the centre of our ongoing awareness, das Ich in the German philosophical tradition, or in English, the ego. The ego, however, has two parts to it. Its relatively tiny periphery is synonymous with our ongoing experience, but the vast majority is defined as pre-conscious. The periphery is conscious, but the pre-conscious is technically unconscious. That is literally not conscious. However, everything in the pre-conscious, consisting of all of our personal memories, has the potential to become conscious once again. Continuing on, for Freud, everything outside of the ego was unconscious. Primarily, there are two structures here, the id and the superego. The id represents the innate constitution of the person, housing and releasing the drives of eros and thanatos. It also contains everything which the ego has repressed. The superego, by contrast, is a representation of the moral influence of one's parents and wider society, exerting a regulating influence on the action of the ego. The only complexes which Freud recognised at this time were the Oedipus and castration complexes. However, earlier on in his career, as he states in 1909, he was once closely aligned with the so-called Zurich school, that is, Carl Jung, Franz Ricklin, Eugen Bleuler, and their colleagues, in their understanding of complexes. Freud had already developed his method of free association by then, but syncretized it with the Zurich school's description of, quote, a group of interdependent ideational elements cathected with affect, being a complex. As Steve Richards writes in the 44th bulletin of the peer-reviewed journal Neuropsychoanalysis, quote, the post-1912 split between Freud and Jung saw Freud drawing back from his previously qualified acceptance of Jung's model of complexes, whilst retaining the Oedipal and castration complexes, and Jung moving away from an emphasis on instincts in favour of his expanded biological and metapsychological construct of archetypes. Both Freud and Jung progressively distanced themselves from the work of Pierre Janet, and in so doing overlooked developments that would lead to the psychosystems analysis understanding of the Janetian dissociation of consciousness, hypnosis, and the mind-body superpositioning of informational states as extended fields of consciousness, amenable to therapeutic intervention and change. Carl Jung started his psychological career with his On the Psychology of so-called occult phenomena, published in 1900, which was heavily influenced by the work of Pierre Janet, before following it up with a series of superb scientific investigations into psychophysiological complexes. As a summary, Steve Richards writes in the 44th bulletin of the journal Neuro-psychoanalysis, quote, Jung developed the concept of the complex from the associative psychology of Theodor Ziehen, and from Josef Breuer's and Sigmund Freud's ideational complexes, to include Janet's subnuclei of consciousness as being empirically demonstrable and clinically treatable in both normal and pathological subjects. Steve has highlighted there, empirically demonstrable. Jung, along with Franz Ricklin, was able to demonstrate not just the existence of complexes, but some of their properties too, primarily through his investigations into word association. Similarly to Janet, he showed that complexes were related to an event or a circumstance in someone's past, or one that was still ongoing in the present, and that very often it was the complex itself which responded to the word association test, thus explaining the patient's personal associations to the word provided, their spontaneous blanking to some words but not others, and the perseverated or delayed response to a given word by answering it in place of the following word. Complexes could interfere with the person's cognition, that is, making them think certain associative thoughts, and they could constellate a large surge of affect, again observed through certain stimulus words. Using a pneumograph and measuring the galvanized skin response of those he worked with, he proved scientifically that complexes were psychophysiological too. That is, not simply psychological, but biological as well, at the same time. Implicitly too, they were clearly psychosocial. That is, they were formed by an initial psychosocial pressure and acted to influence personal relationships. Thus, as you may have heard Steve and Pauline say before, though Jung never used the term, complexes are bio-psychosocial. Moving into more detail, the late Dr. Anthony Stevens aptly provides a summary of what Jung believed complexes to be. Quote, while complexes could be pathological and contribute to neurotic suffering, Jung regarded them as normally healthy components of the psyche. Complexes were, in fact, the functional units of which the ontogenetic psyche was composed. Complexes are archetypes, actualized in the mind. By ontogenetic psyche, Anthony Stevens is referring to both the ego and the personal unconscious. In fact, for Jung, the ego was actually a specialized complex, which formed the center of the field of consciousness. There's field again, just like Janet. Steve Richards describes Jung's model of the ego further, quote, the ego for Jung originally developed out from the unconscious during the earliest stages of the development of personality. The ego has an extension beyond consciousness into the personal unconscious, sometimes called the shadow. The personal unconscious is made up of experiences systematized into complexes. They could variously be conscious, partially conscious, or unconscious, and may innervate the body and or affect psychosocial relations and adaptations. They formed associatively around a deeper universal core of innate representational images and anticipations, derived in part from instincts, but configured into patterns of action that he called archetypes. The complexes of the personal unconscious were all capable in principle of becoming conscious, albeit that some of their content had become associated to a given complex without them ever being conscious to the ego. In such cases, the experiences that formed these contents had not been registered by the ego, being the product of psychodynamic processes such as suppression or repression. Out of the three models that we've discussed so far, Jung's is the most refined, specifically with respect to the causal agents behind neurosis, i.e. complexes. For Jung, complexes have an archetypal core, meaning that their formation depends initially on the attempted activation and manifestation of dynamics arising from the so-called collective unconscious, what Dr. Anthony Stevens termed the phylogenetic or evolutionary psyche. So for Jung, all complexes are composed of ideational and imagistic associations held together by affect around this phylogenetic core. Jung's work on complexes was incredible. However, a few events occurred in his career which paved the way for his personal myth to move him steadily away from this essential area of study. Firstly, just like Freud, he moved away from hypnosis. Steve writes in Discover Your Personal Myth, quote, Jung was teaching a group of medical students and induced a trance in a female patient, but was unable to terminate the trance and bring her safely back to normal consciousness, despite shaking her violently by the arms. This shocked him with the obvious loss of professional status and persona. He decided to blame the method, hypnosis, rather than himself. His training in hypnosis was basic, even by the standards of the times, so he abandoned the method. By moving away from hypnosis, he by extension lost an emphasis on Janet's dissociation of the field of consciousness as the crucial mediator of the formation of neurosis, i.e. complexes. When Jung spent some time studying hypnosis directly under Janet in Paris, it's been reported by some of his peers at the time that he spent much of the time he should have been in seminars off exploring the city instead. As Steve Richards often says, by his libido shall ye know him. Similarly, as we quoted from Steve earlier, the post-1912 split between Freud and Jung saw Jung distance himself from an emphasis on instinct. As we've explored in great detail in our Resolve Your Archetypes and Meta-Instincts video, Jung's archetypal hypothesis originally had instinct right at its core. Quoting directly from Jung, archetypes are the self-portrait of instincts. However, much of this emphasis on instinct was clouded in his later writings, as he explored mythopoetic representations of the so-called archetypes instead. Dr. Anthony Stevens, in contrast to the mainstream Jungian tradition, highlighted this element out of Jung's writings in his great 1982 synthesis of Jung with evolutionary biology and ethology. Archetype, a natural history of the self. Regardless, Jung's model of complexes sits as his most important contribution to depth psychology. Complexes, almost exactly as Jung described them, we'll cover that in a moment, are empirically real. As per Understanding Trauma, Jung has contributed significantly. Ernest Rossi was a Freudian analyst, a Jungian analyst, and a professor of neuroscience. He was also the closest student of Milton Erickson, training under him in hypnotherapy. Rossi's work focused on the integration of hypnotherapy with psychophysiology, specifically how it could be possible for hypnotherapy to exhibit the rapid and efficacious results it was capable of generating, especially for complicated psychosomatic presentations. To do this, Rossi introduced a new psychodynamic, the equivalent of complexes in Steve and Pauline Richards' model. He called this State-Dependent Memory, Learning and Behaviour, or SDMLB for short. An SDMLB is a systems profile within psychophysiology, not a discrete thing per se, but rather the movement of information from the psyche and the brain down into the body via messenger molecules, whereby said messenger molecules would act to regulate gene expression, to subsequently signal via the output of modified gene expression a change back up to the brain, and by extension, the psyche. Psychosomatic symptoms were thus state-encoded. They had a psychosocial etiology, or cause, but were stored in a looping network of information, from mind down through specific pathways to the body. Hypnotherapy was understood by Rossi as reversing that pathway, restoring it to its natural baseline setting. That is, a healing change initiated through gene transcription which alleviated the persistent symptoms. The specific pathways Rossi outlined through decades of biological study include the neuropsychoimmune and the neuropsychoendocrine pathways, with an enormous study of the role of neuropeptides in both. Let's have a look at one of these in more detail through a direct quotation from Rossi from 2004. Quote, information from the outside world is encoded in the neurons of the cerebral cortex of the brain, which is then transformed within the limbic, hypothalamus, pituitary system in the messenger molecules that travel through the bloodstream to signal receptors on all cells. So, in short, Rossi is saying that psychosocial information has presence within the brain, and this is then transduced into messenger molecules. 2. The receptors on the surface of cells transmit the signal via secondary messengers to the nucleus of the cell, where immediate early genes signal other target genes to transcribe their code into messenger RNAs. So Rossi is saying that these messenger molecules kickstart an intracellular signaling cascade, with a trajectory towards modulating gene transcription. 3. The messenger RNAs serve as blueprints for the synthesis of proteins that will function either as A. the ultimate healing structures, the soma of the body, B. enzymes to facilitate energy dynamics, and C. receptors and messenger molecules for the informational dynamics of the cell. So Rossi's saying here that RNA is translated into protein, which one can consider, though this is an oversimplification for explanation, the active form of DNA. This protein then carries out specific healing tasks. 4. Messenger molecules function as a type of molecular memory that can evoke state-dependent memory, learning, and behavior in the neural networks of the brain that are encoded and transformed by body psychotherapy. So finally, Rossi is saying that the messenger molecules are released from their cells and make their way back up to the brain, which state encodes the neurological, and hence psychological by extension, activity of the SDMLB. Neither Jung, Janet, nor Freud and Breuer had anywhere near this level of biological understanding. By means of a milestone, Watson and Crick only discovered the structure of DNA in 1953. Jung was 78 years old by then. Janet had already passed away in 1947, and Freud even earlier in 1939. The dawn of molecular biology, which Watson and Crick's discovery brought about, allowed Rossi to make his discoveries, and he continued to update his pathways right the way through into our current post-human genome project era of genomics. Through Rossi's work, we can biologically model the so-called mnemic symbols which Freud and Breuer identified. So too, how Janet's subconscious fixed ideas could manifest in physical hysterical symptoms, and how Jung's complexes could be both psychological and physiological at the same time. Through messenger molecules, the psyche extends into the body, moving information from one place to another, and holding it in place, i.e. a psychosomatic symptom, for a long period of time. So too, how hypnosis could interface with the genome, via messenger molecules through to transcription, to deliver rapid healing change. Rossi was an inspiration to Steve and Pauline Richards. He personally supported their development of psychosystems analysis, and he worked with them on highly complicated clinical cases implicated with significant psychosomatic symptoms. Steve and Pauline Richards' psychosystems analysis represents the new paradigm of psychotherapy. At its heart is their framework of informational monism and superposition theory, first codified by them in 1988. Knowing these two principles, informational monism and superposition theory, allows you to have a field understanding of human nature, one that is both revolutionary and liberating in equal measure. To demonstrate them in action, let's first of all turn our attention back to Jung. If you recall, Jung's definition of the ego was that it was a specialized complex which formed the center of the field of consciousness. Steve and Pauline accept Jung's proposal, but refine that field nature to include a much wider distribution of representational states that are superpositioned with and between one another infodynamically. These representational states include the Miller number, the persona, the self-image, the self-concept, the complex field, the dream ego, and more. We will explore each of these as we progress, but before we do, we need first of all to define field. Steve does so as such, quote, "An informational field is a heterogeneous field of informational states that are connected by association to one another. These different informational states can exchange energy and information within and between themselves, and so change, through such interaction, their composition, and both their representational and associative states. For example, the field of a complex can be represented by stretching its effects over the biopsychosocial stack, thereby revealing its field nature at and between all affected levels. The waveform on screen shows exactly this. the distributed informational field of a complex stretched over the biopsychosocial stack. The waveform moves and pulses, showing a dynamic shifting of how that complex represents itself through different informational states, namely different subdivisions of biology, psychology, and the psychosocial. Where there's more of a spike in the waveform, there's a greater density of complex activity operating at that resolution. This schema gives us a good foundation for modelling how a single psychodynamic, in this case a complex, could operate in somebody's life. It will be psychological, so having representation in cognition or affects, for example. Or it could be so-called psychosomatic, so that is operating within psychology and biology at the same time in a clinical presentation. If this is the case, then Rossi's transduction pathways are certainly implicated to mediate this. So too, it is very likely to have noticeable psychosocial representation as well, such as in personal relationships. Regardless of what we notice about a complex, however, complexes will always have representation at all of these levels. All of them. Some levels, of course, are more immediately relevant, clinically or for personal development, but we must understand that complexes, indeed any psychodynamic, or really infodynamic, always has representation as an informational field across the entirety of the biopsychosocial stack, superpositioned across all of these different informational states. Knowing this, we can now zoom into the resolution of the ego as modelled by Steve and Pauline. Remember, everything that you are about to see is always superpositioned across the biopsychosocial stack, but we need to adopt an intra-ego view for illustration. Everything in this section is a lightly copy-edited version of words written by Steve Richards. Let's begin with the complex field. The complex field is that field of partitioned, systematized information that forms in response to the ego's lifespan developmental experience. There are 3 taxa of complex within this field, all of which form through Jungian dissociation and regulating infodynamics. The first is ego non-aligned complexes, the second are ego aligned complexes, and the third are ego identified with complexes. All of these taxa may exchange energy, so libido, whether that be metabolic or instinctive, and information, so that is infodynamics, within and between themselves, either to internally regulate the content of their relational field, or in response to meta-regulation by various homeostatic processes. In this way, they may change their taxa in relation to the ego field, so for example, moving from identified to aligned. You can see this in the schema on screen. All of the complexes, regardless of taxa, are dynamic. They're always under the regulating influence of whole field homeostasis. As they fade out from view, they exert less of a direct influence on the field of the ego. As they fade back in again and move more into focus, they're exerting a greater influence. All are in association to one another, as shown by them moving closer and further away from each other. The ontology of complexes always concerns adaptive responses to internal and external challenges along the lifespan. Internal pressure arises from the genome as Panksepian drives and timed release meta-instincts. External pressure is anticipated by both Panksepian and meta-instincts. The result of this is complexes as variously systematized into optimal, suboptimal, or maladaptive fields of association. Typically, complexes form around key relationships and anticipated scenarios for adaptive challenges. Steve and Pauline differ from Jung on this in that they consider meta-instinctive fields and Panksepian drive pressure, rather than archetypes, to be the underlying organising factor through which complexes form. Both of these classifications of instinct are discussed in the dialectics which follow this part of the video. They are crucial for understanding trauma. So the ego partitions under this pressure and devolves functional responsibility to its partitioned subsets, that is, to ego states that form as complexes for a specific devolved purpose. In this, they have an adaptive evolutionary advantage, which comes at the cost of potential neurosis, or severe mental illness. Not all complexes are maladaptive. Those that are not may simply be inertial, such as in having been long ago consolidated into long-term memory, and function as non-declarative learning, or they're effectively dormant. Others that are positive in adaptive function may be held in tacit or implicit identification with the self-image. We'll discuss this in a moment. In such cases, these positive ego-identified with complexes act appropriately through the ego's action in the world and its receptivity to inner experience. Now let's add another element to our schema, the self-concept. The self-concept field is that field of systematized information which extends back along the individual's timeline, containing every subjective experience that has ever been identified with by that individual as being them, or involving them relationally. This includes all biopsychosocial states that have ever been associated to the ego's developing sense of identified with reflexivity. Biopsychosocial states are configurations within the objective waveform of the Platonic field that also include all subjective ego field states of the subjective waveform of the ego. So an ego field state, or simply an ego state, represents a transitory or a sustained configuration of the ego field, sufficient to cause either partitioning into a Janean complex, thereby generating the complex's self-directed autonomy, or of forming a persistent representation of itself which is incorporated into the self-image, as the dynamic focus of the self-concept field. Those autonomous complexes that the ego identifies with form that part of the complex field incorporated into the field of the self-concept, and its focus, the self-image. The majority of the contents of the self-concept field are consolidated into long-term memory, shown in the background by that very dark but still dynamic moving series of complexes, and these are unavailable for recall by the ego's conscious will or intention, but they are subject to psychodynamic and field infodynamic processes that may introduce or return them into association to the ego, either in whole or in part, and are capable of activation by directed homeostasis. We've mentioned the self-image a couple of times so far. The self-image field, shown in the centre as a red nucleus of associations that, if you watch them really closely, do not fade away into the background. This is the internal mirror that is subjectively experienced as the representation of personal identity. In effect, this is the ego's internal persona. It reflects back the ego's referent understanding of itself to itself. It is both tacit and implicit, requiring either direct internal checking through the Miller number in order to become explicit, or for its representation to emerge autonomously into the Miller number. So the self-image is unconscious to reflexive awareness, unless it's either deliberately accessed or it intrudes autonomously. The self-image can update itself continuously, but it will have a nucleus of identified with self-referent information. Again, that's the red nucleus in the centre of the screen, drawn from the continuity of the field of the self-concept over the timeline of the individual's ongoing lifespan development. It functions as the defining focus of the field of the self-concept, when the ego field reflexively examines itself. As you can see from the schema we've been building on screen, each of these field informational states that we've discussed, which define the ego, are all superpositioned with each other. This is really important to remember, as we're about to move on to speaking about so-called specialized complexes. They are all their own discrete infodynamic, but they always draw their material and their contents from everything that we've just discussed. So the complexes and the sustained, persistent biopsychosocial states of the ego. So if we discuss firstly the persona field, it is its own discrete infodynamic. We can speak of a persona as its own entity. However, the persona field is always superpositioned with the self-concept, the self-image, and the three taxa of Janean complex, whether they be incorporated into the self-concept and self-image or not. So its informational contents, the contents of the persona, is simultaneously in, that is, superpositioned with, the persona field, and also the other elements previously described. The same is true of the alter ego, the moral complex, the dream ego, and the Miller number, which we're about to discuss. So the persona field is the dynamic two-way interface between the individual organism and any two-person and above relational interaction, extending out into the collective socio-cultural and natural environments. Unlike in Jung's model, the persona field is not seen as something unreal or only consciously constructed as an ideal mask, hence the name persona. Rather, it is a component of the whole ego field that has first evolved and then functionally adapted as the psychosocial interface between the individual and others. The specialized complexes called the alter ego and the moral complex, which are analogous to some extent with Jung's shadow and Freud's superego, respectively, arise as a necessary ontological consequence of the development of the ego field. Each is a field of systematized information that relates homeostatically to the ego field. We've spoken on both of these complexes at great length in other videos on this channel. Then we have the dream ego. This is the representational form and reflexive experience of the self-image, as that has transitioned from the waking ego, so normal state, and into the dream process. Both waking and dream ego states share the self-concept and its foci of the self-image. Likewise, they share the same ego-identified with complexes. Remember, those are the green circles on screen and the red nucleus of the self-image, which, being associated with the self-concept and its self-image, are necessarily drawn into the narrative structure of the dream state. We've discussed this at great length in recent IPSA professional training seminars, and we will be making more videos on this for Jung to live by soon. The last informational state of the ego we need to discuss is our ongoing centre of awareness, what Janet and Jung called the centre of the field of consciousness, and Freud the periphery of the ego. In Steve and Pauline's psychosystems analysis, the equivalent is the Miller number field. This is our ongoing immediate conscious awareness. It has an informational processing capacity of 7 ± 2 chunks of information. Rather than being the centre of the ego, the Miller number field is instead a focused interface between the extended inner and outer domains of our subjective waveform, which is the dynamic collapse of the wider objective waveform into our reflexive consciousness. The inner domain refers to interoception and the intrapsychic, and the outer domain refers to the exteroceptive and our social environment. The mediating system of information processing between inner and outer experience has evolved to deal with the demands of in-the-moment ongoing adaptation, including the organising of behaviour towards meeting our internal and external homeostatic needs, where meeting such needs are beyond an internal metabolic level of self-regulation. In humans, the Miller number is a very ancient phylogenetic system whose informational carrying capacities and representational configurations have been built upon highly adaptive and conserved functions from the remote past. Indeed, in their simplest form, right back to single-cell organisms. So the Miller number configures the immediate adaptive representational state of the ego, but it is not the centre of the ego's field. In fact, there is no centre to the ego's field per se, as you can see from the schema on screen. So too, as we've discussed, Jung spoke of complexes as having an archetypal core. In psychosystems analysis, Janet complexes have a meta-instinctive core, but really, said core opens up into an entire field of informational representation. In summary, the ego is an emergent field, released ontologically in relationship to innate anticipations and experience. Its field is distributed into several superpositioned subfields: the Miller number, the persona, the self-image, the self-concept, the complex field, and the dream ego. The ego is therefore not localized into a single place in the brain, although the brain's evolutionary development does map the integrated and superpositioned field nature of the ego, as this is imminent with the development of the brain at the neurophysiological level. This means that the ego is simultaneously all of its superpositioned subfields, all of those elements discussed so far, as these are dynamically distributed informationally and materially. Our everyday understanding of the ego as being conscious and being the subjective I that experiences moment-by-moment reflexive awareness, is therefore only a partial focal collapse of its overall field. Informational monism and superpositioning define the emergent field of the ego. In contrast to consciousness simply being defined as our ongoing sense of awareness, psychosystems analysis defines consciousness to be a complexity of information that represents itself to itself, and then represents itself to other complexities of information. This baseline definition is derived from informational monism and superposition theory, which is a Platonic ontological modelling of consciousness as such, and is a priori to the collapse of consciousness into human ego consciousness. So, taken overall, consciousness is a dynamic informational field phenomenon that exists in many simultaneous superpositioned states, like those we've discussed so far, with each state being a nodal point of collapse of representation of consciousness, with that collapse defining any given state or organised system as being that state or system, and the intra or inter-relational fields within and between them. For the ego, the change in relative state of consciousness, both within and between the nodal points of this field, defines the relative valency of the information in relation to our subjective reflexivity. That is, to our ongoing awareness, both of our continuity of personal identity and how this changes over time. Updating can be either or both progressive and retrogressive under the influence of biopsychosocial field pressure. This includes genomic, instinctive, developmental, intrapsychic, social, and environmental factors. There's one more type of informational state to discuss, and that's the qualia of consciousness. The qualia of consciousness are the ontological and evolutionary qualia of consciousness shown on this schema. All are superpositioned with each other, meaning that each is immanent with the same fundamental information present in all of them. As qualia of consciousness specifically, each represents a type of consciousness. The most fundamental is intuition as ground state field consciousness. Intuition superpositions itself into the other four qualia, up through interoceptive and exteroceptive. These are analogous to Jung's introverted and extroverted sensing functions, respectively, and they're labelled on this schema as somatic and sensory. Next up, more recently evolved, is affect, as defined specifically by affective neuroscience and neuropsychoanalysis as a priori to cognition, and then up to cognition itself as being the most recently evolved cognitive function, analogous to both of Jung's feeling and thinking functions. Feeling for Jung was an affect-toned, rational function, rather than a state of pure affect. In psychosystems analysis, thus, the Jungian feeling function is cognitive, but with a receptivity to superpositioned affect, which is absent in pure thinking, as Jung models that to be. The ego represents its experience of itself and the extended internal and external environments through any and all of the post-intuitive qualia of consciousness, so cognition, affect, sensation, and somatic. Under normal conditions, intuition can't represent itself as itself. It must collapse into one or more of the other representational qualia. However, under the special conditions of advanced dissociative training and practice, Eastern and Western traditions, it is possible to escape the limitations of informational collapse into the post-intuitive qualia of ego consciousness. This advanced dissociative experience also increases the bandwidth of the Miller number internally. Steve and Pauline explain exactly how to do this, using their neurohypnoanalysis and psychosystems analysis as part of professional training at IPSA, including with live demonstrations. For somebody dealing with a trauma-induced or trauma-informed complex, this schema represents both the immediate phenomenological felt problem and one of its solutions. Remembering that complexes are always biopsychosocial, they will always have representation in all of the post-intuitive qualia of consciousness. Usually someone is only aware of one or two due to the limited processing capacity of the Miller number, such as racing cognition or a surge in affect. Or, if so-called psychosomatic, then distressing representation in sensation or somatic. Regardless of the in-the-moment qualia configuration of the subjective waveform of the ego, however, the other qualia, including ground state intuition, are always superpositioned with it, merely outside of Miller number awareness. Through healthy dissociation, progressively down through the qualia of consciousness, it is absolutely possible to configure the ego field to be receptive to those other informational fields, metaphorically deeper than the ego. This is represented by the ancestral psyche, the domain of the meta-instincts, superpositioned very closely with the genome and its lifespan development intentionality. This and other dissociative methods taught by Steve and Pauline bypasses complexes completely, without any need to confront them, nor any need to feel an unpleasant surge of affect. Metaphorically, going straight to the genome and its metafields of regulation and intentionality is how true healing change can arise. Moving on to the final model that we're going to discuss in this section, the emerging field of neuropsychoanalysis has developed its own biologically informed, non-psychoreductive model of the human psyche for application in a clinical setting. With the term neuropsychoanalysis first formally used in 1999, the founder of the field, Mark Solms, has syncretized modern neuroscience, in particular the late Jaak Panksepp's affective neuroscience, with Freudian psychodynamics. You'll recall when we mentioned Breuer and Freud's studies on hysteria earlier on, that even as early as 1893, Breuer and Freud were proposing that affect, which was not discharged or processed appropriately, was central in the development of psychopathology. In neuropsychoanalysis, that axiom is expanded on in biological detail, albeit with some significant updates. Freud believed in two drives, eros and thanatos. These drives exerted, quote, a demand on the mind to perform work. The ego's task was to take this so-called demand and reality test it for viability against the environment and against the pressure of the superego. Mark Solms has updated Freud's two drives of eros and thanatos with the 7 drives of affective neuroscience, detailed and named by Jaak Panksepp. These are seeking, rage, fear, lust, care, play, and panic/grief. All of them are independent psychoneurological circuits within the subcortical regions of the mammalian brain, hence 7 drives. These drives, to quote Mark Solms, extend organic homeostasis beyond the body. They're always signalling to the periaqueductal grey, a small structure in the brainstem, a specific need, which the organism, or the person, needs to meet. The Pankseppian circuitry then sends a signal up to the cerebral hemispheres, and at the same time, the need that signal corresponds to is felt as affect. This affective signal represents the id, the conscious id, to use Mark Solms's terminology and his update to Freud's original model, in which the id was unconscious. The conscious id then brings the ego online, which is by default unconscious. Again, in Freud's model, it was the ego that was conscious, but in neuropsychoanalysis, that's been reversed. In neuropsychoanalysis, the ego, including Freud's preconscious, is represented by some aspects of long-term memory, and the sensory and motor projection and association cortices. The person is then both able to feel the need and make an action plan of how best they can meet the need. Most of this action planning happens unconsciously, and it utilizes both the declarative and non-declarative types of long-term memory. Declarative memory is the equivalent of Freud's preconscious. These memories can be brought back into conscious awareness. Non-declarative memories, however, cannot. They have lost, or never had in the first place, any image representational form which is capable of being scrutinized directly by cognition. Thus, the person cannot know directly where they came from. They are responsible for what Mark Solms calls automatizations, and therefore much of neurosis. They are, though very significantly different, the neuropsychoanalysis equivalent of complexes. The automatizations from non-declarative memory act as automatic responses to an internal Panksepian stimulus. In other words, a Panksepian drive signals up to the ego to meet its needs in the world, at which point non-declarative memory tends to deliver an attempted hard-coded solution to this need automatically. If the solution is a bad one, probably set up a very long time ago in the past, then the Panksepian need will remain unsatiated and will continue to fire. This, in neuropsychoanalysis, would mark a state of neurosis, a state of affective drive pressure without any consciousness by the person as to why they're feeling that way at all. Their unconscious solution to trying to meet an often unknown need has failed. Through building consciousness around what their failed solution entails, the neuropsychoanalytic therapist can help a patient build new adaptations on top of the old ones to eventually meet the Panksepian need and hence resolve neurosis. Neuropsychoanalysis represents part of the new paradigm of psychotherapy. We're almost ready to move on to the hours of podcast dialectic included in this video, but before we get there, we have a very exciting announcement to make. Back in 2023, Steve announced in a bulletin report for the International Neuro-psychoanalysis Society that he and Pauline were introducing a new development in clinical psychotherapy, a sister modality to psychosystems analysis, which is heavily aligned in spirit with core neuropsychoanalysis. Its name is Jungian Neuropsychoanalysis. Today, we'd like to announce that Steve and Pauline have recently founded the International Society for Jungian Neuropsychoanalysis, with its core purpose being the rapprochement of the early scientific work of Freud and Jung, brought up to date with the latest clinical and scientific research advances. As a sister modality to psychosystems analysis, Jungian neuropsychoanalysis has been informed and inspired by many prominent clinicians, researchers, and individuals spread out over the last 140 years. Pierre Janet, Josef Breuer, Sigmund Freud, Eugen Bleuler, Carl Jung, Alfred Adler, Rupert Sheldrake, Stephen Rose, Anthony Stevens, George Engel, Franz Jung, Ernest Rossi, Steve Richards, co-founder of Psychosystems Analysis, Pauline Richards, co-founder of Psychosystems Analysis, Jaak Panksepp, founder of Affective Neuroscience, and Mark Solms, the founder of Neuropsychoanalysis. The work of everyone just mentioned, alchemically forged together to bring Freud and Jung's work back together for the modern day, is Jungian Neuropsychoanalysis. Steve, Pauline and I are all clinical fellows of the International Neuro-psychoanalysis Society, or NPSA, with Steve and Pauline being the founders of Jungian Neuropsychoanalysis and its society. I am incredibly blessed to be named by Steve and Pauline as a co-developer of this new exciting endeavour. The International Society for Jungian Neuropsychoanalysis has its own website, linked in the description down below. You're welcome to check that out if you would like to. It's just a landing page at the moment though, so more information will be coming very soon. We will also be starting a new YouTube channel for that new society, and we'll announce that to you guys as soon as possible. And with that, we are now ready to move on to the next part of this video. If we're going to understand the coming psychosomatic storm, then we need to explore in as much detail as we possibly can the infodynamics of how psychosomatic conditions form, how they present, and how to resolve them. And the best way to do this is through the context of two clinical case studies, the first of which is coming up in just a moment. First of all, though, I'd like to walk you through some brief background on capnography. Now, this is a clinical diagnostic tool used by Steve and Pauline of immense utility for uncovering psychosomatic complexes. The capnograph was used in both of the case studies coming up in this video, so it's essential to provide a primer for you. A capnograph is a small machine which measures, using infrared mass spectrometry, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the breath during exhalation. This value directly corresponds, via a small conversion equation, to the partial pressure of carbon dioxide in the blood. Carbon dioxide is absolutely essential for the blood's pH buffering system. It dissolves into the plasma as carbonic acid and acts to maintain the blood's pH as close to 7.4 as possible. Cellular metabolism releases carbon dioxide into the blood, and exhalation releases it into the environment. Without a buffering system, blood pH would thus ricochet from acid to alkali rapidly, depending on how fast someone was breathing or how high their metabolic rate was. Whole body homeostasis, and therefore life, cannot sustain itself without blood pH being as close to 7.4 as possible. If we consider hyperventilation, technically defined not by mechanical rate of breathing, as one might otherwise imagine, but as breathing beyond the body's physiological needs, then it follows that such a state would cause breathing off of too much carbon dioxide relative to the person's net metabolic rate. Thus, the blood's pH buffer shifts its dynamic equilibrium to the range of being slightly alkalotic. Less of the acidic carbonic acid is available to take part in the buffer, and so the pH rises. If someone has pre-existing issues with their cardiovascular system, such a state can be fatal. But for the average healthy person, rather than being immediately life-threatening, it is nonetheless very well documented to cause an array of unpleasant somatic symptoms. Capnography, through measuring the concentration of carbon dioxide dissolved in the breath, is thus a highly effective diagnostic tool for uncovering respiratory alkalosis. In 1990, at Charing Cross Hospital in London, Steve and Pauline introduced clinical capnography and the Charing Cross method into NHS primary healthcare, specifically the psychotherapy, hypnotherapy, counselling and stress management provisions. Pauline had already been using it in psychiatry since 1989. Beginning in 1988, through original clinical empiricism, Steve and Pauline integrated capnography with their unique modality of hypnotherapy and their biopsychosocial model of complexes. Never before had capnography been used in a psychodynamic context. It had hitherto been deployed fundamentally in biomedical and cognitive behavioural contexts. By this time, they had already studied Janet's work on dissociation, Jung's scientific work on complexes, including his use of the pneumograph and the galvanised skin response, and Rossi had very recently published his 1988 book, co-authored with David Cheek, Mind-Body Therapy, which outlined his transduction pathways. Capnography, however, again never before deployed in a psychodynamic context, offered a new window into a person's internal milieu, which could be mapped in real time onto psychosocial and psychological factors through a broad clinical protocol. Instinctive frustration causes dissociation of the ego field. So too, hyperventilation, independently or coupled with instinctive frustration, also dissociates the ego field. Remembering back to earlier, we discussed how dissociation is the immediate precipitating factor leading to the formation of complexes. Thus, through their work on capnography, Steve and Pauline discovered that alkalotic blood pH, marked by hyperventilation, is one of the most potent state encoders of complexes. Respiratory alkalosis dissociates the ego field. A complex can form, and that complex will then subsequently always act to reconstellate the respiratory alkalosis as its setup conditions. Let's see this in action. Once you see what's to follow, it would be impossible to have a psychoreductive view of complexes, or of the human condition, ever again. On screen is a capnogram from a case conducted by Steve and Pauline on the 22nd of July 1991, with a female patient of 27 years of age. The x-axis shows time running from right to left, with each segment like this marking 2 minutes. So this whole capnography session took approximately 29 minutes. The y-axis shows percentage of CO2, with each percentage point corresponding to a value of 7.6 millimeters of mercury. The lower the millimeters of mercury, then the more CO2 the person is breathing off, which, as we've said, is a direct indicator of the blood pH shifting towards alkalosis, hence hyperventilation, breathing beyond the body's physiological needs. At the time this case was conducted, any value less than 29 millimeters of mercury was considered frank hypercapnia, with the normal range being 35 to 40. Steve and Pauline consider this too harsh a cutoff, but regardless of this, it's clear to see just at a glance that this patient's CO2 is fluctuating chaotically, with the vast majority well beneath any reasonable cutoff point for frank hypercapnia. Wherever you see dark shading, this is indicative of rapid breathing. The chart strip pen was moving so fast in correspondence to the breath cycle that it was literally just writing over itself. If we start from the right hand side, this point here shows the first breath detected by the capnograph. In this initial rest period, so just the capnograph detecting breathing at rest, you can see that the CO2 more or less immediately dropped into chaos. We can easily infer from this that the individual was hypercapnic at rest. This state, on its own, is sufficient for many psychosomatic symptoms to develop and progress. An alkalotic blood pH as a whole body state encoder of biopsychosocial complexes. Then, as was standard practice at the time, though Steve and Pauline soon after dropped it completely, as it's not needed, the patient was asked to go through a forced hyperventilation provocation test for 2 minutes. The purpose of this was to sensitize the patient to hyperventilation for a brief period of time, so that what would otherwise be very small changes in CO2 would be magnified in value, making psychophysiological rate of change easier to detect. As expected, the CO2 drops, literally because they are hyperventilating. The patient is then asked to report when their breathing feels normal again. That's the MBIN, my breathing is normal, in the notes at the bottom. They say that their breathing is normal here, despite a frank hypercapnic CO2 reading, meaning that they were positive for what's called failure of perception of hypocapnia. This CO2 level should not be felt as normal. Hence, this is indicative of a level of dissociation. A failure of perception of hypercapnia was synonymous, for Charing Cross at the time, with the sensitization that was aimed for through the forced hyperventilation provocation test. However, Steve and Pauline found, as we mentioned a moment ago, that this was not needed. It is entirely possible, through the psychodynamic process, again, of dissociation, for someone to believe that their breathing is normal, when in fact it clearly isn't, without any need for forced hyperventilation. Therefore, whenever you see MBIN for this patient, you are seeing dissociation. Then Steve moves into the think test. This is exactly what it sounds like. The patient is asked to think about a certain aspect or occurrence in their lives, selected before the session, and the psychophysiological response is measured by the capnograph. For the first think test, trouble at work, the CO2 value rises away from the restored baseline, being no longer chaotic, but then the breathing starts to grow rapid, and the chaotic pattern of breathing returns. Then they're asked to report when their breathing is normal, marked here. Then there's the think test for parents. Again, you see a fall in CO2, followed by a brief rise, then a fall, before the patient is asked to report when they feel their breathing is normal again. This section also picks up a breath-holding pattern from the patient, represented here by an incomplete line, literally an unfinished breath. Then for the final think test, abortion, there's a massive collapse in CO2 value, marking a strong abreaction. You can see the continued fall all the way down to beneath 7.6 millimeters of mercury. Charing Cross would have said that this person was at immediate risk of coronary artery spasm, or any number of potentially fatal cardiovascular events. The think test of abortion had revealed very starkly the etiology of her complex. The surrounding circumstances had not been disclosed by the patient to Steve in this initial capnography session, but the patient had been raped, leading to her conceiving a child. She decided to undergo an abortion. All of this, from the rape to the abortion, had wounded her significantly. She had been unable to understand at the level of instinct what had happened to her. Instead, her ego partitioned through Janean dissociation to deal with the instinctive pressure. That partition had remained as a Janean complex, state encoded via an alkalotic blood pH, extremely likely the exact conditions under which it formed, i.e. acute hyperventilation. This complex was then activated at the mention of abortion, immediately constellating its original setup conditions of respiratory alkalosis. This shows definitively that complexes truly are biopsychosocial. The rape was later disclosed in the immediate follow-up session. Steve and Pauline will discuss the psychodynamics behind this part of the capnogram later on in this chapter. To restore the patient's breathing back to normal, as this had suddenly become an acute emergency, Steve began a hypnotic induction, which you can see start here. Immediately there's a huge rise in CO2, back up to roughly the patient's resting value, followed by a period of 2 minutes, during which the abreaction perseverates, indicative of the state, the complex, attempting to resist the hypnotic induction. Then the hypnosis kicks in, and you see that trance state maintained for 5 minutes, with by far the most normal, regular breathing on the chart strip recorder. The hypnosis had encouraged very, very quickly homeostasis, to turn the acute complex state off, and thus she was back to normal. To look further at this, we can see that the hypnotic induction lasted for 2 minutes. Once the patient entered fully into the trance state, then the rise in CO2 was sustained at a uniform level, at roughly her resting value. There has to be a transition period, that is the hypnotic induction, from a normal waking consciousness into a trance state. When someone is in a highly distressed state, like this patient, then trying an immediate induction is potentially highly risky. So she needed a period of time where her attention was drawn to the process of entering hypnosis. That's the 2 minutes, in which Steve was calm, relaxed, and paced. As soon as she entered into the trance state, the actual change took seconds. Steve and Pauline can provide more detail on this, as it's important to be aware of it.
I mean, there are hypnotherapists who rely on a kind of a rapid induction, aren't there?
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but often they are aggressive in the sense that they're boundary breaking, and they involve touching or leaning into someone, that kind of thing.
That's a really good point.
Which is to be avoided, because obviously that just is fuel for the transference.
It is.
But they tend to be the kind of things, almost like in a sort of a evangelical religious sense, when you get the laying on of hands, that kind of thing, where you touch someone on the forehead and they fall backwards. We don't indulge in that kind of thing.
Certainly don't. Certainly with a female rape victim,
absolutely not,
who has the same name,
or
the rapist has the same name as the name of the therapist. You don't touch them.
There has to be clear boundaries.
There's got to be clear boundaries. And this is part of the way that we train people, of course, is to be very sensitive about the field of interaction and just what you do and don't do. But even so, around a minute for someone in that acute phase of a crisis, psychophysiological crisis, is rapid. It just isn't seconds. But once the induction has got underway, then it is rapid. So it's not as if you've got someone who is dissociated with respect to being in a trance state, but is not altering their physiology, which is possible. You can have someone in a state and they're still hypnoidal state, and they are still suffering, but they're just not responding to the suffering. But removing the suffering when they enter the state means that the induction's been handled very well, and ideally so. So that, I think, is what you can see on the capnogram trace.
It was just impacting me how important that is, particularly in that scenario with a, you know, a female rape victim and a male therapist. That could just go so horribly wrong and effectively re-traumatize her. So you did absolutely the right thing, and just to emphasize it, we don't advocate that kind of practice at all, whether it's, you know, a female therapist and a female patient or any combination thereof. We avoid that kind of thing at all costs.
So you had the usual psychodynamic issues, and you had the acute, there's chronic crisis with an acute crisis overlaying on it, that was psychophysiological. So the way that you approach the induction is going to be really important, because you have to reach in past the noise. And by that, I don't mean that she was, you know, screaming or yelling or anything like that, but I mean the systemic field noise. So many signals are occupying all of the receptive channels that a person has. You have to be able to get inside that, make an anchoring point, and then draw the attention of the person's meta-regulatory field, their homeostasis towards you, and then you develop the induction, and then you're in that state where they are separated off, and the physiological crisis itself collapses and normalizes. So in that sense, I would say a minute is very rapid, but it's not that usual rapid form of induction, which is aggressive, authoritarian and direct and performative as well. It's more like stage hypnosis than it is the clinical management of a serious case.
Moving on to a few final details before we continue with this chapter. In the results box on the left-hand side, you can see that this individual was positive for chronicity or arrhythmia in breathing, positive for failure of perception of hypercapnia, positive for all three of the think tests, and positive for presenting symptoms. The pattern of the chart strip recorder, in accordance with what was asked of the patient, reveals the complexes involved in this person's state of resting hypercapnia and hyperventilation, their overall resultant suggestibility, how vulnerable they were, and most importantly, as shown by the hypnosis period, their capacity to heal. The case was ultimately successful, with the complexes resolved and the physiology returned back to health. It's clear to see how powerful capnography is for identifying the psychophysiological background state of an individual. Indeed, how powerful hypnosis is for bringing forward homeostasis against the inertia of complexes rapidly. Given what we know about this person's background state, it is worthwhile to imagine what might have happened had they sought out, for example, exposure therapy instead. It is very likely that this fall in CO2 here would easily have occurred. It would have gone undetected, except for being noted as an abreaction, and hence it would have been unmanaged, potentially leading to their death, either immediately or through a perseveration a few days or weeks later. Let's move on to an in-depth discussion with Steve and Pauline Richards on psychosomatic transductions, how they work, why they happen, and how to resolve them, using this case study as the backbone. Pauline will begin the discussion, speaking on the link between Pierre Janet and Ernest Rossi, who we discussed in detail at the beginning of this video, psychosomatic transduction pathways, and the essential importance of understanding dissociation as both the cause of psychosomatic issues and the healthy means through which they can be resolved.
With something like a conversion reaction, as it would be called now, obviously, like you say, Steve, hysteria in Pierre Janet's day, is that and we know obviously from the work of the late Dr. Ernest Rossi as well, who built on Janet's work in effect by describing the physiological pathways that allow the dissociated psychological material to transduce down into the body, is that those pathways exist for that process to unfold, and not necessarily always in a way that is conducive to health. So we typically see the he would have called them dissociated nuclei, Jung complexes, but essentially that psychological material will map on to the body and mimic or imitate physical diseases, even in the absence of
the disease.
Pathology.
Yeah.
Yes, and this is a common experience, isn't it, for people to have physical symptoms and to believe that they are suffering from some kind of illness or physical disease process, and that they go see the doctor, they have lots of tests and nothing is found physiologically wrong with them. And then it's like, well, what are we looking at here? And then if you go and see someone who is not equipped to deal with those kinds of problems, then the chances are it will just be dismissed as, well, it's psychosomatic, but we can't really tell you how to do anything about that. We can't help you to reverse that process. And we know, obviously, through the practice of hypnosis clinically, that it is possible to artificially dissociate someone in such a way that they can separate off from the material, if you like, that is being transduced into the body and harming them, and then reassociating them back to a time when the homeostasis was such that it conferred health rather than illness. And that reassociation process is so essential for dealing with all sorts of trauma. And trauma, of course, as we've said many times before, isn't necessarily just one single event. It can be lots of small experiences where that person feels overwhelmed in some way, and it's incremental in effect. But that's a solution ultimately to solving that problem of dissociation in the first place.
Yeah, the cause and the solution are the same.
They are.
It just depends whether, even when you say artificial, what you really mean is that we introduce
it,
rather than being something that happens within the subject.
Yes.
And that's the way that Janet described it, and that's absolutely fine. So complexes then utilize dissociation, and there's an evolutionary adaptive advantage to being able to dissociate, because you can partition yourself off and leave runtime, leave RAM available for dealing with the immediate moment, whilst another part of you, the energetic and informational economy of us as human beings, can deal with these other factors in the background, that which is called the unconscious. So yeah, we can go back to a time before something has happened, but sometimes also we can go to a projected future state that's anticipated by the genome, rather than necessarily going to the past. And we've used both, and we do, depending on the circumstances. Personally, I found that the induction of a trance state for someone who has entered into an unwitting automatic trance state they've partitioned because of a trauma, entering into a new one is a completely different experience, because the ego is not only being dissociated by another force from within itself outside of its own control to partition, it's being invited to be a participant observer in a relaxed way about its own natural capacity to dissociate in order to heal itself. And that's hugely important. We can see that in the capnogram. That girl was in a terrible state. Potentially she could have had a fatal cardiac arrhythmia with the CO2 and acid base level that low. And within seconds, she was hypernormal and relaxed and completely at ease with her experience. So that shows how quick that can happen. And as you said earlier, Paul, physiologically, that's not supposed to be possible.
No. Because
she was a chronic hyperventilator with respect to the traumas that she'd been through. She had chronic acid base at a physiological level, dysregulation, and psychodynamic factors were active. They were brought into association to her conscious mind. And the hypnosis separated her identification with the psychodynamic elements of the traumas and separated her physiologically from the chronic effects physiologically of the trauma. And that showed up in the end-tidal partial pressure of carbon dioxide in her expired breath, which is an index of the pH value of her internal bodily fluids and internal myelin. That shouldn't happen, but it does happen. It shows there is something extremely powerful as a homeostatic meta-regulator that you can access through dissociation and reassociation. And it also shows that dissociation is involved in trauma. Hugely important.
Yeah, I'm just mindful of what would have happened if you'd have worked with her outside of a trance state, and you'd encouraged her, say, to to ruminate essentially about her experience,
or recapitulate
it. There would have been a very, very different outcome to that. So the process of hypnosis itself and the trance induction and the dissociation are a safe way, really, aren't they, of helping people to deal with trauma. And it beggars belief, really, when we think about the kind of practice out there that somebody should attempt to take somebody back and re-traumatize them in that way by getting them to recapitulate what they've been through. It's probably about the worst thing imaginable that you could do.
The repetition compulsion, which you remind me of that, Paul, thank you. Which is a common feature of post-traumatic stress disorder, as it's called these days, or complex post-traumatic stress disorder. They've always existed. They've had different names, and they will exist in the future and will have different names. But it's a feature of human nature that we typically, as a species, respond in that kind of way, whatever name that we give to it. It's important to understand that dissociation then is natural, and we should utilize that natural process to reverse it. And when we do it in the right way, which is supportive, then people don't need to feel the trauma again. And as I say, the repetition compulsion, a lot of therapists go for that and say, this is the important thing. I would say it's the expression of the problem rather than the solution in a reductive sense. Repetition compulsion is the problem repeating itself. So rather than go to it and reinforce it by attention to it, what we need to do is separate our attachment to it and move into another state where it's no longer associated to the ego, and it's no longer associated and understood by the so-called unconscious as being necessary to do. Jung describes such things as negative attempts at self-cure. And I think that was a reasonable, intuitive observation. But what we have to do in order to get the cure is to access that part of a person that is interested in being well. And we all have such a part of us. And it is the meta-regulator, as that is understood at a genomic level, to bring the body into its optimized state in anticipation of its normal lifespan development trajectory. And that's also key when it comes to different kinds of trauma than this young lady experienced on the Capner ground. For example, war trauma, trauma in law enforcement officers, and examples like that. In those cases, we may be seeing, usually are seeing something different. And the solution to that is also latent. But we have gone through it. We've passed through the preparation for those traumas, usually when we were a child. Now, this does not mean going back to being a child again. It means drawing on the resources which were more manifest then than they are now. When we become adults, our capacity to anticipate and prepare for those kinds of traumas through play, ritualized play, with our peers, acted out in a way that prepares us, we lose that because our life it's become too real in a manifest sense. So we've lost contact with the ability to self-repair. So when we go back to childhood, then it's not to become a child, but to go back to those resources which were ready to be deployed. And then we re-experience them and redeploy our lifespan development trajectory past the trauma, and therefore past the repetition compulsion. But we don't do that by saying, for example, if it's somebody's gone through a war trauma and they're a male, for example, and they were involved in something terrible that they survived, but perhaps their friends and colleagues did not, rather than say you have to go through that childhood process of playing war games again and the symbolic rituals around that. You have to go back to the time before that was necessary for you in order to pick up an anticipation of beyond that for a later part of adaptation, a wider spectrum of adaptation of life. We access that, and then we step over the trauma and we move on to the next phase of life with no inertia remaining from the trauma. But it's important to understand that things like war games are naturally played by boys, so they do go through ritual sacrifice, ritual death, ritual rebirth, working collectively with colleagues. They feel very emotional when they play these games and act them out. To understand that is a preparation for real war and for conflict at a tribal level, conflict for establishing mates, for establishing territory. It's very, very ancient and it's highly conserved, but it's very, very specific. There are other things within us that want and need to unfold across our lifespan development trajectory. So helping a combat veteran understand the role of play as a child and how they went through it at that time and went through all of those symbolic rituals of sacrifice, death, rebirth, and confirmation by their peer group. That's all important. But there are other things too, which are ready for you to experience now that will move you beyond that adaptive phase. And rather than approach that rationally, we need to utilize trance states. Once a person is in the right kind of trance state, this information comes from within. It's not cognitive, it's not being delivered to them by a third party. They feel it as transpersonal, as transcendent, and as integrating of their personality.
And of course, hyperventilation, overbreathing was first observed in a war environment during the American Civil War. DaCosta syndrome, yes, as it's well known. And when DaCosta wrote his paper on irritable heart, I think it was in 1889, it was observed that when those soldiers were removed from the front line, that their symptoms improved. So when they were taken outside of the context that was helping to produce them. But of course, back in the day, it was a functional observation. There wasn't the understanding that we have now about acid-base dysregulation, for example, and the effects on the heart, and, you know, the body as a whole, because of course we know that acid-base dysregulation is a whole body state encoded. It affects every cell of the body. So we're back to that kind of cascade effect that you were referring to of superpositioning that occurs as a result of that. But we've, you know, there is so much work that has already gone on, including all the work on capnography that we mentioned before, that has been lost. It's been lost to clinical practice, and it's such a shame because it's a massive part of understanding what happens in conversion reactions. And you know, obviously there are people out there, but they're few and far between, aren't they? People who study this kind of thing and who implement it clinically. They are relatively rare. But these things have been known. The point is, these things have been known about for a very, very long time.
Yeah, I think from the clinical perspective, the separation of hypnosis from medicine, and then the separation of hypnosis from psychotherapy. Specifically, originally, psychoanalytic psychotherapy was the beginning of the dissociation of the healing professions from understanding the wholeness of human nature as a field, the superposition field phenomenon. And one of the reasons for this is that it is possible to acquire enough skill in hypnosis to cause people harm through things like stage hypnosis so quickly, so easily, that people shy away from it and misunderstand what it can do. And then once psychologists got hold of it, then it became an academic abstraction. It was more direct and authoritarian. And they were, and still are, clinically inefficient about how they understand it. Because of the limitations of the discipline and of the philosophy behind it. So hypnosis on its own is not enough. it needs to be paired with a wider understanding of how the body works.
It does.
And what we call superpositioning as well, of information.
Yeah.
So people exist simultaneously in so many different states. But what regulates the movement of energy and information between these states and where we are in relationship to those states at any one time is a function of consciousness and what state that consciousness is in at any given time and how it splits, it partitions, as Janet described that, and then it becomes autonomous, as both Janet and Jung described it. And then you have a system which is a subfield in and of itself, which we can call a complex, which then regulates everything. It regulates our conscious perceptions, our physiology, our psychosocial behavior, our philosophies, our beliefs, everything. And that's the key, is how to deal with our capacity to dissociate and to form complexes.
Yeah. Well, as I said before, we're still talking about this work, aren't we?
Yeah.
All these years later, all these decades later. I mean, these guys clearly were pioneers, and it just reminded me when you were talking about academic psychology. There are different kind of academics. I think there are those kinds of academics who are interested in people, and that is their motivation for becoming an academic. And there are those academics who are interested in people secondarily, and they really just see the people as being a way of advancing their own careers. And a lot of the early pioneers, and I would obviously include people like Da Costa, some of the early physiologists, Janet, Charcot, and there were others as well, as Mesmer, of course, as being in that first category of people who were motivated by their interest in people and the human condition, and what they could see, what they could observe, that motivated their academic work as opposed to the other way around. And was those concepts are still useful to us now if we get to grips with them. So that early work that was laid down, I think we have to look back to it and bring it forward, because it's that fundamental to our understanding of things. So
there's another kind of academic then,
there is. Well, it absolutely is.
Which is?
Well, those that would prefer to assign their name, if you like, to the work of others and advance their own careers essentially on the back of that. So but they're not motivated by people. Or if they are, it's secondary.
It's secondary to the other.
It is,
so it's an Adlerian issue then. It is
well. Very much so,
And then in the pejorative is that they are literally academic.
Yes.
As a pejorative.
Yes.
Rather than being involved in a healing relationship with other people.
Yeah. Because I mean, certainly Mesmer and his work and the report that was produced, I think 1784, on his experimental observations were absolutely foundational. And Janet comments on them and basically says that they can't be bettered. Therefore, those people who were his contemporaries at the time, I mean, he's critical of them, really. He's saying, don't bother with their work, because it was, by the time Mesmer had done his work, it was already established what the phenomena were, what the observable phenomena were. And so, you know, we must... He doesn't quite say they were charlatans, but what he's saying is, you know, those people who are motivated to work on behalf of people, to understand people and the human condition better, are the people you should go to understand yourself. And not the others, because their motivation is different.
And the outcome is very much shaped, isn't it, by the character and calling, or lack of it, of anybody you may work with. Absolutely. In a therapeutic sense as a professional.
Thank you, Steve and Pauline. If it's okay, we could go back to some of the things you mentioned earlier about this coming psychosomatic storm, because there are a few things in there I feel are going to be very important to highlight. The first one is when you spoke on instinct and the importance of instinctive pressure in generating these dissociations, which can form complexes and they can transduce into the body, creating so-called psychosomatic conditions or conversion disorders, hysteria, that kind of thing. So going to the case study then, in that case study, Would it be possible to highlight the instinctive elements that were going on for that person so that someone watching this can understand what a priori to those complexes forming was taking place or attempting to come through?
Yeah, if we take a conventional Freudian neuropsychoanalytic approach, then the young lady had issues with her parents. That's a classic Freudian scenario. And that had been maintained right through her life up to that point. She was age 27 when that capogram was taken in 1991. Then there was rape, and then there was abortion. The rape was not within the family. It was an outsider. It was a relationship outside, which was one of rape, not of a consensual relationship or interaction, produced a pregnancy. And then there was an abortion. So we can see immediately then the Panksepian elements will be very, very strongly represented there, but also what we would regard as meta instincts and the context for the family. There's all sorts of ways a family can work well enough, but there are also very, very many ways that they can work badly and cause problems at an instinctive level. And that includes how a person's identity, and I mean that in an ego sense, not in any other sense at all, but how their identity forms, how their ego forms, basically. That can be very much influenced by early familial relationships. That's why over the past 120 plus years, the psychoanalysts have been focusing on that so much, which I think speaks for itself. Then when it comes to mating and relating, and how that might be interpreted at a Panksepian level, then to be raped and then for a pregnancy to follow from that, and then an abortion to follow on from that, and still the relationship to the parents is not what it should be, then that person was compromised at so many levels that meta instinctively. So the context was present for Panksepp to fire, but those elements of Panksepp that were firing from affective neuroscience and neuropsychoanalysis were negatives. There was panic, there was grief simultaneously. There was issues of care and the negative side of care because of the abortion and who cared for her. She was abused. The Panksepian play system, we would probably interpret through Anthony Stevens more about dominance in this regard. She was dominated and controlled, abused and raped, and then made the decision to not have the child. So you have instincts then at a fundamental Panksepian drive state level at work. You have meta instincts, which can't make sense of those Panksepian drives and therefore are present but not fully actualized, but are under instinctive pressure. And then you have the frustration of the meta instincts under Panksepian drive pressure, which becomes the psychosomatic storm, and then presented in her life as a drop-down menu of psychosomatic representations. And she was resistant to medications of all kinds, psychiatric support, psychiatric medication, counselling, clinical psycho, all of it, none of it had worked, and the girl was in a terrible state. Our approach was that this girl has been severely dissociated through trauma. No amount of tackling repetition compulsion for these repeat nightmare experiences, none of that has done anything or is likely to do anything. She needed to be put into a state of dissociation under which she was in perfect control and felt good about herself, but not away from the representation of the trauma. And the representation of the trauma came through the Charing Cross think test, as it was called, in this instance. And then because we had her on the capnograph, we could see just how dangerous her state was. And we were able to induce the altered state of consciousness, and then in that state build a therapeutic relationship, a state that could be re-accessed outside of hypnosis. This is key as well, that you continue on whilst you bring that person into a better state of orientation to themselves. So pretty much that's it. You've got meta instincts, which are important because they are scenarios that are anticipated at a genomic level. You have the failure of the meta instinct in the sense that it is only being represented negatively. And you have Panksepian drives powering through and also not fitting properly. because her own lust system didn't work, obviously. Her care system didn't work. Her play system, as they understand it in affective neuroscience and neuropsychoanalysis, was reversed because she was dominated and controlled, and she had no support from her family. They were judging her no matter what she did. And you can add on pretty much all of the 7 basic emotional systems there, and they were all in a negative overdrive state. So she had to be taken away from that out of the drive state, which is what we did. And you can see on the capnogram how rapid that was. Matter of seconds, pretty much. And she was not in that state any longer. Once that was there, we need to consolidate this new state, which is how you build ego strength. You build ego strength through experience, not through thinking differently, not through a virtual model. Somebody needs to feel better. And as we've always said, you ask most people who are suffering, would you rather think better or feel better? The answer is overwhelmingly, I want to feel better. And when people do feel better, then their thoughts look after themselves, because homeostasis rearranges the kinds of thoughts which constellate. When a person feels that they cannot control their own environment and their own life, the thoughts go into a cognitive loop. That cognitive loop is a repetition compulsion, and it can't solve the problem, but it just goes on because people feel, or they think, they are told that you have to think your way out of this, you have to think differently. No, they have to be allowed to enter a state within which they feel differently. Once they feel differently, homeostasis then is getting the hint that this is the desired state. This is where we should be. And the thoughts will look after themselves. Very, very different approach.
I think another important element in that case, specifically, Steve, too, was that the decision to have the abortion would not have been taken at a cognitive level alone.
No.
In fact, a lot of instinctive decisions literally happen at that level.
Yeah.
And then cognition is literally like an afterthought. We
Yes.
believe that we are personally making the decision to do something. And I think particularly in that situation, because it was a rape and, you know, an incredibly traumatic experience for her, that was an important part of allowing her to move on, because it's a kind of thing, I think, particularly clinically, you've got to be very careful about taking any kind of moral position towards with respect to the individual that you're working with. And it's like that with a lot of instinctive things. You know, there can be a lot of rumination after the fact cognitively about why something happened, but when it comes to instincts, sometimes the decision is made for us.
Yeah.
And simply just understanding that can be helpful.
That's hugely important. Thank you for saying that, because when people feel guilt and shame, although we can say that both of those are almost kinds of conserved affect, ancient responses, and so therefore instinctive at one level, our interpretation unconsciously generates something into guilt and shame.
Yeah.
And that interpretation is not cognitive, as you say, but it still emerges. And very often when people suffer from guilt and shame, they add a cognitive interpretation of something which has already been misinterpreted at an emotional level to that, squaring the error. And they feel there's no way out. There is a way out. We have to get to the source. And I don't mean by regressing back in time, but going into the genome and the meta-instinctive understanding of the situation, of why it will present something in that way. And here's one way that it happens, how it starts. When there are a number of conflicting interests with respect to the organism's understanding of itself as an instinctive and genomic level, when there is conflict at an instinctive level, there will be a default shift towards an optimal baseline state that will support survival. That is like a switch, and it is thrown, and then the behavior is released. The person does something, and then they feel guilt and shame. The guilt and shame is downstream, and that's a response when the cognition is not caught up with an understanding of why the decision was taken. In the case of an abortion for rape, as you rightly say, that's very often not cognitive. Cognition is an illusion. It's added on. And in between that, the guilt and the shame operate as affective responses because cognition's made one adjustment, but it has not made a full enough adjustment. Because when cognition works on its own in a vacuum that is occupied only by itself, it can't feel anything except as an abstraction, which is a separation. A separation is a dissociation. A dissociation is a neurosis. But when a person can communicate in the right way, directly with the representation of the genome's understanding of itself, then there is no dissociation, the gap closes, and we have a superpositioned understanding where nothing is repressed, but everything has its place, that is rational at a deep biological level, which should then make sense psychologically. So in terms of describing it, that's what you do. You make that kind of understanding available to someone, and the way that you do it is not through CBT. It's by utilizing natural trance states so they can access the force that comes from within that is interested in resolving everything. So every instinct has its place, every response has its place, and meaning at those individual levels becomes a whole field of meaning, which is a summation of that in a positive way. But when the ego goes all cognitive about these kinds of experiences, then it starts to invent self-judgments on the inside, and then it interprets the culture as judging it externally, extrinsically, and it may do, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes this is a fantasy, an ego fantasy or ego fiction. So we need to get in touch with the genome and the emissary of the genome, which are the instincts, both meta-instinct and panception, as they occur at each level.
And this lady went on, as I understand it, to have a very happy and fulfilled relationship with someone, and to have more children. And so in that sense, her meta instincts to become a mother were repaired, and to have a happy and meaningful relationship.
Yeah, so she's a very successful professional artist, living very comfortably in terms of what she's earned in her life. She's married and she has 3 children. And she's achieved that herself because she did the self-correction that was necessary. She was provided with the means to do it, but she put the work in. She achieved it. It came out from her. And that then literally seeded the rest of her life thus far over the past 34 years. So that's a success story because it shows how a person can, with the right help at the right time, make the necessary adjustments to themselves so that they access the whole bandwidth of their intended trajectory for their lifespan development potential, and not ruminate and go into a cognitive loop and generate and then ruminate over guilt and shame as an intermediary stage between an ego that doesn't understand anything other than itself and instincts which are trying to push forward an understanding of the complete situation. So these things are super important when it comes to helping other people. And if anyone's gone through anything like it themselves too, if they can adopt that as a general model of understanding, they can take the first steps towards correcting for how they've been hurt and how they've been abused by others.
I'm very interested further in the psychodynamics of what went on in that case, because as you say, it's so multi-layered. So my understanding at the moment is fundamentally there are these Panksepian drives, the so-called 7 basic emotional systems. Now, as you guys model that in psychosystems analysis is not synonymous with how the affective neuroscientists and neuropsychoanalysts use those terms, but we use those for a moment. Those are drives that are always going to be pushing within a person. You know, they say that seeking is always on, but the other 6 are going to be variably moving in a waveform pattern. So these will push forward in anybody, but the experiences that people can have, such as that atrocious scenario that you described there in that case study, that in order for the ego to be protected and not be shattered by that, a complex forms, a Janean complex forms. That's bio, psycho, and social. So presumably, there are aspects of it was biological and psychological that people may have been focusing on before when you say that she was medication resistant and stuff like that. But the effects are going to be superpositioned all the way up and down the biopsychosocial stack. And it's that complex then that essentially interferes with those Panksepian drives pushing forward and has its own understanding formed in a Janean sense in the moment and which basically just scatters them all over the place. And in a state like that, meta instincts cannot come online. Now, if that's a correct understanding on that, I'm very interested in what is within, so too is without, a saying that you guys use a lot. Some people will have support, let's say, from whoever it is, their parents, for example. Other people, like this case study, they don't. Some people will have, say, a relationship, other people will not. So the psychosocial factors are going to be different. How necessary or important is it that there is something there in the psychosocial environment to help homeostasis, and in particular meta instinct, come online? Because it sounded like from the case study, and obviously I don't know all of those details, but it really did sound like she was in such dire straits that healing, that came from within. And you guys helped with that, but the healing came from within, and it wasn't really supported by anybody else in the outside world. I find that fascinating, for a sense of internal healing to get somebody ready for then pangsep and meta instinct to release itself into a new adaptation that doesn't actually exist at all. If you follow what I mean with that, the importance of inner and outer.
Yes, that's very, very important. And it highlights the context specificity of this particular case. And that's important because we need to move beyond only that. But what we have there, as you rightly say, is a breakdown of psychosocial support, or at the very best, a failure of it. She was referred to me within the medical practice that I worked at by her GP as a last resort. So I was kind of anticipated by her as another failure, or as someone who would act as the figurehead of the healing that would come from within herself. She wouldn't know that probably consciously, but the anticipation would be, this is all or nothing. What can I do? I'm completely desperate. Everything's awful. Everything's dreadful. So what I can say is that I picked that up without knowing it. The moment she walked in the door, made eye contact with her, and I kind of received something which was a field impression of that person's whole situation in a fraction of a second. And I must have returned something, because she I detected the counter return as well. Now, what I did know and do know, and certainly knew at the time, is that this is the opportunity that I've been given, but the responsibility that I've been given as well, because that could go a number of ways. It could have just collapsed into your typical psychoanalytic transference, which would mean then that she would become dependent upon me for a long-term form of psychoanalytic, psychodynamic psychotherapy, which would be pointless. It would be utterly pointless. Although she did have classic Freudian symptoms, and by that I don't mean in the way that most people might be familiar with it, but she had the somatoform representation of her traumas. Remember, Freud and Breuer, in studies on hysteria, put together cases and their experiences at that time of this kind of thing, how things like sexual abuse and rape and childhood experiences became somaticized. So that was immediately apparent, but they didn't have a capnograph. They couldn't do that. That wasn't their fault. The technology didn't exist, and the science behind the technology did not exist. I had the machine there, and I thought, we've got to go on this pretty much immediately. I did have a case history because that had been given to me by the doctor, and I'd read the notes before she came in. But before the person comes in, the notes are abstract. When the person comes in, the notes and the person conjoin together. They either fit perfectly or there's a mismatch. Usually there's a mismatch because the totality of a person is more than any note that can be made about them in a medical sense. So I had that as preparation, but that immediate eye contact and how she responded to me as a human being with a field around me, which I was obviously giving off, part of the role that I was in, that was the, as I say, the responsibility that I felt in that immediate moment. We have to get that. I've got to do that. I have to do it. It is my duty to do this.
Do you think she intuitively felt you understood her?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I
Yes.
could absolutely tell, because the moment she came through the door, we exchanged that glance and unusual pleasantries. She
Yeah.
walked across the room and sat down, and
Yeah.
she looked at me again over her shoulder. And I thought, I've got to do what is necessary for this person. And everyone you meet is different, you know, and I've obviously had that experience with many people. But specifically about this, it was very, very marked, and we got on with it immediately. But the extent of the collapse of her CO2 and her acid-base regulation was so dramatic, and the alarm was going off on the machine, and now we are going to have to do it. We're going to have to get into the way her system is regulating itself. We have to separate her from her physiology. So her physiology can't feed off her ego, cannot feed off her complexes. We separate them, there's no connection. When there is no connection, there is no communication. The field of the complex has been disrupted when you do that. So that's what we did, or, you know, or I did, I guess, in that moment, and that resulted in the immediate effect that you can see on the graph. And that maintained itself. Once it had maintained itself enough, I thought there's no need to keep this going beyond the point where she herself can see it. She can see it, and her state is different. That now is paired to her relationship therapeutically to me. That's what I need. Once I've got that, I can reconstitute that outside of that state, and bring the healing processes on side. And she was recapnographed, and she was at the end of the process, and she was absolutely fine, and all the symptoms had gone. And she had an integrated ego at that point too. So in that sense, it was a really clear case study. And I'm very grateful for having had that experience, because it was so dramatic. Not all capnograms are that dramatic, you know, but they will show various things. They will show complexes active. They'll show the defense mechanisms kicking in. But with her, there were no defense mechanisms. Pretty much it was gone. Their capacity to regulate had gone. This was someone in a dire state of their life.
So there's a coherence between the transformation that she experienced and what she could see visibly in front of her eyes on the capnogram, and as a form of biofeedback, really, which is very reinforcing, isn't it, positively?
She could see the waveform on the capnograph, the actual capnogram itself, capnograph itself, plus the values, the respiration rate and the CO2 values, completely different. Nice level respiratory curve. Not this, you know, nice up and level. So she saw an immediate change and felt an immediate change. At that point then, any transference that would have gone off into a psychodynamic one and been pointless had been converted into something that would be effective. And that's one of the main differences with traditional psychoanalysis and what we do. And even conventional mainframe neuropsychoanalysis, like Jungian neuropsychoanalysis, incorporates Janet and Jung and many, many other things as well. And it's that intimacy of mind-body connection that can be measured and fed back and utilized and understood, as well as all of the psychodynamic forms of treatment that you would add on to that make it as effective as it is.
Absolutely. I mean, the capnogram speaks for itself. That bit at the end where it's the best CO2 value of that entire session by far, and it's stable. And it didn't take that long. It was a couple of minutes from memory to 1 or 2 minutes for it to get into that state. And that suggests to me that despite everything that she'd been through and was currently going through, homeostasis was right there and ready to go. And I'm reminded, I think we discussed this in our most recent video, Resolve Your Anxiety, that we put out, when we discussed transference in there. And because the point on transference I find really interesting with this, as part of that, the psychosocial variables that someone will have, or someone has the potential to have, that transference is not good. Transference will, it always looks to confirm itself. It's not an attempt to try and heal oneself. But the intuition behind it, pushing it forward, is looking for the actualization of the person. So if I'm modeling what you said correctly, Steve, it's as if there was an intuition within her field. There was a potential for that to come out as transference, but you handled it so well that the transference didn't have to come out at all, and the intuition could come straight out, work with you and bounce back, basically. And it's as if that was very, very important, that was needed, in a sense, that because of the psychosocial aspects that she was going through and had gone through, she needed somebody else on the outside for homeostasis to confirm itself off of.
Yes.
For modeling that right.
Yes, you are. Absolutely.
How important was it, if at all, perhaps not, that you were a man rather than a woman being in that role?
Well, what I can disclose is that the name of the rapist was the same as my first name, and she knew my first name, which was potentially a confounding factor. And a more traditional psychoanalytic perspective would have played all over that and drawn out the negative aspects of her relationship to her rapist, whereas I was not at all concerned with that. Not at all concerned with knowing anything about this person. The fact that she was raped and there was a consequence to that was the most important thing. How do we remove the consequence, not we go back? Because that would generate all sorts of things and a whole line of regressive attachments to past relationships, including her parents. So knowing her parents were also a problem to her. What would be the point of making me a problem to her as the recipients of what was transferred off from them? So my view is we have to help this person, we have to get them right. And part of that mindset I carried forward from my police work, because I was always interested in relating to people, and I always led with that when I was in the police. Rather than policing them, I was there to support them and do the right thing. It's almost as I was trying to be a homeostatic agent within a law enforcement context. And I did that many, many times and solved a lot of problems for a lot of people in a lot of ways by moving with and through the field of the area, the very rundown inner city area that I was working on my own in such a way that it brought changes about. And I learned a lot from that. And I felt it very much then with this particular case, that it shouldn't be about that. Because in the police, in those days, you got an awful lot of transference. You wore a uniform, then you were a pig. That was the initial response. You received immediate transference. So you could either try and defend yourself against that, and therefore defend other people you don't know, or you present as you are in the moment and be solution focused. And that was how I felt at that time. I've got to help this person. It's such a strong, I have to help. Rather than go through this boring, tedious years and years, which it is, and under normal conditions, psychoanalytically, transference, this person wants to be well. What the heck? You know, so a positive transference can be utilized. That was positive because she gave me the capacity to help her for as long as she needed the help, and then there was no need for it. Negative transferences are different though, because they are interested only in sustaining themselves. Positive transferences you can have the same problem with, but if you move a person towards a solution, then they move past the transference when it's positive. When it's negative though, it's worse, because they want to just simply sit in that and blame you for everything that's ever gone wrong with them and with their life, and even with their own understanding of themselves. You become the object of that, and it's all transferred onto you. That's a sickness. That is a neurotic sickness. But I didn't read that in her eyes. Didn't read that. I read someone who was desperate for help, and in that moment appeared to give me permission to act responsibly towards helping her to homeostatically re-regulate herself. And that's something psychoanalysts do not do. Whether they're Jungians, Freudians, or whatever they are, they don't do that. They're not there for people. They're there for the process of the theory.
Well, even back when you were a policeman, Steve, you were fundamentally a person first wearing a police uniform,
yeah.
weren't you?
Yeah.
And that's how it should be in this field. We should be people first.
Yeah.
And therapists, academics, whatever, secondarily to that.
Yeah.
That should be the motivating force
yeah.
for anything that's to do with wanting to help people
yeah.
or be in service of people.
Yeah.
And I think what that does to that kind of field resonance that you describe, which is so fundamental to rapport, has an impersonal quality to it that moves you away from transference as well.
That's a really good point, because it does feel like as if you step outside of yourself. You're there. You're not at a distant participant observer. You're fully present, but you're fully present with a purpose, which is defined by the context, and you have to live up to it. That's the thing. You're called upon to live up to it, and then you go through it. A different configuration, people with different problems, all sorts would come in medical centres particularly, and every one you have to adjust to in a particular way. But this was very marked. It's instant. It's picked up. There's nothing left for this person, but she's giving it. Giving that. It's you gotta not feel it at the time. You have to feel it, but not consciously. The feeling's present, and so you have to do this.
You have to dissociate.
You have to dissociate yourself in order to manage the complexity of what's presenting and the potential issues. You can't be cognitive about it.
No.
But you do have to have an element of you that is in a cognitive state, superposition with the others. All these different elements of you have to work harmoniously as a field. And then you emit a confidence, a calm, quiet, relaxed confidence that the other person picks up on. That's super important.
Regarding the complex that was at work in this case, was there a particular reason why it superpositioned itself in such a stark, very dynamic way within blood pH? Was that to do with the conditions under which it perhaps formed? Extreme stress, literal hyperventilation that perseverated, and that then forms the biological state encoder that also then the complex wishes to maintain. Is that the reason why, or is it something else?
Because it had a history to it, and because it joins things in the past with things in the present, and then things that occur in the future. And this is what I was saying about going to a first cause is not always helpful, because the first cause is not necessarily the first cause. It's just the earliest traceable association to the complex that is active in the present. Because complexes are dynamic, as you said, and they pick up things from the past to give themselves a timeline. If a complex can persuade the ego that it's always been there, then the ego is going to be less able to separate itself from it, because we identify with it under such conditions and say, it's always been me. I cannot separate myself from it. What I would say is, and this is just a position, because again, I don't always pursue things, I look for outcomes, is that it's likely that when she was raped, she was hyperventilating. And then the trauma of the abortion and the emotion, she either hyperventilated before, during, or after, or all three of those. And then that state became encoded either principally during the rape experience or afterwards, during the abortion or around it. It may not have occurred in relationship to the parents, but the thing that links it up is that once the acid-base state is constellated and it associates other things to it, then the recall of these other associations makes a person hyperventilate, even if they didn't at the time that they occurred. So the relationship to a parent became an issue of hyperventilation when it may not have been initially. On the capnogram, you can see she hyperventilates when thinking about her parents. So everything is a source of hyperventilation. It was probably the extreme trauma in this case that caused the association. And I think this is a good point or a good moment to help clarify for people what we mean by a field. When we talk about a field in this context, a field of superpositioned information, what we mean is not a field of one thing, the so-called homogeneous field, like in physics, where you have an electron field, and that's all it is. Here we have a heterogeneous field, a field of different things, and they are in association to one another. So they are connected continuously, and that defines a field of associated information. So it's information of different kinds associated together that forms a metafield, which is the representation of the activity of a complex, we can say. So that's what we mean by a field. And that's how I would answer what you said about the hyperventilation. It probably wasn't there in the early stages, but it became associated to it. And then the whole thing became a field connected by an acid-base disruption. So when we remove the acid-base disruption, suddenly the field has no ability to maintain itself. It can't configure and connect. And this is what you know that we talk about when we mention dissociation actively of the ego from different representational qualia that it has, like cognition, affect, interoception, exteroception. This is how both of those work together. The ability to separate, to detach from attachment to representations means that we can separate ourselves off from traumas and from complexes without repression. Because repression is when a complex is split off and it's separated itself, but it acts anyway. It's still there, it's still doing something. What we want to do is to separate the ego off from identification with the complex or by the complex to the ego. It can't bond. As it can't bond, nothing sustains it, because complexes are parasites. They live off our energy and our information, our configuration of life. If it's separated off from that, and there is nothing supporting it by way of identification, consciously or unconsciously, the complexes in effect are metabolized informationally, and they break down and they're gone. And that was the outcome for this young lady.
Thank you, Steve. That really helps clarify things on that, and that makes perfect sense, because if we think about someone who is actively, let's take an obvious case, someone who is really actively hyperventilating, say deliberately, as per these strange breathing practices that go around the internet at the moment, they will report, and obviously so, being in a dissociated state. They're in an altered state of consciousness. And so there is something innately dissociable to the field of the ego broadly for, you know, hypercapnic states within blood pH. So that makes perfect sense. You remove that biological factor through appealing to homeostasis. Fundamentally, that was by hypnosis initially as you did it. And homeostasis then can work to remove that complex broadly, but very naturally. It sounds like it wasn't targeting a complex in a sense, or nobody was targeting or challenging a complex directly. It was all through appealing to what should be naturally all along.
That's a really good point. And because the complex was so traumatic, the core configuration of it as a field, as it was presenting then that was its weakness. If it is so distributed between different states that the associational field that makes up the complex has to be approached in different ways in order to find that little piece of Jenga that you pull out and the whole thing comes down, then that is different. And it can take a little while longer, but not much longer if you do the right things. But this was so clear, so very, very clear. And as I say, the main takeaway for psychodynamic orientated therapists on this is that the transference, you should never, ever, ever go looking for it. You should never elicit it. And if it's offered, you should seek to understand its purpose. Because the purpose behind its immediate presentation will always be some kind of self-cure, as Jung said. And as Jung said, it's misfired. That says what it is, but it still doesn't solve it. We have to find the meaning behind it. And to do that, so long as you have a good enough therapeutic relationship with someone, you should not pathologize the transference. You should work around it. But too many psychoanalytic orientated or psychodynamic therapists want there to be a negative transference. They want that. And from that, they infer all sorts of past relationships and then locate the disturbance in childhood experiences, which causes the ego to regress into childhood ego states. They become vulnerable. And of course, the therapist is the parent. And they become dependently attached to the therapist. That should not be our intention. It should not be the outcome of therapy. And what we're looking for with this self-regulatory metafield, which is rooted in the genome and its immanent regulatory fields, is what the Jungians understand as the self-archetype. But they can't approach it in this healing way because they put so much nonsense in between the direct experience of this organizing principle within the personality And the patient, they put all these mythologies in the way, and they lack the capacity to relate naturally according to how the psyche presents itself. And it presents itself in different partition states. The partitioning is the key. You get very, very little progress if you talk only to the cognitive part of someone. And you get virtually little more progress if you just talk to them in an emotional, receptive way. You're still within the field of the ego or its conjoint field of complexes. And the complexes can play all sorts of games with you forever if you're not careful. But if you can access, and it is relatively simple to do if you do the right thing, the homeostatic self-regulating principle, then that which the Jungians seek is immediately present, as it was for that woman within seconds of walking in the room. But if they say it's impossible, you've got to go through the shadow, and she'd have to go through the animus, and that would have to be analysed, and you bring all sorts of mythological stories in and get her to tell you her dreams for years, the girl would be dead before any kind of effect had been brought to any kind of conclusion for her that way.
It's deception, isn't it, really?
It's self-deception.
It is a deception. Yes, it is a form of deception to generate the illusion that something has to take that amount of time when it simply doesn't.
No.
I mean, that in and of itself would evoke a trance state.
Yeah.
And suggestion, auto-suggestion will probably do the rest, unfortunately.
Yeah, that becomes a complex, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, I think just to come back to your analogy about the Jenga, about removing the piece and you know the rest of the stack falling down, presumably then maybe just to sort of elucidate a little bit more that in this particular case, because what the thing that was removed or the thing that was re-regulated, which was the acid-base balance of our body, was so fundamental to everything else, was holding everything else up in effect, was what allowed you to have such a complete solution to the problem for her. But had that been a different scenario, whereby, you know, something is teased out and dealt with, but it's not pivotal to homeostasis necessarily, then the neurosis, the complex, will continue to exist in other superposition forms that haven't actually been touched by the intervention. That can happen as well, can't it?
It can happen, and thank you. I'd like to move on then, James, to another case study where pretty much that's the case. It had been so long established that the woman wasn't particularly hyperventilating at all. And she had completely somaticized, and the partitioning was in that state then, and the approach to her was very different and had to be different, but there was still that understanding of this is the problem that we are being confronted with. We have the conversion of a severe trauma into a purely physical representation that was so stubbornly resisting everything that it had to be concealing something that was the original cause, but the original cause was long, long gone. And she was now suffering from the symbolic representation of that trauma.
In World War II, a young German woman witnessed the British RAF firebombing her city, destroying buildings and incinerating people in front of her eyes. Shortly after the war, she fell in love with a British soldier, married him, and fully integrated into British society. Soon afterwards, she developed intractable irritable bowel syndrome. Over 30 years, doctors found that they were incapable of helping her. But the psyche always represents itself. With just the movement of a finger under hypnosis, her symptoms were gone.
So this lady was born, I think it was 1920. She was the same age as my mother, actually, strangely enough. And when she came to me, she was 75 years old. and she'd had irritable bowel for over 30 years, and it was intractable. She'd had all sorts of treatments, and again, the doctors have given up. And she was a personal friend of a GP at the practice that Paul and I were at that time, and she was referred to us in the hope that we could do something with irritable bowel, because the GP4 hypnosis could be valuable in helping someone relax. So once we received the case study, which you do, or the case note in advance, then it was pretty much immediately clear that she was carrying something in a symbolic form that was being represented that way, because this is with irritable bowel, because she'd had all of the investigations, and as often happens with irritable bowel, there's no immediate solution medically to this. Why does it occur? It was a mystery. But it was also obvious that she was born in Germany, and she'd married a British soldier just after the Second World War and come to live in the UK. And I thought that was significant, but I didn't want to push it with this elderly lady, because she had other problems, other medical problems. And if there was something stressful behind it, pushing it to the point where she might emotionally abreact could have caused problems. As we've discussed in other videos, that has happened in some medical centres that we've worked at, where nurses have even indirectly brought about an abreaction, an emotional discharge in an elderly person whilst they're on an ECG machine, and the ECG tracing picks up an ischemic event. In other words, they're having a small heart attack in real time, even though it's not being felt by the person. Something is going on which is not very nice, brought about by a very slight emotional discharge. So having got the case study from this lady, she was at a loss to explain herself what had happened, but she told me that she'd gone through a firebombing, immensely traumatic one by the RAF at night, that caused a firestorm in the city that she was living in, which sucked all the air in and causing hurricane force winds to lift people out of buildings, to pull buildings apart and pull human beings en masse towards a central conflagration where they were incinerated in a big heap. And she'd witnessed this, and that had been massively traumatic, obviously beyond anything that I could have any kind of living connection with other than a virtual representation. And what my mother had told me about the bombing in Liverpool in the Blitz 1941. So I knew I had to reach this lady somehow and find out why she had irritable bowel, and I suspected it was that. I didn't want to suggest that it was, but we used hypnosis. We used Chevreul's pendulum first. We got the agreement that I would be allowed to help her and the rest of it. We went into hypnosis, and sure enough, in that state, while she was dissociated, she told her story, which was that she witnessed this, and then she married. She actually was genuinely, it's a love marriage. It wasn't forced in any way at all, or arranged or anything like that. She fell in love with a British soldier in the Army of Occupation after the end of the Second World War. Came to live as a British citizen, and nobody called her a Nazi or a fascist or anything like that. They all thought she was great, and she was fully integrated into society. And she was like that for a number of years, and then started to develop irritable bowel, and then it increased in intensity until it was crippling, and it had been sustained that way for 30 years at least, and nothing had helped her. So I suspected, without communicating to her, that was a representation of conflict between marrying into a British soldier's family, coming and living here, being accepted by the people, and then something else that had a completely different belief and impression about what British people were like as a result of the trauma. So I utilized hypnosis, and I asked for any emotion that was connected with the trauma of experiencing the firebombing and the subsequent conflict to be released safely without her having to feel any of it, and that it could be discharged through movement through her finger if the unconscious mind agreed. And meanwhile, she could just passively watch this happening with a lot of interest, but with non-attachment to the process, and certainly nothing occurring within her body other than that isolated movement. And that's what happened. And her finger moved and vibrated really rapidly for quite a long time. And then finally, it just stopped and relaxed. Then I terminated slowly and gently, paced it properly, the hypnosis session, and she was then able to come out, having told me the story and gone through the release, saying she felt much better. And her GP friend at the practice, the doctor there, I could name her, but is it worth naming? Does it matter?
Probably not. No,
Probably not.
She didn't help her, did she?
She didn't help her.
No.
The doctor reported back that the symptoms had gone completely for the first time ever. And she was, what did you do? And I said, well, she just divided herself for a short period of time, whilst one part that didn't feel anything felt everything that she shouldn't feel, and then allowed it to drift away with a floating finger. And of course, that's not something that a medical practitioner can have any kind of congruence with, because it's outside of their experience. But the importance of that is to separate off the effects of affect and trauma from the ego's perception of it and of it registering within the body. Very often stress is in the body and not registered by the ego as stress, but it still has an effect on the body. And that was what I wanted to do, and that was part of the hypnotic induction, is that she would be completely separated off from that, and it would not be registered anywhere except in the movement of the finger. Because an abreaction, that is to say an emotional discharge under hypnosis, can actually amplify the intensity of the emotion. The emotion as felt is also somatic. It is in the body. It's superposition between the mind and the body in the context of the moment itself. So it is biopsychosocial. It's part of the therapeutic encounter at the dyadic level. But if you can separate attachment off from that, then it's as if the field is reconfiguring, and the symbol, the expression of that, is the movement of the finger. And in those circumstances, in that moment, to do with that kind of presentation, I made the clinical judgment that it was necessary for her not to feel anything, because it's not necessary for her to feel anything. And that actually would mirror the process of what had happened. She no longer had an affective connection to the representation of the firestorm as being irritable bowel. So she was already separated from it, but it had left behind that partition symptom and representation that was still active. So by not asking her to make the connection and then reconnect the emotion and then apparently discharge it, but likely just to kick off a psychosomatic storm in her body that could have brought about something awful, you know, like an ischemia, either then or later. The work of Norman Kaplan, an American cardiologist, has pointed out the dangers of death by abreaction. This was very firmly in my mind. I had to build up that trust and communication with her psyche, which obviously by then I was very well experienced at doing, and I was comfortable about doing that and about the necessary stages. But she had to feel comfortable with that too. And the preparation for that was the confidence her GP had in me, which helped. And then the experience of Chevreul's pendulum, which is a light form of dissociation that a person can experience while still fully aware. And then the induction of a formal trance and a deepening with a wider separation that matched the original separation, but did not allow the irritable bowel syndrome to reconvert itself into an affect which would endanger the stability of her ego and of her body, but release itself differently in a way that did not require feeling. So I've explained that a couple of different ways, but it's the same thing. And very often with trauma, that's the most effective way of dealing it, particularly a very long-term one that has become so symbolically registered that talking to it at a cognitive level will make no difference, and accessing it at a pure affect level would endanger her health. I had to deepen the dissociation and needed the trust from the lady to do that and to work with that. And to do that, I had to use the environment that she was in, which was the medical centre, which was her doctor and her personal friend, her confidence in me, and the specific way that the room was arranged, which we've discussed before, James, I think in videos, on how that you generate the most receptive and healing experience you can for someone. And all of that then feeds into the field of the therapeutic interaction you have with someone. And that's how that worked. And it's different in kind to how my mother and my auntie Lily dealt with the bombing in Liverpool, which we also covered in the last video, where my mother dissociated in real time to the extent that she wasn't traumatized. She naturally dissociated with bombs going off all around her by turning the sensory experience into a different meaning. It was like bonfire night, you know, or 4th of July if you're American, you know, fireworks and explosions and things going off everywhere. And I know buildings were catching fire and falling down, and people were being killed nearby. My mother was not in a state of receptivity to the suggestion of those real facts. She was in a different state. Lily, however, was in panic state. She was in full-blown Panksapian panic and trying to climb up the wall of the doorway that she was in. And my mother talked her down gently by just simply referring it to something else that had a different meaning. I don't know if my mother's always been like that, but she was always like that after that event. And as Pauline met her more than 30 years afterwards, she was still like that, wasn't she? She still had this capacity to dissociate.
She did. I mean, I would argue actually that was very adaptive.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, dissociation is adaptive to an extent, otherwise it wouldn't occur in the way that it does for people in an ordinary everyday sense. So you know, there are benefits to having the capacity to do that. She did it par excellence. There's no doubt about that, with apparently no ill effects. So we can only assume that in a homeostatic sense it went just as far as it needed to go to correct for any kind of negative effects. Of course, that's not always the case, and everybody is different, but it certainly served her well. That's for sure. You know, we might as well, as I think you've been at pains to say throughout the whole of this, Steve, we might as well use that to positive effect to help people to heal through reassociation. It's such a simple process, such a simple mechanism, really, but it's very, very effective. And because it's based on something which is natural, then the person's system as a whole is unlikely to resist the process. It tends to want to go with it. So there's a lot of advantages, really, to dissociation.
There are. So as a ground state appreciation of dissociation, it is adaptive.
It is.
I would think that it's quite rare, though, what she did. I don't think there was anything special about her as a person other than the fact she could do that. Because most people, when they dissociate, do so in a more negative way.
Yes, that's true.
At least in a clinical sense, when we see the people who have failed to adapt through dissociation. But the capacity to dissociate, that is to partition parts of our self, our ego self, and say, you deal with that, I am busy. And then while you're dealing with it, consolidate, if you like, into a functional unit which will deal with future similar events. That's how we deal with a lot of things. But sometimes they take on a life of their own, in effect, and their autonomy is such that they then start to attack the ego if the ego does not agree with the setup instructions of the complex. And that's your typical complex. At a psychological level. And then when it starts to somaticize, if it completely vanishes, as happened with the lady from Germany, then it invariably becomes a symbolic representation of something. And with her, it was the knotted, twisted bowel of conflict between two completely diametrically opposed opinions about British people. One is that they are mass murderers, and the other, they're wonderful. And she could not reconcile them. So her dissociation just sank down below the level of consciousness over a period of years, and then finally represented as a irritable bowel, which then became the symbol for everything and anything that could be connected to it. So the first cause there was important, whereas in the earlier case, the girl with the capnograph, the rape and the abortion and so forth, the first cause was not important. So again, we have to be specific about what presents and what you look for.
And the pathways that things take, because in that particular case study, if we think in a Rossi sense, it was likely psychoneuropeptide, probably. But in other cases, the psychological material will take a different path, a different route. And when you're talking about the firestorm, it actually made me think of cytokine storms in the body, so that immunological response or overreaction by the immune system sometimes, and all the symptomology that follows on from that is another way for things to be registered. And the thing is, these pathways are real, even if the representation, the physiological representation in terms of the symptomology it's real in the sense it's experienced, but not real in the sense that it is reflective of disease process. But I think your point earlier, Steve, too, though, that where these things persist in that way, where, that becomes a regular way for that individual of dealing with a particular stressor or traumatic situation, then there's a kind of a crossover point in which it becomes the beginning of something else if we're not careful. So I think if we catch things at the point at which they're symbolically represented, then we can reverse things relatively easily. Sometimes people go over that threshold and it becomes more difficult because it becomes disease process in the body. And, if we go back to, again, to some of the early pioneers that we're talking about before Charcot, Janet, and others, things like catalepsy, for example, when that obviously has to follow the physiological pathways that exist to allow it to be expressed in that way. And if we take maybe a more modern perspective on that, it might appear like that as purely a paralysis as such, but it might also take a more specific form, so that it mimics something like a hemiplegia in a stroke, or a hemiparesis, a paralysis, say, down one side of the body.
Can I just say that there was a case of that, so to speak, with that nurse, wasn't there?
There was indeed. Yes, there was.
Shall I mention?
Yes, you can do. Yes,
briefly,
of course. It does illustrate it.
And this was a trainee who was a nurse who was working with us. We were running courses in medical sciences, but she was a student that was with us throughout. But she worked with stroke patients, and the suggestion was given so she could experience hypnosis, that the temperature of the skin on her arms, her two exposed forearms, would be different. One side would be cold and one side would be hot. And she received that suggestion and then amplified it out, so the whole of one half of her body became cold, as if she'd had a stroke and she couldn't move it, and it was so had paralysis and lack of sensation. She basically replicated.
She did
through auto-suggestion by expanding on an initial suggestion, something that would make sense of that given her context as a nurse. So that's an example.
Yes, a very good one. Yes.
And very often people will make sense of things, or nonsense, through representation of suggestions or influence within the culture, or within a family or a relationship, or just spontaneously generated within themselves, to do as a representation of something they don't otherwise understand. So there might well be a novel situation. I can't understand this. So suddenly it becomes something else, as if that's trying to loop back and say, it is like this. And that's one way that you can deal with people who have so-called hysterical symptoms, is to bring them into understanding that the representation is like something, but it isn't really. This is meant to draw your attention to that which is other than it, that is in the background. But there's no need for you to, of course, feel or think about this, because what the psyche puts there, the psyche can take away. And that's part of the preparation for someone, so they can feel it is not necessary to be upset by anything or to become distressed or anything. The re-regulation can occur spontaneously, but you will be left with a very gentle understanding of the meaning of the symptom, so you don't have to use it again any further in order to attempt to bring understanding to yourself. Very important ways of clinically managing things, so people don't feel that they are being told there's something literally wrong with them at the level of character, that they are insufficient in character, that they are weak. You know, some of the old doctors in the 19th century used to talk about an innate weakness in people who produce hysterical symptoms. I think that's completely wrong. It's just a normal extension of our capacity to dissociate, and to take that dissociation and utilize it so it solves itself is the way of dealing with that when that happens.
Well, what we probably haven't addressed, Steve, sufficiently in all of this are those people who tend to represent things. They may be representing things physiologically, maybe just purely in the form of a drive state, that they're aware of a drive state in the body, but the representation is overwhelmingly psychological or cognitive. So say somebody with OCD, for example, might experience themselves in that state. So there's the preoccupation with the ideas as the rudimentary side of things, so that the trauma is represented principally in that way. But there is a physiological concomitant, because that person's aware that they're anxious and that is an unpleasant state to be in. So that they will also potentially form part of this coming psychosomatic storm in a way as well, which we see to some extent as arising principally out of the culture and the kind of repressive sort of political regimes that we are forced to live within at the moment. And as they accelerate and become more repressive, then there will be some people who, if they're not prepared for it, will be caught in that way. As opposed to the ways that we've mainly been describing. So the idea that they can't, that certain thoughts are inadmissible because it's wrong to think in a certain way about things, that may then act retroflectively against them as a psychodynamic, and also be experienced in the body, as I say, principally as a drive state. As almost free-floating anxiety.
It'll be described as that, won't it?
It will, yes.
Almost universally misunderstood by medics, unfortunately. Whereas the drive state is the instinctive compensation coming from pure form for something that's unacceptable to instinct.
That's right.
Or instinct is unacceptable to the state of the ego because of the suggestion it's received.
That's right.
Say from the culture. If it's top down, if it originates within the person, they can also suggest themselves into a state of repressing instincts. That goes all the way back to Freud and Breuer, and even earlier than that. So it's been well known about, but largely forgotten, unfortunately. So the psychosomatic storm then would represent itself in such people as a massive drive state. And anxiety is not an emotion. The emotion is secondary to the anxiety, which is the drive state, which is coming in a compensatory, pressurized form directly from the genome itself, that it's finding a situation intolerable, including the ego's attitude as being intolerable, which is where unconscious anxiety comes from, so-called. It's coming literally through gene expression. And the ego can't make cognitive sense of it, so it should give up on cognition. Instinct is the solution to complexes. Instinct is the cure for complexes, so long as you receive instinct properly. That's absolutely the case.
That Steve Pauline, that case study's phenomenal, to be completely honest. I can't imagine at all what it would have been like to have gone through what that woman went through with the firebombing, let alone then that conflict that arose afterwards through marrying a British soldier. I'm very interested on that particular aspect of it. And when you said that fundamentally you could represent or understand what was going on for her through a very deep conflict around viewing the British or British soldiers, mass murderers, or lovely people. Obviously, though, it's not a cognitive split. It's not a philosophical thing. Are they good? Are they bad? That cognitive representation goes deeper than that and pertains then to fundamental instinct. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit further on that and what might have been going on, because it sounds like initially, and perhaps for very good reason, the uncompromisable instinct for self-preservation, and everything else that would cluster around that kicked off within her. So that's when the firebombing was taking place. Probably Panksepian rage, probably Panksepian fear, Panksepian panic/grief, all of those fundamental drives to go no. And there must have been some aspect of complex downstream to do with the associations with that, it sounds to me. And it's that then, that associative field, both of idea, but instinct fundamentally driving it, that made that conflict almost inevitable, it sounds like, when she then goes and marries a British soldier, and then everything meta-instinctive that would be anticipated. So presumably there would be obviously Panksepian lust in there, but everything it would mean to have a relationship, perhaps to become a mother, all of that kind of stuff. So is that fundamentally there, right down at that genomic level, really just above it? You've got these two competing instincts, and they're being held in opposition by that complex. Yeah. And that complex takes that pressure from both and ducks it down symbolically into the irritable bowel syndrome, so-called.
Yeah, that's perfectly represented. So the two instincts then are actually meta instincts, or we can consider them to be that. And beneath that, or between them, there is something which unifies both, and that will be a meta scenario for the meta instincts, which will be where on the one hand you've got very ancient Paleolithic, probably, or even earlier, representations of things like territoriality, and identification with tribe and with group, with them and us, and the fact that you could take that and what happened to her out from the specifics and into something which is very similar but very different at the same time. And that would be a raid by one tribe on another, and the taking away of the women. This has been demonstrated in the Paleolithic by genomic analysis of skeletons, the DNA from the skeletons of women who had been moved at some remove and had married into another group who were genetically dissimilar, that kind of thing. So in other words, the movement of women between populations has either happened to build up relationships or to break them and to seize territory. And to some extent, that's been conserved. And it's almost as if there's a genetic memory of that, an understanding at a meta-instinctive level that it could be either of those. And where it happens voluntarily, that's a good thing, and where it happens involuntarily, it's a bad thing. And where there's conflict, where they both appear to have happened or have complementary but opponent process meanings to them, you're going to get neurosis at an instinctive level, because it's both good and bad at the same time. I can't bring them together. I can't do this. I may have married this person, but if the war hadn't happened, I would have married somebody else. These are the Freudian questions that in a general psychoanalytic sort of opus work with someone you would venture into if you were taking that particular path. What would your life have been like had there not been a war, or if you hadn't been firebombed, or you'd met a local German soldier, perhaps veteran, because they were all more or less inducted into the army at that time. You'd have had a different life. And she may well have been thinking this and then found that unacceptable and repressed that. So one pole of the competing meta instincts would take hold of that via a complex, and then it would express itself, and that would have to be repressed. And that side of the instinct would be saying the British are horrible, but the other side would say, no, they're great, they're wonderful, and you're one now, you are naturalised British. And the other side would say, no, you're German. And the other side would say, but the Germans and the English are genetically identical, more or less. You are the same. And back and forth, I can't take this, woof, down, bang, into the body, and then it's represented at that level. So with her, it seemed that the confession of it, which she apparently had never done before, and then the release of that which was keeping the two apart and not able to bond back together, had maintained the symptom. So she'd never been able to confess it. She'd never been able to say, I hate them, but I also like them, and I love this one Englishman. Just couldn't do it. She couldn't confess it because she would have to betray the other pole of the meta-instinctive dyad that was in conflict. So her conflict was at an instinctive level, absolutely, a meta-instinctive representational level that was so ancient it was probably Paleolithic. and then it just turned up in the stomach. There's contorted bowels, a terrible suffering for a long, long time.
Steve, I can see some strong elements in there of, well, not reminiscent of Freud and Breuer, certainly in there. And thinking back, obviously, to their 1895 publication studies on hysteria, and even earlier, 1893, with their preliminary communication, they would essentially put people into a state of hypnosis and try and get that confession from them.
Yeah.
So-called confession from them. But the most important thing that they spoke on was the person had to relive it. They had to re-experience that.
Yeah.
But you've obviously demonstrated, no, they don't. They do not have to do that. Okay. Or if they do, it's not them. It's a different part of them that's partitioned off. And that's dealing with it, or that's feeling it metaphorically. But on the feeling point, because this highlights your guys' model of superpositioning of information, that instinct, normally when that fires forward, we feel that affectively. So as you guys say, affect is the carrier wave of instinct. But obviously with superpositioning, it doesn't have to be in that affective form at all. So with the case of this lady, it wasn't in an affective form within ego consciousness at all. It was in a different form. So that'd be fundamentally somatic representation, as per your model of the four qualia of ego consciousness.
Yes.
But deep structure, regardless of if it was in affect or in somatic, deep structure is still those meta-instinctive elements with that.
So the somaticization is going back even further than the affective brain. So that is an extremely deep dissociation when it goes that far and there's no affective connection at all. Whereas some people are aware of a somaticization and an unpleasant effect as being present at the same time. But it had been in that state of somaticization for so long, and there'd been no confession, that it was now only represented at that level. There was no conscious affect at all. There was likely affect there, certainly there, but it was not associated. It was dissociated in a negative way. When we do the healing process, we do dissociate. But what we had to do in this case was dissociate from its chosen form of representation, which was somatic, and prevent it from becoming associated then by being shifted into affect, which would overwhelm the ego. And the cathartic method that you mentioned that Breuer and Freud brought about is perfectly rational from their perspective, that it seemed to be that would be the way of doing it. But they found, though they don't think they adequately addressed it, is that you can cathart or abreact. Jung called it the therapeutic value or not of abreaction. Same thing, emotional release. That it just boils up again. It's like you have a kettle boiling away, and as it's nearly gone into steam, someone pours some more water in. That's what happens, unfortunately, a lot of the time with a cathartic or abreactive approach to treating neurosis. We're treating the emission and not the source. And when that's affect, that's the problem. But we have to interpret and understand or redirect the affect, so it doesn't express itself as affect. So the aim of the treatment was to turn it into an idiomotor movement, which would be the new symbol for the condition, but it would be time limited. The suggestion is this will move, and when it stops moving, it's all over, it's gone. You will be, in effect, dissociated again from that expression, but with a safe understanding of the meaning of why you had the symptom without ever having to feel it. And a traditional psychoanalytic view would be worried. They would think that will just reassociate itself. Well, it didn't, and it doesn't when you don't suggest that it will. If your method of approach suggests that will happen, you then set off a further partitioning within the ego, and the ego then sets up a complex ready to receive this now redirected affect and then recharges up because the therapist has said that will happen. And therefore, through the transference, you generate another complex and make the situation worse than it was in the beginning. So she demonstrated a capacity to move the representation of the distress into her body. We then utilize the body in a different way, not somatosensory, but idiomotor. And then we let it move out that way, but leave behind it meaning. And meaning ultimately is not cognitive. The cognitive understanding of meaning is that the cognition receives a representation of completeness, and that completeness has occurred before cognition has ever grasped it. So when they receive it, they don't analyze it. They just know, I have received a sense of meaning and a resolution. Whereas if you say to them, you must cognitively understand this, they will generate a virtual model of what they now believe is behind what they received, and they alter what they receive by doing that, and it becomes another complex. So if they're encouraged to receive natural homeostasis and the understanding that it's all been done and you don't need to feel it, it's actually been solved. Your job is to live your life on the outside, not to overly interpret what you know, James, that we understand as being internal projection, where you fire inwardly over the unconscious mind and force it to react again to you because you're not receiving. And you know, the other thing we say is you must learn to receive and then follow. What you follow is the meaning of what you receive, which redirects your action in the world into adaptation. So receiving and then following. By accepting, understanding is transpersonal, it's non-ego, it's bigger than that. And that's very polite to do when something as powerful as the unconscious mind has said, we've sorted this. I give that to you. That's the conclusion of this experience of your whole being. And the mistake then would be, well, no, that's not right. I want to understand this cognitively. I want to analyze it and break it down. And it's like, what the heck have you done? You've just screwed it up again. You can't receive. Yeah? That's what an ego that exceeds its boundaries of proper operation will do, particularly if it's encouraged to do so through an emphasis on cognition, or it's told, as I mentioned just before, by some well-meaning but misinformed psychoanalysts that you can't do that, you have to feel it. Feeling makes you conscious. Feeling is independent of consciousness within the ego, because feeling can feel all by itself. It is a representation of information that is systematized, that does not have to be connected to the ego and does not have to be somaticized. It can self-regulate within the wider field of homeostasis. That is something that many of the contemporary neuropsychoanalysts need to understand, in my view.
It redefines consciousness, doesn't it?
It does. It does. It shifts it away from being only an ego phenomenon. Yeah. You were going to say, Paul?
No, it's okay. It's a separate point, but maybe an important one too, to do with the significance of creativity in healing trauma. It's an example, really, and given that we're only, I think, what's the date today, the 12th, a day away from the events of 9/11, and it's just an example, really, of a lady who survived the collapse of the Twin Towers. I can't remember which one she was in, but I know she was on the 91st floor of the Twin Towers when they were struck. And the interesting thing for me in her story was that on the morning of the event, she was in her apartment, which apparently was quite close to the towers, painting a picture of the skyline, of the Manhattan skyline at sunrise. And after she survived, post the Twin Towers coming down and her guessing beyond the immediate trauma of what had happened to her, she subsequently found out that her apartment had been damaged, in sort of the blast wave as the buildings came down, and also the painting that she'd started on the morning prior to it happening had been destroyed as well. And the interesting thing for me was that literally when the dust had settled and she actually she moved back home to her family, which I think was in Scotland, one of the first things she did on returning home was to return to the painting that she was doing on the morning prior to the event. So she recreated, she recreated the painting, the sunrise on the Manhattan skyline, as if the events of 9/11 had never happened. And there was a kind of a seamless shift, or moving on, or leapfrogging over the trauma itself, beyond it and into the future. And our life clearly, just like with the lady that you were discussing earlier, developed on from there, and she got married and she had children of her own and so on. And so they were, generally speaking, there was a good outcome. But that idea of using art or any creative medium for that matter, which allows you to dissociate and enter an altered state of consciousness, a trance-like state, in order to bring something forward which is healing, that allows you to move beyond trauma, I think is also a very important part of all of this, and something really that we can all do to some extent. We can all be creative. We can all use creativity to our advantage. I mean, we've certainly used it clinically a lot. But it doesn't have to be in that setting. And she was obviously a professional artist, so she naturally returned to that anyway. But that was, I just thought that was so interesting. She almost didn't really want to dwell. I mean, this was a television program about the event. She didn't really want to dwell on the escape even necessarily, although she gave an account of it. What was important to her was that, you know, moment when she realized she had to recreate that piece of art.
So going forward was more important, and going back, as you said earlier, to the immediate a priori.
That's right. Well, that's it.
Before the event, and then leapfrogging over it. And that is, as you say, how the psyche seems under natural conditions of optimization wants to do things. It doesn't want to go back and be stuck there, and to go through that, and her not wanting to relive the actual escape element and the trauma of that, but to go back to something in order to move forward. That's exactly congruent, isn't it, with what I was saying earlier about the way the psyche generates, for example, play around military broadly speaking, activities and preparations. And I've worked with a lot of military and law enforcement veterans, and understanding that has been hugely important for them. And you get things like dissociative identity disorder coming out from veterans who have divided by seeing the other as being them, and there's suddenly two people, and that relativizes everything, that they could be on the other side. They could be them killing them, or vice versa, and they have the same patriotic beliefs or sense of purpose, and suddenly it's like, why are we in conflict? And they find that, some of them, dissociative, and it is, but beneath the dissociation is the point of contact, which is something is trying to say there is a common humanity,
there is,
and a common experience, which is trying to heal the split. But the split should be a temporary representation of the healing, which continues post-trauma, after the fighting is over, after the war and the hatred are no longer needed for any biological purpose, and the need to further adapt. But if those people are treated wrongly, then that gap will widen. And a lack of understanding about how the psyche wants to optimize itself through homeostasis is the major cause of widening the split. Even calling it dissociative identity or something similar to that in those circumstances is dangerous, in my view. We should always look at the healing function that's coming through. And from what you said, that lady did that probably without any external help. It just arose out of it.
Yes, it did. It absolutely. And I mean, even the content, you know, the idea of a sunrise, the anticipation of a new day, and she literally lived to see another day. You know, that's so powerful, isn't it? A representation of life going on, of the continuation of life forward into the future, despite everything that had happened.
Across this video, we've explored the nature of trauma, in particular psychosomatic transductions as a downstream effect or a representation of trauma. And we've walked through two case studies that are very, very different on that front and have very different representations of what trauma could be. And obviously a theme throughout this video has been your guys' prediction, Steve and Pauline, of this coming psychosomatic storm. And many people watching this are probably going to be, and very rightly, wondering, how can they avoid being pulled into a psychosomatic storm?
There are three phases to this, really, and each describes what we know either in advance, what we notice whilst it's happening, or how we respond after it's happened. And fundamentally, it's about what we call ego strength. And that fundamentally is about homeostasis or self-regulation. So in other words, we can maintain our integrity functionally as a psychological, psychobiological, and biopsychosocial organism without undue influence from others. And of course, that's a technical way of saying that we basically keep ourselves together under pressure from the environment and under pressure of our own ideas and our own conditioning, and also how up until that point, those variables may have affected the way that our body responds to our mind and to our environment. And we talk a lot about suggestion. Suggestion is influence. Influence is the exchange of energy and information. That's all it is. Between systems, human systems, systems within humans, systems between humans, so that it extends right out from the level of the individual up to the highest level of register biopsychosocially. So that's the culture, and even into the natural environment, because when that's affected, that has an influence on us psychologically, because we make psychological models about our understanding of the environment. So taking all of that into account, then, if we are unprepared, we don't know that something's going to happen and we can't make a prediction, that makes us vulnerable, because we then enter into a new phase of demand for adaptation with a very porous sense of identity, sense of self, and sense of boundary. And if our previous conditioning makes us vulnerable to suggestion, then we can take on board things at a relatively low level of influence. But once they're internalized, they can start to accrue later suggestions to them. And then as a split off complex, that can start to occupy various systems levels within our own being, and then interpersonally in the sense of our behavior, and then beyond into the culture. We become participants in something which is oxidizing for our culture as a whole, or even our species. That can happen. So being able to predict things in advance and prepare ourselves will be very important. So how do we do that? Well, we have to recognize what influence and suggestion is. We have to recognize the limits of our own extension, the proper limits across which we can maintain our homeostasis, our internal milieu, and also our psychosocial boundary. And once we've got that, then we can afford to make virtual models and anticipations of the future, what the neuropsychoanalysts call predictions. And they model a lot of psychopathology on making prediction errors about things. And those prediction errors were based on earlier conditioning or even innate systems that we've inherited to anticipate life. And then we get stuck and we go into a repetition compulsion of trying to make the old way of understanding work in the face of a new demand for adaptation. But the problem with that, amongst many other things, is that we end up reinforcing the suggestions that we've internalized by not being able to deal with them. And as we said earlier in the video, that can generate neurosis, and it can go on and cause all sorts of other problems. So learning what suggestion and influence are, that's automatically ego strengthening. When we don't know how we can be influenced, we can't prevent ourselves from being unduly influenced. So that's the first thing. And this really is a truism across the whole bandwidth of human relating, interpersonal relating, and internally relating as well. Who or what is influencing us? Where did my beliefs and my understanding come from? Is my modeling of the world vicarious? Does it come through third parties, or is this based on actual substantive, individual, pressure-tested learning? And it's that latter which gives us our best ego strength. We have to be pressure-tested in the world in order to have boundaries which are stable enough and flexible enough as well to meet demands. So that's the first thing. We've got to build ego strength. We were both asked, Paul and I, by a professor of psychiatry, what is ego strength, and he didn't know, so we had to tell him that it was homeostasis, and he didn't seem to understand what that was. Whereas homeostasis is self-regulation. It's making sure that we stay in a state where we can utilize our biology and our metabolism efficiently, but also our psychology and our psychosocial relationships. In other words, we are a balanced, functional, adaptive human organism. That's homeostasis, operating at many different levels. And really, if medics don't understand that, then they haven't got much to fall back on other than perhaps cognition as a form of rehabilitative therapy, or pharmacology as a form of blunting a person's experience of life, including of themselves. So that's obviously something we need to avoid, because through both pharmacological methods and cognitive methods, we can receive suggestion and we can receive a morative influence from the culture. So whichever direction the culture is going in other words, the zeitgeist, as Jung would have called it, the dominant elements within that are going to be the dominant forces of influence and suggestion that will be aimed at us. And if we want to prevent a psychosomatic storm of inability to respond appropriately to coming pressures, we have to have ego strength. That's the first and most important step. And the first and most important part of that is being able to make proper predictions in advance. It doesn't matter if you make 100 plans, for example, about how to deal with the possibilities of the future. 99 of them are never used. So long as one is, and that's good enough, you will get through. Of course, you also need not to become paranoid in the sense of seeing problems where they're unlikely to occur, or overreact to people in a paranoid way. It has to be reality tested. And where there is little ego strength, you're more likely to feel paranoia. Where you have adequate ego strength, you're not going to develop paranoia. You're going to be interested in reality-orientated pressure testing and understanding of the environment within which you are required to adapt. So that is the first step, ego strength, but even more so, only than that, being able to make proper predictions for changes and challenges in adaptation that are forthcoming relatively imminently.
So that's a kind of a broad ground state, isn't it? An approach to resisting influence and suggestion, both from internal pressure that arises from within, and also, as you say, from without, from the environment. I was just wondering about the fundamentals of character and personality as well in individual people, because it does seem that some people are better at resisting influence and suggestion than others. And back in the day, I know Pierre Janet spoke about docility, and people who are more docile than others might become or be more suggestible than people who are not set that way. So there are other elements, obviously, of course, to this that we need to be aware of as well. And, you know, so people who are maybe docile or gentle by nature and want to get on with people. I mean, some people might just describe them as being, I'm thinking of a Canadian psychologist at the moment, and it's an unfortunate association, but the idea of agreeableness, of some people wanting to get on more with other people, wanting to people please, if you like, might be more vulnerable to influence and suggestion than somebody who is not configured in that way.
So from a Jungian perspective, that would be extroverted feeling.
It would, absolutely, it would be.
Jungians tend to model that.
Yes.
But sociability.
Sociability, better way of putting it, yes.
In broad terms.
Yes, yes.
And wanting to facilitate others, be an empath, that kind of thing.
Yes.
So these are the kind of terms that get used a lot.
They are,
at the moment. But people who care for others in a Pancepian sense, perhaps, and that's very, very proud, that's forward in their nature, because you're mentioning fundamentals of nature.
That's right,
you combine those elements to any degree of significance between them, you're likely to get somebody who is going to be more easily influenced negatively. And you know, you could bring Freud's concept of the superego or superego in there as well, because people who identify with that at a collective level will be busy trying to do the right thing by what they understand as morality, But if the morality itself is an illusion, and I mean at a cultural, political level, because it's being manipulated, then there is the suggestion. So the ego strength then, I think, for someone like that has to be evaluative. This is what Jung meant by feeling, of course. It's an evaluation. To say and to discriminate and say that the influence in the culture, whatever its appearance seems to be, and the real benefit for people, other people than ourselves, are at variance from one another. So something is disguised as being one thing when actually it's not that. And if you can make that discrimination, you can begin to protect yourself if you're that kind of person. I mean, I know extroverted feeling types who are so accepting of human nature up to a point. And once the discrimination has come on and they've realized that this person is not who they seem, or their motivation is so bad that it can't be changed, it's irrevocable, it can't be fixed, then the approach to that person is reversed. In essence, anyway. And that's a form of mature use of that configuration of personality. But it's one aspect of, I think, of, like you say, Paul, of protecting yourself against that. Is that ability to discriminate between what is genuine and what is not. Because those who seek to manipulate others always conceal their true intent. And almost as if they're trained in hypnosis, but it's a natural cunning, probably. They have got psyop people who work for them, of course. But they will use incremental conditioning and incremental presentation of things which are disguised, so that when they are accepted, then the population at the broadest level that agree with the suggestion start to go along with it incrementally. And there comes a point when that pacing becomes leading. And at the point that it is leading, they don't notice that they have been changed, that they have been influenced by incrementally accepting various levels of suggestion, negative suggestion. So to sharpen your perceptions, so you're aware of that and how these things can be modeled. This is why we say, for example, by their libido shall you know them. So when you're dealing with politicians and you have the representation that they give off, usually inflated to the Jungian level, you know, of an ideology that's based on some kind of political goodness. You can be absolutely sure that that is not the truth of that person or the people behind them, or of their intentionality. So when you're met with that, you need to drop down to the level of understanding Adler and beneath him Nietzsche, the will to power. And beneath that, Freud and Darwin, to do with gratification, their gratification, the collapse of everything into meeting their Freudian and Darwinian needs, which first of all assumes the representation of power, and then that power is elevated to a spiritual or moral level, which disguises it. So you have to know what you're seeing. And this is true interpersonally as well, but it's particularly problematical at the collective level because so many people are going to be affected by it. So by the libido shall ye know them. What are they doing? Not so much what they're saying. What's the intentionality? How is it being delivered? Where is the pacing? Where is the leading? And what you will find is that they are most economical when they manipulate instincts. Because, as we said before, cognition can be resisted because it's one idea and you can have an opposite to that idea, and then you have a third idea and then another opposite, and you can go on forever. That's an uneconomical way of influencing people. What they need to do to meet their gratifying need for power and other things that come with that is that they have to mislead other people's instincts so they control themselves. They do it to themselves because fundamental instincts are default settings. And because we are social, we will look for security in the reaction of the group to which we belong or identify with. If they all agree, it's safer to agree with them. So we can be paced and led through the misdirection of instincts to meet the libidinous drive, power drive of people who are into their own gratification, and they will represent themselves any which way they can to manipulate us. So being able to identify that will help you to make prediction errors reduced. So that's the preparatory stage. And then you move on to what happens if you wake up when it's already underway. That would be the next stage.
A lot of the things that were coming to my mind were simply things we've spoken about before, the necessity to separate oneself off from the influence and suggestion they may have already had and accumulated across time, whether that's influence from internet gurus, but strangely enough, it was typology that was crossing my mind a lot there. If someone's influenced by typology, even though that's going to be a relatively small subset of the population,
Yes.
that would stop you doing any of the stuff that you guys have just said. When you were mentioning Jung's feeling function as really being this evaluation, and people do need to make an affect toned evaluation of how they may be being manipulated by aspects of the culture. If they're locked into believing they are one way or another, whatever that happens to be, whatever complex is active from across their timeline, it's not going to happen, and they're already trapped. So some kind of auditing process on, perhaps a personal myth process on that, maybe.
Yeah, would you agree with that, Paul?
Yes, I would.
Personal myth
Yes.
process is super important, because if we've done that, we are prepared.
Yes. Yes, we are. I was just thinking actually too, because it'd be easy to just simply, if we're going down so the classical Jungian understanding of type theory, then and dovetailing that with our kind of updated understanding of metaqualia of consciousness, then there is an advantage too in being that way. So, for example, extroverted feeling types, as they would be according to, say, something like the Myers-Briggs type inventory, are closer by nature to feeling or affect in that instinctive sense as well. So that also means that they are closer to ground state intuition. And so I think for people who are configured that way, I don't mean as in some kind of trite explanation that's done on the Myers-Briggs, but people who are more inclined that way by nature can use their feeling and their intuition in that other sense to advantage. So people like that maybe have to trust their gut instinct more, rather than having some kind of analytical or cognitive appraisal of a situation. It may be important for them to say, well, on this one, I'm going to go with my gut. I feel really uncomfortable with this situation or with this person I'm talking to. Something is just not right. It doesn't sit well with me. I'm not quite sure what that is at the moment. Can't distill it out completely, but I know I'm uncomfortable with it. And they can then use that to their advantage, the way that they're configured already to their advantage, rather than trying to become something else and becoming too cognitively collapsed and thinking to themselves, well, really, I should just maybe ruminate about this a little bit more, and it'll become clear what the solution is. I think they should actually use what they already have to their advantage as a skill set. So that just might be a way to think about it for people who are, more agreeable by nature, more wanting to get along with other people, and are likely to leave their intuition behind if they're not careful. They need to keep that with them. And I think that's a great way of staying safe, really. It's an innate thing that we all have, of course, but I think if you configure that way, I think you can use that to your advantage.
Yeah, I think once you know something's happened to you, that's when your innate nature will come online. If you can prepare in advance, then you probably bring online more than you would normally use, and then make that efficiently available for you. But if you haven't built that model of understanding and of interpretation ahead of the event, and you're forced to adapt, then you need to go into what you already have. If you model conversely on what you already have, you are only going to be as prepared as you ever have been to receive any kind of influence or suggestion that's ever occurred before. So in other words, if you've successfully navigated malediction and negative influence from other people in the past, okay, then you have an implicit model that's going to work reasonably well. But if you have not, and if you're likely to be misled, then you need to extend that, if possible, in advance of it being overwhelmed, or you suddenly becoming aware that something has happened. But then if we move into the next phase, which is it's happened, and I haven't noticed, or it is happening and I'm only just noticing, which is really the proper domain for this middle phase, then you need to augment what you've had, because you have to pressure test your own model. And this is a thing about in my view anyway, about ego strength, is that whatever's carried us forward so far may not be the best adaptive approach for new conditions. We can certainly look at it, but rather than be bewildered, that can happen to any configuration of personality, be bewildered because it's not worked. It hasn't worked. You have to say, well, what am I not using? And for that, rather than type, ultimately, you should go to instinct. Pardon me, which is what you're saying about gut instinct. Gut instinct is a representation of other things, which take that representational form, because they're not cognitive. They're not necessarily affective. They become somatic. There's a reaction at a somatic level, which we interpret as instinct because it isn't cognitive and it isn't an affect in the Jungian sense of a feeling term quality. So we say gut instinct, that is something that I have to reconvert to make it cognition, perhaps. It's not always the best way to deal with gut instinct, but if I'm trying to make a model to understand it at a cognitive level, then that's what we would need to do. But fundamentally, that representation is instinctive, and it's at that point the cognition has to default back to instinct to get itself updated. So what I'm saying is the cognition can realize something is wrong, realize that its own adaptation thus far may not have been working. It receives an impression somatically through what we can call a gut instinct, but the calling of it as a gut instinct suggests that it is an instinctive understanding that is beyond cognition, that is latent within it symbolically. So if we get into instinct proper, then we have a lot of advantages, because we move out of the time and the space that we occupy now. We go back to ancestral wisdom. We're in the ancestral psyche, where similar enough things have been experienced in the past and have been dealt with, and the solutions are highly conserved and are latent within the genome for us to access through a dialectical interaction with instinct. When that happens, our personality can change. We can be properly updated by learning how to receive that ancestral preparation and wisdom directly from the genome. Otherwise, that ancestral wisdom will turn up as anxiety, as a drive state, insisting that we do something. And of course, those who wish to negatively influence us will want us to feel anxiety and fail at solving that drive pressure. They would want us to collapse into depression or a conservation withdrawal, a giving in, and then an adaptation to the negative suggestion that's coming from the top down. They would want that. They would want us to fail at the level of understanding instinct's delivery system. Instinct's delivery system, when it comes out in full force because our ego is not understanding what it's up against, is experienced as anxiety, as a drive state. So if you know how to contact it, and we've covered this in some recent videos, then you will receive the update that you need from your genome in a non-cognitive way that will pass through various stages of representation and then assimilation into the ego that will prepare it and give it the strength and the resources that it needs to adapt in this immediate moment that we're discussing now, when we wake up and realize it's underway. Not have a paranoid reaction, but have an instinctive reaction based on conserved wisdom that goes back perhaps millions of years towards its original foundation, and then every experience that the subsequent generations have had that have been sufficiently strong to have been conserved at the molecular level and at the field level. So there's a great deal that we can do.
So the right reaction to have to that is to see it as a signal. It's not a negative, when even though the process is underway and we're starting to feel like we're losing our homeostasis, we're aware maybe of certain physical symptoms appearing in the body, or we might be aware that our psychological state has changed, or a bit of both, that how we react to that is going to be vitally important, that we don't at that stage see it as being a negative, but actually there is actually something positive underway if we're prepared to receive the message.
Absolutely. And I think this is the key to adaptation. When paleo or paleoanthropologists study the past, study human evolution, they're left with artifacts, whether they are biological remains in the form of skeletons and some extractable and analyzable DNA, cultural artifacts that are left in the ground, maybe artwork, cave paintings or whatever. They're left with that. And they're looking in the wrong place, because the ancestral psyche is in all of us, and it's in our mind, therefore in our brain and in our genome. We can access directly the successful adaptations from the past without going to these physical artifacts, these remains which are decontextualized from living people. They're important, but they're not going to help in this context. We have to go within in order to receive what is within, follow what is within, and then measure that against what is without, and then come up with an adaptive solution. And there are various thought experiments that you can do, anybody can do about this. Simple ones would be that if you can imagine what it is like, there is something, to quote Chalmers or to paraphrase him, that it is like to be a fully adapted paleo-human experiencing their environment at the cave mouth. What do you do? Do you withdraw? Do you collapse? Or there's the open savanna or the forest or wherever it might be. And all of those exploitable resources are there, but so are those dangers. And there's you with everything that you have to meet that challenge now. Can you do it? They did. And this is whether you're biologically male or biologically female. Your task is to adapt now with every resource that your genome has passed on to you and is ready to do. Because the top level opponents that you're up against are adapted. They've generated the local environment, they've generated the influence within it, they're attempting to control you. You have to take that away from them, their ability to control you. And you need to reach in and find that confidence and those resources to be able to meet that challenge now. Go back. Don't be distracted by now. That's what they want. And they want you, as you're saying, to be distracted by the drive state of anxiety and give in.
Yeah.
Whereas if you can fight back without obviously fighting, but by adapting, then you're going to get through this and you're going to begin to generate change that will spread amongst other people in a field sense, like Rupert Sheldrake talks about, for example. So there's so much that can be done. So that's how you access your instincts. You invite them by going close to them, by using imagery to understand the past and the sense of complete adaptation to that environment. It's still in you. It's not in the ground as dry fossilized bones or fading images on a cave wall. It's in your mind, it's in your brain, it's in your genome, it's your ancestral inheritance. You can access this. You do not have to allow yourself to be influenced by these destructive people.
Well, there is another stage, or perhaps another alternative, that's not inevitable, but that's if somebody wakes up and it's already apparently too late. And we did, over a year ago now, we made a series of videos called terminal lucidity of the masculine, the feminine, and the West. And the meaning of that phrase from you guys is a terminal lucidity. So someone literally wakes up, realizes what's been done to them, but it's too late for them to do anything about it. They're already, in your guys' words, over the event horizon of the black hole. And it's just like an image of them left staring back. But it's not inevitable. It's not inevitable. But I was wondering if you could speak further on that.
Yeah, thanks, James. What we can say is that the human species, as a species, has survived everything that's ever been thrown at it thus far. And the most likely thing to bring about its extinction is itself. If one aspect of it becomes so hypertrophied that meeting its needs, its Darwinian and Freudian needs, this is, I feel like, a smaller political elite, is going to cause a problem which will generate a conflagration or a catastrophe from which there can be no recovery. But we have survived everything as a species. So we need to look at those adaptive strengths that have occurred. We can pick any of them from history, but recent ones to do, for example, with communism, Soviet and Chinese communism, those kinds of dictatorship, which persisted for a long period of time. Less acute than the right-wing ones, the fascist ones, but equally, if not even more murderous of their own population. The repression of people's thought, the repression of free speech, the distortion of history, and the elimination of culture and of understanding of the past were all attempted by these regimes, and they ultimately failed because people found a way of preserving their sense of identity as a culture and of individuals. That was necessary for when the recovery has come. And despite how people may regard China, for example, China is a very, very dynamic culture. And Maoism came and it went. It was murderous when it was there. But what's happening now with China is that they are fully reconnected with their original cultural understanding of themselves. And that is guiding their progression forward. So they can live with what appears to be communism and dictatorship and free market capitalism as if they were not opponent processes for one another. They can do that. That's the peculiar, by example, strength of that culture. But that culture is made up of billions of individuals who are all agreeing with this. The same thing happened with the Eastern Bloc in Europe. There was resistance to the Soviets and the Soviet ideology. The Soviet ideology wasn't ethnically Russian. It was an ideology independent of ethnicity. And this is manifest in what's happened since the fall of the Soviet Union within Russia, regardless of how that's being regarded at the moment. So where there is oppression, then there is resistance. And there will be a period of time, if people do wake up too late, apparently so anyway, whereby the resistance has to come at a field level. Now, engaging in that is ego strengthening because you are resisting depression. You're resisting being flattened out, becoming a collective member of the non-playable characters that they want you to be. So being able to think freely is super important, and building on that. So there will come, as you've said, a moment which is nearly the end when it will appear to be the most insane. And we predicted what's happening now a few years ago, and that's in video, and we predicted it a decade or two before that because the collective signs of the way that the West was going were apparent then. But the most hopeful thing, as I say, is that we have, as a species, survived everything. Every form of oppression, every form of war, the species gets through. Individuals, sadly, in massive numbers have not, but others have survived, enough have survived. So the worst case scenario is a survivable one, short of a nuclear war, of course, would be that the resistance has to take root at the level of the individual and then propagate through physical means of communication, whatever they might be, and then through a field effect, a la Rupert Sheldrake's understanding of field phenomenon. And that will reach a certain critical mass, and then the flip will occur. We'll get what Jung called an enantiosromia. But if you feel it's too late, you have to start with yourself. You must do what we've said about the previous two stages. Understand what influence is, what suggestion is, understand what ego strength is, knowing where you properly begin and properly end. Have a boundary which you will not allow negative suggestion to cross. Have an internal model which contradicts sometimes how you behave externally. And don't make yourself congruent across that boundary. If you do, then you will either show yourself as being a problem to those who would oppress you, or you give in to them. You have to be able to divide. And this goes back to dissociation again. You have an inner reality, which is the true you, and an external reality, which is provided for those who would control you. But you know the difference between the two. They would break down that difference either to draw you out, make you obvious, or to make you comply with the external pressure on you. So you need to be able to dissociate positively in order to resist other forms of dissociation that are used against you. That's part of ego strength. So that's what I would say as a broad brush response.
And as you say, accessing instincts positively,
Yeah.
so you can resist the instinctive manipulation that goes on in the culture from the likes of politicians and others. Anybody really who sees ideas as a form of power. So we could even include academics in that. There's probably a lot of people that we could include in terms of the manipulation of ideas, and it's your capacity to resist those, isn't it, really at an instinctive level, that will keep you safe. And this too is it builds in the notion of positive influence as well, the kind of positive influence that we can emanate as individuals. I mean, the first case study that we spoke about, there was something in the field of your interaction with this lady that allowed her, I think, at an instinctive level, to know that you could help her. And you've often described it as being a kind of a strange place, you know, when two fields overlap of two individuals. If the conditions are right, something happens in that place where they overlap that can be transcendent.
Yes, indeed.
And that's probably because, certainly in that situation, that particular case study, you were probably prepared in the way that you were suggesting people should be prepared to meet the world on that occasion, which is that deep connection to your ancestry. So you have that deep understanding of the terrain of what you're up against instinctively with that other person.
That's
and
very well said.
And we can all do this, we can all partake in this, and so we can also influence others positively. And it's sometimes what happens in our social relationships too, isn't it, that we're sometimes the last person to realize that our psychology has been captured in some way, or our physiology has been captured in some way, to use a term that's probably familiar to us all. And if we are sensitive to one another, then we feel sensitive to the other person. I mean, it happens in our relationship. There are times when I absorb your stress and vice versa, and it can be a while before we catch up with whatever the change is within ourselves. The other person kind of picks it up first and says, you know, they register the disturbance at a feel level. And we can all do this in our social relationships, and we can all notice or choose to observe things differently.
That's different from projection and
transference. Oh, it's very different.
That's a field sensitivity where you take through sympathetic resonance what someone else is not aware of in themselves.
That's exactly it.
And that's very different from transference from projection when they are hostile and intense.
Oh yeah, it's a much cleaner way of working.
It is. And that comes, the positive side that you've mentioned comes about through an ability to relate. And the ability to relate is highly conserved ancestrally. And because relating isn't selfish. No, it shouldn't be anyway, because it doesn't serve any kind of
we'd have never evolved, would we, as a species, if it had been that way?
Even at Darwinian level, there's no real sensible, particularly sensible outcome in being adapted that way, except for short-term immediate gratification, which has its advantages for psychopaths, sociopaths, and narcissists, but it's not good in that sense that we would understand what good is, doing good for others. And I think you were right, because if you access that state in therapy, you are no longer you.
That's true.
As your ordinary personality, you're in loco, so to speak, for something that's bigger. Well, the Jungians would call it the self, wouldn't they? You know, which I think is a distraction. I think it's bigger even than that. That concept, and that's where the sense of duty comes from as well. That you just have to do this because it's the right thing. And that was something I was sensitive to, even in my police work as well. There is a right thing to do for people, and sometimes that can be very different, very, very different from the strict process of the law. And that's what kept me in that profession for as long as it did. was the ability or the need, the duty, the requirement at a
Yeah.
fundamental level to relate to people in that way. There's a sense of service, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Rather than taking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a huge amount in what you said that's really important, and to get that across.
Well, so much, even within the context of relationships, so much of what goes wrong for people happens at an instinctive level.
Yeah.
You know, where those basic instinctive needs aren't being met, it's very difficult to build on that in terms of just ordinary everyday social relating, because we know, don't we, that they insist themselves. And I guess where we can be this, and this is where it gets tricky, because I'm coming back now to what you were saying about the kind of influence that we get, say, from politicians in our culture, which is more obvious in a way, although we are still nonetheless exposed to it, is that if we feel that our needs are being met, even if they're in service of something which is not really very nice, which is, you know, say the power drives of politicians, we go along with it because nonetheless the instincts are being met. And eventually cognition comes online and it agrees with it anyway. So that's, at that point, it's a done deal. But it doesn't have to be that way in our more intimate relationships. We can be more cognizant, if that's the right word, of the importance and the significance of getting instinct right for the parties involved, and then everything else will just build on that. But without that, there's no foundation.
No, there's none. You're right. And of course, this notion that was introduced in the UK by Tony Blair of presentism.
Oh, yeah.
So there's no past, there's not even any future.
No.
Wow, what a suggestion.
Yeah.
There's only the now. And in the moment of the now, you are being controlled and manipulated and misdirected.
Yeah.
So you take away the past, you take away the evaluation and understanding of the importance of our ancestry and of our biology, and you strip away every form of attachment to that through the culture.
Yeah.
As well, your own culture, your own history, regardless of whether it's good or bad, it's a fact nevertheless. The reinterpretation of that negatively to make you separate from it is so important, to be able to get people to accept if you want to control them and move them in another direction. So the tendency towards globalism, which is neither left nor right, it's something else.
It's a weird admixture of the two, isn't it?
Syncretism.
When
we look at it in a polarized way of left or right, but if you look at it in the way the Freud-Adler-Jung equation, those people who are familiar with that from our other videos, it's immediately clear that it's just that. And it's actually collapsing into an even smaller group of people who will be controlling an even larger pyramid beneath them. And they rely on the compliance of everybody who makes up the individual blocks of that pyramid underneath them to follow exactly what they want to meet their needs. If you agree with it, then unfortunately that's it, it's all over. If you disagree with it, it'll be tough, but there's no other way that you, your children, your culture, your beliefs, your values have any likelihood of surviving outside of the control that's being imposed upon you. So you need to sharpen your understanding of who and what you are, what your boundaries are, access your instincts, your ancestral psyche, be prepared to be one person on the outside and another on the inside, and generate resistance collectively that way through the instantiation of an individual and another individual who think, feel and act the same way and form that field. That's if it's too late or nearly too late. We're almost nearly too late. I would say we're probably in the middle of the middle phase right now. And as we predicted, the insanity of the catabolic forces would exponentially grow. We predicted this, and that's what you can see. It's happening. So it's time. Now is the time to organize yourself at an individual level and be prepared to adapt in every conserved way that has always worked before to meet the challenges of the times.
Thanks on that, Steve and Pauline. I'd like to add one last thing, I suppose, and that's on superpositioning and understanding superpositioning, the utility in that for adaptation. By understanding, I don't mean in a cognitive sense, like a sit-down study sense. I mean more in a feeling sense and an intuitive sense, relating to that, idea, so-called, from you guys, because superpositioning takes so much pressure off of the ego immediately. So beforehand, most people implicitly believe that they're just an ego, usually quite a cognitive ego, and that's it. That's more or less it. There's no other consciousness within them at all. Someone is way easier to be manipulated when they're in that state and have these negative suggestions from the culture, which are constant. It's a bombardment all the time and for years and years now. But with superpositioning, there are a few aspects of it, if I can put it into words, that I find very liberating. One is the connectedness of it. There's always a connectedness in a field sense, as you say, perhaps a Rupert Sheldrake field sense, but it's more than that too, because this type of field extends across time, ancestral time, through and beckoning into the future. And if one understands that there's a consciousness that's not within the ego, that is homeostatic and ready to go, like in the first and second, to be fair, case studies that we discussed in this video, I can imagine that someone could become rather quite resistant to, as you say, being flattened out or depression or despair from understanding that just behind, if you like, their experience, there is health there. That's ancestral health. That's a health that's ancient, right there, superpositioned with what they experience at the moment. I find that really moving. I know it's really helped me personally too, but really moving. And it's not just an idea, because it's demonstrably real. You can see it. You've used the phrase before that the psyche is like a living laboratory, and we can go inside and find these things. And you absolutely can. So I'd recommend to people to feel into that interconnected nature of them, and not in a woo-woo way either. It's biological. There's physics in there. There's psychology in there, but it's also social relationships too, and knowing that the genome is on your side, the side of health.
That's really well put.
Oh,
Isn't
very
it?
well
Very,
put.
very well put.
Yes.
It's a great summary.
Yes.
And I think he's right.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think it's actually hard to better that, to be honest. I think it would be better to experience what
Yeah.
James has just summed up, really, because it says it all.
It does. The way to understand it, though, is difficult, like you say, James, if it's put into any kind of cognitive form. But without that, you can't make a model of the experience. You just have to have it. So what I would say is that the concept of immanence, that is to say, there are things that are connected and they cannot be disconnected, and that we make them appear to be disconnected by the way that we look at them, or we think or feel that we experience them. So the ancestral psyche is always there, but we are separated from our relationship to it. That doesn't negate it, it's still there. And it is an organized field of representation of experience that is, as you say, biological at the genomic level, even at the morphic level. Our shape has evolved. Our brain has evolved, and it's brought forward all of its learning and its shaping forces from the past. But we ignore it because we're too collapsed into our ego, our normal conscious ego, too open to immediate influence without going back to that which has been deeply conserved and is available for us. So it's there, it's superpositioned. Everything is superpositioned. And it's just a case of adjusting our consciousness, our ego consciousness, to being able to receive that understanding. Then we change immediately. And it's, as you say, it's one of the most important things in depth psychology as we practice it, is helping people to access that superposition field. So they are no longer only that vulnerable personality that has collapsed around its complexes and around the negative influence of other people, whether they're parents or spouses or friends or whoever it might be, at whatever level of psychosocial register. They're more only than that. And when you realize that, you realize the mechanism through information shifting between levels that is superposition, you can have a big effect on a lot of people.
There's a lot more of you to be conscious, isn't there, suddenly, when you think in that way?
It is conscious.
And it is conscious.
And it's just differently conscious.
Yeah.
It's not normally ego conscious. And we don't need to reify this. We don't need to turn them into little personalities running around inside our head, because they are only collapsed representations of the bandwidth of this enormous field, this conserved field. We should properly experience them through instincts, and instincts is delivered through affect and then finally into cognition. And what we call intuition, borrowing from Jung, because there is probably no better and more useful way of describing it than that, is the meta-organization of that field that continually collapses into other forms of representation. So when we can access intuition properly, we automatically become more conscious of those other elements of that superposition field. Then you can deal with more. You can deal with more problems. You can deal with the intensity of individual problems better. You can communicate influence, positive influence, more efficiently against these catabolic and reductive forces that we're under pressure from at the moment. So understanding superpositioning and consciousness as such, what that is, and we're going to do a video on this, where we lay out this model of consciousness that will build on what we've presented in this video and in earlier ones, recent earlier ones. It's going to be key to understanding this process and becoming as autonomous and as relational as you can be in these very challenging times.
So we discussed there the psychosomatic storm, specifically how the psychosomatic storm is likely to manifest within an individual and within the collective, and also how we can avoid being pulled into this psychosomatic storm. An important thing to emphasize before we move any further in this video, and there is timestamped below a Discord post from Steve exactly on this point, and this is that we should not go chasing first causes for a complex, or what an original traumatizing event was that may have caused a complex. Part of the definition from Steve and Pauline of the psychosomatic storm is that very often the first cause will be lost through the information that superpositions itself out into that person's overall waveform at the moment, rather than having to conserve specific first causes from the past. And this is really, really important to bear in mind, because this next chapter is all about essentially ego strength, shoring up one's own ego to adapt as best as possible, not just to their lifespan potential, but also to avoid traps that the culture broadly are leaving for people right now. So specifically, this pertains to suggestion and the fact that we are always within a sea of suggestion, especially in our days of the internet. Suggestion can be the thing, the factor that initiates trauma in the first place, that which bypasses cognition, usually within the ego, partially or even completely, and takes hold within the other qualia within the ego field, helping to partition it and form a complex. But also suggestion really does sustain trauma, sustain complexes. So complexes will seek things out with the person being unconscious of that in order to confirm themselves and therefore justify why they are necessary for that person to carry around, which of course is not an ideal scenario.
Suggestion and resistance to it, resilience, the ability to deal with it, super important, isn't it, Paul?
Well, yes, it's one of those things, isn't it, that we live in a sea of suggestion coming at us from all sides, don't we? Whether it's from within our families, our relationships, the culture more broadly, we're literally immersed in suggestion all the time, and it can be very difficult to resist, in the sense that for the largest part it bypasses our ego consciousness, our awareness that it's even in fact operating. And probably one of the best examples of it, and I think we've probably touched on this before, is how it was working during COVID on things like Project Fear that the government rolled out in order to literally keep people off balance psychologically. So distracting them with slogans, if you like, because the thing about slogans and language is that it can imply other things.
Yeah.
And very often while people are distracted by those kinds of things, I mean, there was also, most of us will probably remember the kinds of things that were trotted out almost on a daily basis, certainly on the news, you know, when Boris would get up with his entourage and you know, there would be various mantras trotted out, slogans trotted out, and people would then become almost entranced by the message, and they would miss the fact that you know, the implied suggestion of those messages, which were taking at a deep structure.
Yeah.
So they were affecting us at an instinctive level, principally, without us even realizing that was happening, because obviously that's the most effective and efficient way for something like a government to get their message home.
Yeah.
And change people's behavior in a way that is consistent with the way in which they want the narrative to go. So there was plenty of different slogans out there. I'm just trying to remember a few of them off the top of my head.
Well,
I think there's hands, face, space, stay home, protect the NHS.
Yeah, protect the NHS. Yeah.
Yes, that kind of thing. Flattening the curve, I think, was probably quite an interesting one.
That is because what curve are we flattening?
Well, indeed,
yeah.
And you know,
the ability to resist.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Level everything out, become heard in
yes.
mind.
Yes.
Which is
yes.
Yeah.
Or maybe even more pernicious, the idea of a flat line. You know, you could think of it like an ECG trace flatlining, which means that that's, you know, that's dangerous. Like, well, it's very dangerous. Yeah. That's almost like a complete capitulation to the powers that be, in a way. If deep structure, it affects you at that level, and the suggestion takes and then proliferates. It's not a very nice thing to happen, of course. So the problem essentially is that the way in for suggestion is the same whether it's positive or negative, and that can be the difficult thing, can't it, really?
Yeah, it can. So Project Fear worked by misdirecting instincts.
Yes, it did.
And instincts are very close, of course, to the genome. We can say, in fact, that instincts are the emissary of their master, the genome. For all sorts of conserved reasons in terms of evolutionary history and adaptation to our environment. So cognition has very little resistance after a certain point.
Yes.
Once instinct reaches a critical mass amongst a group or a herd, then cognition becomes so inefficient and so ineffective, people start to give in.
Yeah.
So you need to have an appropriate relationship to your own instincts to avoid that kind of suggestion. And the main thing in this, with respect to today's video, has to do with the psychosomatic storm. And that will appear incrementally in people whose instincts are frustrated to the point that the individual is no longer meeting their homeostatic needs, both within and in terms of their relationships without. So that is basically the mechanism of repression that gets to the point where a person's health starts to spiral out of control. And the pushback from the compensation, if you like, from within the genome can't find any way of expressing itself other than turning on itself. And that's when psychosomatic disorders will start to occur in huge amounts, which depletes people even more. So this is potential. If we're aware of something like that, the potential for that happening, then pretty much as we were saying before about imagining a better future, but not just imagining as a fantasy, but bringing that back towards you and letting it take root, you can then basically generate a boundary and say, no, it's not going to happen. I will not allow my instincts to be misdirected, and then a compensation for those instincts to turn back and attack me. I'm going to have a proper relationship, a proper understanding to my instincts and of my instincts that will then allow my cognitions and my emotions to deploy properly in terms of adaptation in the world to face these challenges. It's when people don't do that that neurosis in an ordinary sense occurs.
Mm.
That's the basic split that we see in people. It's between instinct and opportunity to adapt. And cognition tries to solve it, and then it can't. Then emotion inflates basically and drives us through drive states, which are further frustrated. And then the Rossi pathways open up for transduction into psychosomatic disorders and conditions, which ultimately can become real in effect.
Mm.
So being able to understand that you can have a proper relationship to instinct, you don't have to go to a collective level and follow the herd. You have your own, and you can bring them forward in two directions: from the past, the ancestral psyche, and from the future, which is what your genome anticipates for you. You put yourself in those two states, and the moment that you're in right now, even if that moment lasts for some time, is transitory, because the past is huge in terms of the conserved drive to be well and adapted, and the future is the goal of the past as it moves through the present. So you bring the past and the future into coherence with one another, you can get through the present, and you can avoid splitting and fractionalizing yourself down into discrete psychosomatic states, which then feed into one another through the process of complex formation, which are then misinterpreted by medics. If you're lucky to be able to see one, the way that they've brought in the UK anyway, the NHS to its absolute functional knees. So this is, again, as we said before, the dimension of time. If you think about it in those terms, we have ancestral time and we have teleological goal-directed time in the future. So access your instincts at an individual level. Your cognitions then will be free. They'll be free of instinctive pressure. They'll be free of affective overloading. And you'll be able to make proper virtual models of the future and move yourself towards it and maintain your own health. Mm. That is how to be adaptive in the kind of circumstances that we're going through at the moment.
I think they were very clever, weren't they? Not just our government here in the UK, but governments globally. They were very clever in the sense that they manipulated instincts that could be considered to be very positive, in an ancestral sense, in an evolutionary sense, which of course are the kind of social instincts that we all have, to feel as if we belong and to be confirmed by a group and then to co-confirm, because there feels to be security in that as well, in that kind of group or herd mentality that you've mentioned, Steve. And so the fact that they've manipulated, and obviously deliberately so, something which is essentially very positive about our ancestry and our sense of community and belonging. I mean, hats off to them. That's a really good trick. But once you see through it, it can't operate in that way anymore. No. And you then have to, as you rightly say, fall back on your own individual instincts and decide to take a position against the manipulation, which is clearly going on.
It is.
And of course, what happened under COVID was really just a preparation for anything else, really, whereby, the government wanted to garner compliance. But another aspect I was thinking about as you were talking, Steve, as well, because we see it in post-traumatic stress disorder generally, and that is the kind of paranoia, the kind of hypervigilance that you get with something like PTSD was present under COVID as well. So you could almost argue that in some people, they generated that state in them by virtue of the fact that they created that kind of hypervigilance, even down to things, expressions, like I say, the language that was used, very, very clever, very simple, but very effective. Things like contact tracing, the idea, it is predatory. And it doesn't, you only have to kind of allow that to impact you in a slightly different way, and you realize what it's intended to do. And it's quite sinister, really.
It is.
Certainly very unpleasant. So the minute that you see through these things, what's going on, the ways in which we are being, I think the current meme is maslighted rather than gaslighted, which is a good one, really. Then it stops. It stops at that point. And I think that's really important because clearly then that's ego strengthening. The minute you can say no to something in that way.
Yeah.
And, you know, by and large, people are of good character, aren't they? And so there's an element of trust there that operates, I think, a kind of a ground state, that if you believe that what you're being told is for your benefit, then you open yourself up and you let the suggestion in until you realize that actually what you're looking at isn't really very nice at all. And you see the other face of it. Just like you would in, say, you often talk about Tantra, Steve, and you talk about the various deities, positive and negative deities. And that might be a way to think about the suggestion that's coming at us. Continues to come at us in different forms now as well. It will have one face that they, if it's a government, for example, that they want you to see, and then on the obverse side there will be something else that stands behind that, and it's that needs to be resisted.
That's kind of reverse of
tantrism. It is a reverse.
But you're absolutely right that how we manipulate things. So tantrism should be about increasing consciousness and understanding. If an entity, I'll call it an entity, a collective entity, wants to prevent us from doing that, then they have to lead with something different, as you say. They would lead with the misrepresentation of the positive.
They would.
So the misdirection of instinct is absolutely vital. I was thinking that when we, James, you'll remember this back in 2020, when COVID was just kicking off, we predicted that the police would turn into predators. They would act as a pack hunters, and they've done that. They've done that in the UK, and I've seen that model replicated throughout the Western world, where it wasn't there before.
That's true.
They act like
just to quickly say, that prediction of yours is in our video. The danger of the COVID-19 lockdown from 2020. It's still up on the channel now, in case anyone wants to go back and check it out.
Thank you. But that has happened. The whole culture of the police in the UK has shifted towards their own self-preservation within a hierarchy of other kinds of predators, which ultimately are political, at least on the surface. It's actually quite deep. It goes down into the collective biology of our species itself. It's at that level, really. It follows the Freud-Adler-Jung equation. But that's one thing to appreciate, that those services that should be there to help us in the UK, I'm speaking specifically about us, education, healthcare, social services, the police and others, all of them have been corrupted, all of them without a doubt, and they've been corrupted at the level of instinct. This will induce despair and defeat, which suppresses people. They may get an immediate kickback, which is the psychosomatic storm, with the frustration that follows on from that, or they may go down into depression and then suppress themselves. Now, there is another phase, and this is becoming popular at the moment, more so than ever before, and that is the fantasy. Fantasy, when it works in a healthy way, is a holding space for things that can't be actualized in the moment. When it becomes unhealthy, it replaces outer adaptation. Now, the dividing line between those two is fluid, of course, but in a situation such as we've been in for the past 4 or 5 years in particular, fantasy is replacing reality all the time. It's becoming a more favorable adaptation than facing the challenges. So if you have an option as an individual to feel defeat and despair, to collapse in on yourself, to bring thanatos through, which is a matter of scale. It can run from what you were discussing when you were doing the seminar on epigenetics the other day at IPSA, James. You talked about programmed cell death. You can have programmed organism self-deletion as well, which is what Freud and his followers identified as being thanatos, or the death drive. You can see that in the Darwinian context as well. It makes a certain amount of sense. It's not ideal, but a certain amount of sense at the collective instinctive level, because it's a Darwinian pressure at that level. So if we go too much into fantasy and become easily distracted and dependent upon fantasy, that's a holding space before the eventual collapse of the person, when they lose contact with the reality of everyday life. Because whilst they're tied up in fantasy, all of the changes are occurring. They're all happening. It's as if they will wake up from a slumber in a different world, a world that was changing whilst they were busy entertaining themselves with nonsense. Now, the proper level of adaptation is to access instinct, to access meta-narratives that are grounded in the genome itself as meta-instinctive scenarios that are pre-programmed into the ancestral psyche and prepare us to pass through the present and into the future. A real future, not a fantasy substitute for the future. This is hugely important. So there are a number of possibilities. They are related, negative ones, they overlap. So defeat, despair, fantasy, and psychosomatic responses at a collective level can all intertwine, because when a person's too attached to fantasy, the idea of not being attached to that anymore and having to face reality will generate a psychosomatic representation. And that can be anything as depleted as depression, following on from defeat and despair, into a high anxiety drive state, which will then affect the hormonal profile of your body, your immune system, everything, and things will start to cascade down into auto-deletion. Even if that's slow, to do with being deleted from the gene pool, from saying, you know, I'm not going to bother relating anymore. If you're a young man, I'm not going to bother with women. I'm not going to bother relating in such a way that will help them change. This is where the resistance has to take root. Otherwise, there will be a backdraft into the body, and you'll be able to hide in fantasy for a while, whether that's high fantasy fiction, movies, video games, wherever it might be, internet gurus who Pied Piper-like lead you into a representation of fantasy that is actually supporting them and is supporting their lifestyle. You know, don't do that. Access yourself on the inside. Access the ancestral psyche, access the genome that's interested in the future. You'll then be able to consolidate yourself adaptively, which is the last thing that these forces of oppression will want you to do.
Superbly well stated. I'd like to, I suppose, emphasize to anybody watching this that it's really beneficial to do a conscious audit of your self-concept to try and identify any suggestion that is still there unconsciously, not within immediate awareness, because these things can take hold and then they can perseverate and take on different representational forms. This is part of the personal myth process, really, or if you go through a personal myth process, this sort of comes along with it. But just as an example, we did a seminar recently, didn't we, where it was mentioned by you guys about the problem of the internet, a new problem, and that allows us to be in a sea of suggestion all day long if we're so inclined. And obviously that's a new problem that people in the past never had to deal with. And I was born in 1996, so I cannot remember what it was like before computers came along. I can remember what it was like before the internet came along. There is a small gap. And if I really go back to that, it was a life-changing. It was immediate, and I don't think I really noticed it. But being on the internet, your own complexes, I suppose, will populate the internet spheres that you go onto with things that suit them oftentimes. And I'm thinking of the average person's Facebook wall or Instagram wall or YouTube subscriptions box. How long ago did you click follow? And what's changed since then? Because likely a lot of things would have changed since then, but they're going to be these almost an external kind of complex state encoder in many ways. It really, really is pernicious because, like with internet gurus, you could be even the YouTube algorithm delivering one up. I've heard this from quite a lot of people. They've been away from them for a while, and then suddenly they're served something up, and then they're back into it again. That just reconstellates old complexes that first of all become fantasy because it's not real, the type of things that they speak on, and then following downstream from that, they're then stuck older problems, and then etc., etc., that kind of thing. So I think it's really worthwhile people do a conscious audit of this because it can be really hidden and pernicious.
Oh, well, yes, absolutely, James. I mean, Facebook's called Facebook for a reason, isn't it? And and yes, you know, the addictive kind of element of that, of having what appears to be, and this is just an example, obviously there are many forms of suggestion out there, the appearance of having a window into somebody else's life, you know, is an illusion, really. You know, we'll all know people, obviously, if we're on Facebook, for example, and we have Facebook friends that will present a face to the world, and if we know them well, or we know something about them behind the scenes, we'll know very often that things are configured very differently to how they're presented. And I know that sounds quite an obvious thing to say, but as I think you're pointing out, James, that we can be sucked in even at that level if we're not careful, if we're just kind of mindlessly scrolling through Facebook, for example. All sorts of things will be affecting us almost subliminally, really, without us realizing it. And so in that sense, you can't really afford to be off guard even with something like that. And a lot of people utilize social media in that way to relax, don't they? They go on to it to come away from work, thinking that they're kind of doing themselves a favor, and you know, arguably they're not. And I actually know quite a few young people who are deciding to come off it completely. Yeah. They're just absolutely sick to death of it. What was it called before it was Facebook? There was something else before Facebook, wasn't there? MySpace. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Although, and this is where language is important again. Why, you know, why is it called that? Why is it called that as opposed to something else? And why did one take off and not the other? Which is what happened, isn't it, as I recall? Yeah. So there's something about, you know, the idea of presenting social media in that way that is obviously attractive to people, even if it's only appealing to their voyeurism. So that's a relatively obvious, everyday, inane example, really, of how we can get sucked into things.
Yeah, but the effects of that can be psychosomatic.
They can, yeah.
For all sorts of reasons, even the posture a person takes, how they breathe if they're on the phone or on a machine. Yeah. And then take into account everything else that's informationally represented within that, how that's internalized. As you said, James, and you said, Paul, this just kicks your complexes off.
Yes.
And you've done a narration in this video where I reply to somebody about the extended mind. So just to reference that, what I say to help the person to understand is that its extent is theoretically infinite, but there is a cutoff point. And the cutoff point is at that point at which your individual homeostasis is no longer affected. But because we are embedded in everything, it's not just cognition, it's the whole of us as a field of information extends way out. And social media, so-called, is an example of that, because for all the reasons that you said, that it gives you the illusion of an extension further than you, but it is still influencing you.
It is.
And you're extended out into that.
Yeah.
Where's the vanishing point of influence? Where will it be for someone where it can't touch them anymore? It can't influence their homeostasis. That's way out. That's way beyond. Now, obviously, events that occur within our own solar system, the state of the sun, the season, the intensity of the solar wind or solar radiation, simply the movement of the moon as well. These things affect us. Things beyond that affect us, but with decreasing effects. So we are extended and we are embedded within the environment, and therefore influence and suggestion move across the whole of that scale, and affect us in different ways. So and there's Paul, or Tyrannus, just as giving his welcome,
making an appearance.
Name on this side as well.
Yeah. Oh, right.
It's probably the same, the same thunderbolt.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, even that is an intrusion from the weather, which, because it's related to, is part of the extended mind of any individual who connects to it. So the informational field, the objective waveform of information, is fucking huge. But we can decide, as you said, James, about being conscious where do we set that limit point and say thus far and no further, and thus closer and no further? But you extend internally into the genome and its innate understanding, the ancestral psyche by metaphor, to establish balance for ourselves, harmony for ourselves now, so we can move into the future. So the idea of an extended mind, which is a field phenomenon, is not just embodied cognition. That is such a horrendously collapsed piece of nonsense that you tend to get from academics. The lived experience of people is far more extended than that. And you can direct consciously your influence at so many different levels, but be unconsciously affected by so many things unless we manage those boundaries. And the management of them is really important.
It is. I think one of the potentially most dangerous kind of situations where we might open ourselves up to suggestion that would be harmful to us is where there's some kind of power differential. So obviously that could be in something like a therapy relationship. It could be, you know, even just going to see your GP, or it could be at a little bit more of a move from that. So you allow yourself to, or you open yourself up to suggestion from what might be happening from your local government or your central government, for example. So anywhere where there's a power gradient, that someone who is maybe not of good character, or just decides to seize an opportunity to manipulate you in a particular way, and you're vulnerable, you're in a vulnerable state, then clearly you, in that moment, you are far more open to suggestion. You know, obviously if it's positive, then that's potentially a good thing. But as I said earlier, the way in for positive and negative suggestion is the same. It is, unfortunately. So it's how we in the moment screen that out, or even you know, we're enough to know that it's operating.
So we need, thanks Paul, we need ego strength.
We do,
which gives us a proper boundary. Suggestion is influence. Influence is a field effect. You can be unconscious of the influences through that extended field of mind, if we want to use that metaphorically. Or you can be more conscious of it, have proper ego strength, and then allow yourself to self-regulate, not only internally, but psychosocially, through how you understand information is configuring in relationship to you through suggestion. So that's the key. Ultimately, that's going to be the key. Where do you begin? Where do you end? Can you manage the boundary? Can you work homeostasis properly across as much of that field as possible? You'll need to move your energy into different foci now and again, relative to external influences and effects. But you do have to understand you have a nature, you have a biology, you have an ancestry, and you have an anticipation built into you for having a healthy and adapted life. If you get coherent, field coherent with that, you are then decoherent with negative suggestion. And once you become coherent with a field, you can start to influence that field. So anyone of like mind who is similarly coherent with health will detect you. They will pick you up. They'll be drawn to you. Just as if you go into a negative field coherence, a decoherence with health, in other words, you will start to draw negatives, more negatives towards you, who will seek to deplete you and to dissolve your energy and information into something that they can use for themselves. So how you model this is going to be really, really important going forward.
I think that from what you're saying, Steve, then really, I think people have to understand the importance of intuition as a fundamental aspect of consciousness, really, because with these things, they tend to register at that level before we become properly cognizant of them.
That's a really good point.
So people say all the time, don't they? I just felt things weren't quite right, or I had my gut instinct told me that, you know, to keep away from that particular person. And we have to become attuned to it, I think, in the right way.
We do. That's a really good point, that, Paul. Intuition, as we model it, following Jung, but extending it, basically is something which does not represent itself directly, because it can't. And it can't, because we are limited in how we can perceive or apperceive the information that's latent within the intuitive field. So it has to somaticize into our physiology, our body. It has to become an emotion, it has to become a thought, probably all three at different levels of expression. But the certainty is the key.
Yeah.
The fact that this is dropped in. Now, Jung called it perception by way of the unconscious. That was a reasonable explanation, given his model and given the times within which he lived. We would consider it to be consciousness of the field of information within the objective waveform that is outside of our normal consciousness. But as I say, intuition cannot represent itself usually directly, because our perceptive and apperceptive capacities are compressed. We have a Miller number which processes data, and we have an internal understanding of processing information which has a higher bandwidth than the sensory-based Miller number. Now it's the internal one that you can extend by using the right kind of training, rather than to overamp your normal cognitive and sensory data-based Miller number. So when you work on the inside, you then become more receptive to intuition, closer and closer by increments to what it actually is in and of itself. And what that seems to be is base state, ground state consciousness as such. And that's a very interesting path to allow yourself to follow, because all sorts of things can come online for you then.
It can sometimes literally give you an instantaneous read on someone else's field, can't it?
It can.
And I've watched you do it often.
Yeah.
And I would say mostly it's been accurate.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Yeah.
You literally just get the shape of someone, to use a metaphor, and it just doesn't feel right for whatever reason. You won't necessarily know what the reason is when you're having the reaction.
Yeah.
But like you say, it's a first step, isn't it, towards
it's a first step.
building.
So that might be on site.
Yes.
Or at least the intuition instantiates within the perception of sight.
Yeah.
And then you might say, the person might say, I did not like the look of that person. The bit of them that doesn't like it is an affective level of consciousness, but the understanding is intuitive. But the person's conscious mind is, I saw the data.
Yeah.
And it's as if the data has made them conscious in all of these other ways downstream of that representation within sight. What we would say, though, is no, it's intuition. The intuition manifested in the moment that the sensory information simultaneously to it and added to it, which then garnered an affective and following that a kind of a cognitive understanding of what they saw. And I say this because we can have intuitions that are not based on immediate experience or memory, but of an anticipated experience based on what we hear. And we might not hear very much, we have very limited information. There's going to be a meeting or someone's going to be and you get a perception that registers somatically, affectively, cognitively, verbally. This doesn't feel right. And where's that really come from? It's not come from the senses at all. It's come at a higher register, a field register of understanding that then collapses into those different modalities. We call them metaqualia. So intuition is a metaqualia within which all these other qualia that philosophers go on about can take their representational form. But the metaqualia is the regulator of it in a specific category. So cognition is a metaqualia. Sensory data is a metaqualia. That's the usual one that philosophers go for and collapse into things like the color red. Whereas the overall understanding of what can be perceived through the senses, the understanding of that is a metaqualia of consciousness and of perception, which then immediately constellates apperception internally beyond the data that's within the senses, which can be interpreted affectively, that is emotionally or cognitively. Again, all of this is going on way outside of our Miller number. We are aware of representations as a field. So understanding metaqualia as field representations is really important. And the basic one is intuition, because it can do anything that all the others do and more. So handling your intuition and working internally is a great way of getting outside of an unpleasant situation without going into fantasy. It's looking for a solution, not a pseudo representation of an alternative state that I would rather be in. It's more interested in a solution. And this manifests itself in affective neuroscience as the seeking system. The seeking system is very close to intuition as we model it. But most neuropsychoanalysts don't make that step. They're far too mechanistic and reductive and concerned with specific pathways within the brain, neurophysiological pathways, within which intuition takes root for its expression. And we then call it seeking. So understanding field informational qualia, infodynamics, as we refer to them as an extension of psychodynamics, is hugely important if you want to increase your consciousness and your adaptations.
In this section, Steve and Pauline are going to speak on becoming in resonance with a future state, rather than being in resonance with the past, or even fully with the present. The future, being in resonance with the future, is the most important thing for someone and their instincts to move towards. Before we get there though, I'd like to share with you a clip from a recent IPSA professional training seminar, specifically on Steve and Pauline's model of deep structure complexes. Deep structure complexes come up in the conversation very soon, so we thought that it would be a really good idea to share this here. I'll see you on the other side. Deep structure complexes, as Steve said before, they solve the gap problem. And the gap problem specifically between the ego field broadly, complex field broadly, and the phylogenetic or the ancestral psyche. If there was nothing between those two, nothing would stop an ego going inside and going straight into the ancestral psyche. That would be debilitating. That would be dangerous. That would mean that there's no, forgive me for, I suppose, mechanistic language with this, but there'd be no relay of information to control the information flow between what's personal and individual to somebody, that being the field of the ego, versus the things that we share as a species, the ancestral psyche. The ancestral psyche is very different in qualia. Sorry, Marcelo, were you?
No, just a question. When you say ancestral psyche, does it mean meta instincts, or what level are we talking about?
Yeah, meta instincts and pansepian instincts would be the ancestral psyche. So, well, I mean, we can see this from a biological perspective. We're all humans. We all do human things, and we can't not do human things. But we're all individuals. So everyone's different to each other, but they're also the same at a deep structure level. Being a human, the psychological representation of that innate constitution of the species is the ancestral psyche. So yeah, you can fractionate that down into pansepian instinct and meta instinct. Then there are equivalents here, or functional equivalents, I suppose. Anthony Stevens spoke on the phylogenetic psyche. And in that sense, he was very interested in the archetypes, Jung's archetypes being present there. And he blended that very nicely with the work of the ethologists and with evolutionary biology. So he changed the word collective unconscious, Jung's term, into phylogenetic psyche, because it's a phylogenetic psyche. Phylogenetic essentially just means evolutionary. Stephen Pauline's is more ramified than that, and there are these two different taxa, meta instincts and pansepian instincts. And the ancestral psyche is very different. Let's just say in qualia, very broad term, I know, but it's very different to the field of the ego. There has to be something between the two of them, homeostatically mediating the information that moves between them. And if an ego was so inclined and wished to turn inwards and try and contact the ancestral psyche deliberately through, for example, hypnosis, there would need to be a check in place from the non-ego psyche to see if the ego was in a fit enough state to experience the ancestral psyche, to be able to be updated. Because you can imagine an ego would need to have significant strength, ego strength, be homeostatic and adapted enough to the outside world before it's going to be allowed access in that kind of way, directed inner work to the ancestral psyche. If not, the ego could experience something that completely throws it over, and it loses its external reality adaptation straight away. Goes psychotic in extreme cases. So there has to be something mediating that. That structure is the deep structure complex, or deep structure complexes existing as a field. And there's a gradient to its function. So the one that you have seen Steve and Pauline in the past emphasize the most is its function of reflecting back to the ego's adaptation from the perspective of the non-ego psyche. That's really important because that is the immediate response that the unconscious, so-called the non-ego psyche, has to internal projection. And internal projection is rife today. In our era of the internet, Steve's pointed this out before, I think we said it in a seminar recently, the internet allows for essentially an infinite amount of suggestive stuff, models of stuff, to saturate the ego, inform its understanding of itself. And then the ego will just project that inwards. So if the ego is doing that, internally projecting, expecting to find whatever in these non-ego psyche, classical ones obviously are Jung's model of the psyche, or even Freud's model of the psyche, or more philosophical models of the psyche, whatever it is. If someone looks inside and expects to find their shadow because they've been told it's going to be there, they're going to meet with their shadow. Not a real shadow, but that mirrored back to them, because that keeps the ego occupied with itself in a fantasy holding space to protect it from going any further. Because an ego that's doing that is not in a fit enough state, reflexive state, adaptive state to adapt to the outside world. So that function has to be there. That's the first thing that a deep structure complex will do. If the ego isn't doing that so much, or if the ego has greater ego strength, they're a step on from just internally projecting stuff over the psyche, then a deep structure complex will take on more of a psychopomp role. The psychopomp role then is, its purpose is to then lead progressively, but lead the ego into a greater understanding of itself in relationship to the non-ego psyche, to help it move into a fit enough state so that it can then receive, as you said, the meta instincts from the ancestral psyche. So it has to be progressive. So that's that in a very quick sense, that's what deep structure complexes evolved for. They're homeostatic mediators that will protect the ego by keeping it out from the ancestral psyche, or can help psychopomp lead the ego towards a state where it can receive meta instincts and update itself deliberately from the inside. Steve and Pauline have emphasized that there are different ways of accessing meta instincts. That way is so going inside, for example, with hypnosis is one way of doing it. That's to try and deliberately access. But they can also emerge spontaneously too. So it's not as if the ego has to deliberately work with deep structure complexes if they're going to access the ancestral psyche. That's not true. It's only for an ego who is concerned with going inside and accessing those things for itself, as traditions and cultures have tried to do forever since the dawn of time under different names. So you asked for an example. An example that Steve has given several times before are these wrathful deities within Tantric Buddhism. And I'm hesitant to want to explain that because I have no direct experience of Tantrism. But essentially, if I can do the best job that I can, the Tantric tradition teaches the practitioner that when they encounter these so-called wrathful deities on the inside, they're not real and they have created them. So they're representations of themselves that can be worked with to transmute the energy that's within them to what's then behind them. So deep structure complexes exist in that form within Tantra, but you see them constantly in more or less any myth that you come across. any guardian of a gate, any a character that will take somebody across a river, that kind of thing. Someone who asks a riddle of, say, the protagonist, and the protagonist has to answer in the right way. They'd be examples of deep structure complexes, because they move the ego from one place to another, which is synonymous in narrative representational form with a greater updating of consciousness of oneself, who they are, who they're not, too. So that's updating the self-image, perhaps, broadly, and that in relation to the non-ego psyche. Hopefully that clip helped explain what a deep structure complex is. If you'd like more information on deep structure complexes, they tend to come up essentially in all of the videos that we've done recently, beginning roughly around approaching the unconscious and entering the unconscious that we did towards the end of 2022. There's also a narrated Discord post shortly after this section, timestamped below, that explains what deep structure complexes are too, directly from Steve Richards. So before we move back to Steve and Pauline now, I'd just like to show you a schema on screen that perhaps helps explain what's going to come up next. You see, every single person is living in the present moment, and everybody has a past. That's where complexes prefer to live, and those are the conditions which complexes like to reconstellate. And we also all have a future. And past, present, and future, we can say, are all in field resonance with each other. But when somebody is under the influence of a complex, such as a complex that formed under conditions of acute or chronic trauma, then the person, when that complex is active, is more in resonance with their past than their future. But it is possible, specifically through directed inner work, and Steve will explain more on that in just a moment, but through directed inner work, somebody can become in resonance with a future state. And not just any future state, but the future state that their genome, the genome's fields, and the wider field itself anticipates for that person. And in becoming within conscious resonance with a future state, we can help resolve things that are either hanging around in the present or we've brought with us from the past.
This is something which people will need training and guidance for, but I'm going to outline the theory and explain how I've used that myself. With respect to an informational field model then, and when we consider the dimension of time, and if we put that into the context of some versions of quantum physics, quantum mechanics, as they are currently iterated, the suggestion is that past, present, and future exist simultaneously. But there's something about our consciousness that only picks up the arrow of time that we're normally aware of. That's a key thing to consider. There's something about our consciousness which under ordinary conditions only experiences the immediacy of a moment and then the arrow of time as proceeding from what we understand to be the present and into the future, but with a recollection of the past, as normally understood in psychology, for example, in neuroscience. But of course, there are all kinds of anecdotal and even some laboratory experiences that people can have and everyday experiences that suggest that access to the past and even to the future is accessible to our understanding and our consciousness under certain conditions. Now, the most familiar ones are going to be precognition, parapsychology, dreams that come true in part or in whole, that kind of thing. The usual topics, if you like, for parapsychology. Now, despite the skepticism that is around over that, these things occur. I know it's occurred to me, and it has occurred, and I have absolutely no doubt about that. And James, you know, don't you, that when we work as we do in depth with the psyche, then what happens is typically as soon as you go past a certain point, all sorts of paranormal, parapsychological phenomena become ordinary. They become familiar. So what this would suggest then is that if consciousness is able, under specific conditions, random natural conditions sometimes, to access the future as if the future were now, or have some kind of farsight into the past, then if you were entrained to receive that, you would be able to position not only your conscious mind, but your embedded mind-body field into a future or a past state relative to the present. Now, why is this important? Well, recently I came down with COVID and it was pretty bad. I mean, this is very recently. This is a matter of well, I was in it until a few days ago. And I was desperate because of the strength of the symptoms that I was going to have to try to do something to bring myself into resonance, field resonance with an anticipated future state where I wouldn't have COVID, but not specifically just that. More specifically, that my immune system would become coherent with a future state wherein it had already dealt with the condition that I had. Now, the reason I was interested in attempting to do this was that in the past, when I've messed with my immune system with respect to boosting it, I've been far too good at it, and I've put myself into a worse state than I should have been in. Now, I learned not to do that a long time ago, probably 25 years ago. The last time when I was in a fever state, and I thought I'm going to try and beat this by boosting my immune system using Rossi style hypnosis, dissociation, and so forth. All I did is make the whole bloody thing worse, because the reaction from the immune system was augmented to the point where I became more ill than I was. But I realized that, and then I reversed it. That kind of put me off, as you might imagine. But in this instance, I thought, is it possible? Can I possibly imagine what it would be like, and then get to a field coherent state where, and this is going to sound like woo-woo, where my immune system did not have to ramp itself up in order to defeat the virus, the COVID virus, COVID-19, this present iteration, because it had already done it. So in other words, then the immune system would now configure in the present in the same way that it is already in the future, and therefore not have to go through the normal processes that the immune system would have to do to boost itself and to affect you and make you even feel worse to achieve that state. Now, that was the plan. And how did I get that plan? Well, before I had even thought about doing it, I did a self-hypnosis session on myself. And admittedly, I was very unwell when I did it, but I thought I'm going to have to do this, open myself up in the usual way. And it was an extremely powerful experience that was more dreamlike, although I was awake, but the content of it was very, very much like an intense lucid dream. And within that, there was a figure who I knew, not in real life, but I knew what this person stood for. I'll come to that in a minute. And it was such an intense experience. I could see he had an apple green velvet jacket on with long grey hair and a fluffed up shirt. Quite a kind but lined face. And he said to me, "You're forgetting one thing. You're forgetting the dimension of time. And there is a future state, which is there now, that presently you're not fully coherent with, within which this will be dealt with." And then he gets out this device and he scans me with it, and he says, yes, there it is. It's there, it's not there, etc. This is real. He actually said, this is real. And this is what you must do. And what he did by passing this device over me was to tell me it wasn't in my lungs, it wasn't in my heart, it was in my stomach, and it was in my brain, and also my upper limbs. And that's where the immune system was operating, but it hadn't penetrated into my lungs, hadn't affected my heart. So he looked at me again, very, very directly, and said, "It's the dimension of time." And I remember I came out with a start and I thought, my God, what he's telling me is, that's the thing that I'm not considering. there is a future state within which, if I survive, that my immune system would have dealt with it. But that's in the future, not in the present. What went wrong for me last time was messing around with my immune system in the present by turbocharging it using hypnosis via the Rossi psychoneuroimmunological pathways to generate a heightened immune response right now, which of course just made everything worse. But if I could move my immune system into a future state where this has been dealt with, so it was field coherence, it would be as if that future immunological profile was present in me now without me having to do that dangerous work of going through the process of getting to it. Now, normally, of course, that would be considered to be impossible. But I did another self-hypnosis, and then there were 3 domains represented for me: past, present, and future, and the interaction and the field coherence between the 3. So I utilised the methods that I use for self-hypnosis, the ones that you are familiar with, James, to access the future state and to make it coherent with the present. And there wouldn't be any need to feel worse about this, because that future immune state is effectively immune to what I'm going through now. So it would have already dealt with the virus. It would have dealt with it, and it's gone. Now, this sounds like woo-woo, doesn't it? But once you're embedded within this and you get those field responses. I mean, Pauline will tell you I was really bad on that day, wasn't I?
Yeah.
I was absolutely desperately bad with this thing. So I did it, and the image, what we would call a deep structure representative complex, had gone, it had done its purpose, and I've moved into a state where I believed through the dimension of time that I could access a future state of my immune system and bring it into field coherence. Next morning, bearing in mind this was about 1 a.m, I was absolutely fine. Now, that may be a coincidence, but the technique is something which is familiar, or should be familiar, to anybody who's trained with us with hypnosis, the idea about moving into future states, becoming coherent with them. And then over time, we move into a further deeper coherence with a future state. The advantage of this over things like trauma is that trauma is either past or present. And if we generate an impression of it in the future, then we start to react now and anticipate the future and move towards it as if that trauma was still active. But if we can move a coherent state in the present into one which is actually existing in the future and make them the same, then we actually go past, we move away from it. Now, I've used this, you know this, James, I've used this with the typical biopsychosocial presentation of complexes. But as I said before, I kind of fought shy of doing it with respect to the immune system because of what I did to myself 25 years ago. But this time, it seemed to have an immediate effect without me feeling any ill effects, because I've moved into that dimension, or I'd taken into account that dimension of time that I had not taken into account before. So long as I survived, there would be a future state where this would be dealt with. And then when that field informational coherence is established, then it would be as if the immune system knew what its future state was, became coherent with that, and was then able immediately to deal with the virus without overloading me physiologically in the moment, because it's as if the moment had been skipped and we were already in the future. Now, this may sound, as I say, really strange, but there's so much you can do in hypnosis, which is very, very powerful for so many dissociative effects. As you know, amputations have been done under hypnosis, so there's a complete dissociation from immediate moment. People with severe burns, if they are put into a hypnotic trance, the healing is faster, the scarring is reduced. All sorts of things like that are potentially possible. So in that desperation of, and then when I received that image, that deep structure complex representation, and it's not somebody I would have consciously gone looking for, which is interesting, but he's part of a scenario which is familiar to me, but I wouldn't have chosen this guy. But this guy has some elements to him that in the fictional situations that he would find himself in as a character, he was extremely practical and wouldn't allow himself to be fluffed by anything. Everything was as it was, and therefore you can do something. So in that set, but the missing thing is that he represents a dimension of time and the movement through time, backwards and forwards. So as he is in effect a time traveler, he exists in the past, the present, and the future. If he exists in the future, then whatever state he's in the present, it's not going to stop him. He will exist in the future. So the analog then was adopted and put into process via our psychobiological hypnotic methods, which we've derived from Rossi and modified somewhat. So we brought, I attempted to bring the future into the present in a field coherent way. So the immune system had already done its job and didn't have to overload itself or me, which is a night's move on a virus.
That's absolutely amazing. That's really, really amazing. Thank you for sharing that.
It's incredible, isn't it? But I'm only sharing it because it happened. And Pauline saw the state that I was in. I was in a terrible state, trying to fight this thing. And the fact that it went is quite remarkable.
Well, you went with it. I mean, you were gifted that, really, weren't you?
Yeah.
And had you ignored it, or had you maybe tried to override it or amplify it in the wrong way, you wouldn't have received the message as you did. And I think it's particularly instructive because what it demonstrates, particularly with something like the immune system, is that more isn't necessarily better. And when you're trying to get your homeostasis back, whatever correction is being made or whatever meta-regulation is underway just has to be enough for you to get your homeostasis back. And obviously with, COVID and people's familiarity with COVID, now there's so much out there, isn't there, on social media, in the way of information about, how it's affected people and how it can affect various systems of the body, and also how it might not be a good idea to have booster after booster after booster and overstimulate your immune system, because each time you do that, you're giving it more to do. You're actually creating potentially more inflammation, which of course clearly isn't a good thing.
No.
So, as you say, in the past, Steve, you would have probably used hypnosis to increase your immune response. You would have self-suggested an increase in your immune response. So,
mess of it.
So, presumably not only would you would have already probably had your first line of immunity kick in, you would have potentially generated a complementary cascade as well. There would have been signaling to other immune cells as well to jump on board to fight, the virus. And that would then have been an overreaction potentially of your immune system, with all the side effects that come with that. And one of the major ones being inflammation, unfortunately. So that you do not want, because we all know, don't we, that when we have inflammation, we tend to feel very unwell on top of everything else.
Absolutely. And there's this cytokine storm,
which
I was concerned about triggering off in myself, because I've very effectively done that in the past. With a different, it was only for influenza, but it was a very serious in sense of how brutal it was symptomatically at the time. I did not want to make that worse again, because but I remember years back teaching the students that we had then 25 years ago, saying, well, don't do this because I've done it and it's a bad idea. Which was a joke for quite a few years about how daft I'd been about doing that. But the preparation that I tried to avoid a cytokine effect is that I was using self-hypnosis to manage my homeostasis and say just enough and no more, just enough and no more. That was a self-suggestion built within a self-hypnotic package to manage this, to try to prevent myself from getting too enthusiastic, even unconsciously, about trying to deal with it. But just enough and no more wasn't enough, it seems, and the temptation was to do it, but I can't. You know, this could be really dangerous. I could kick that in. And then when I asked myself for help, or I asked the inner world for help, the psyche, the deep structure psyche, then immediately it was like being moved into a dream state. I was using self-hypnosis techniques, but this was so vivid, incredibly vivid. And I wasn't taking into account the dimension of time. And there is a future state where this is dealt with. If you bring that back and into coherence with the now, effectively it will be gone. And it was following morning.
Yeah.
Again, it's absolutely amazing. I've got loads of things that come to mind on that sort of ideas, and then I guess follow-up questions. What you were saying though, Pauline, about the immune system, I'd like to second that, because that's something I think a lot of people aren't super aware of within the culture, is that if we have obviously you had a bad variant of COVID-19, Steve, but if we reel things back to a common cough or cold or flu, the symptoms that people experience from that do not come from the actual virus, they come from the immune system. You mentioned cytokine storm, specific interleukins, ILs, these little small secretions of cells that carry out immune functions. They're linked to the headaches, the fatigue, the muscle weakness, even sore throat isn't caused by a virus. That's your own immune cells nuking the cells of the throat to try and get rid of the virus infected cells. So yeah, I can certainly see from that why, as you've attempted to do many years ago, Steve, 25 years ago, trying to upregulate the immune system itself, not a good idea.
No.
That would just then cause lots of inflammation. But I'm so fascinated as well by this dimension of time. And as you were speaking, I had an image of Rossi's mind-body loop. And on them, he often had the time dimension, didn't he, of how long each step would take. So when you said that this happened at about 1 a.m, roughly what time, if you don't mind me asking, did you get up in the morning again, Steve?
About 10, I think.
Yeah, that should be more than enough time then for transcription, translation, that the standard step within the mind-body loop. So you've got the dimension of time broadly of being coherent with a future state, but I suppose would it be fair to say that manifested itself through, I guess, an ontology, a really quick, but a Rossi-style ontology to move you from present to future way quicker than otherwise what would have taken place.
Yeah, it was as if you collapsed that time frame, wasn't it?
Yeah, the key seemed to be that the figure was suggesting the past, present, and future exist simultaneously, and it's our attitude of consciousness that makes the distinction. And under certain circumstances, the right kind of communication, then you can access the future, but not only psychologically, you can do it physiologically. And when and again, we've discussed it in this video, for example, that lady who had irritable bowel syndrome after the bombing in the Second World War, that was the past perseverating. The fact that the future can move into the present and not just the past move into the present. Normally we don't consider that because of our understanding of the arrow of time. But it was incredible, the change, and it's the only hypothesis that fits, in my view, that was in effect what happened. But I would say people do need to know what they're doing if they try that. Yeah. Because it is possible to mess it up, and you have to know what to receive, how to receive it, and how to treat your own physiology.
It does match the informational field model that you guys have really nicely, that whatever that character was would have been a deep structure complex, right? But acting in its psychopomp role, one of the roles that it can have, it seemed, Steve, to be in a psychopomp sense, leading you to then considering updating your ego, I guess, in a sense, considering that dimension of time, which I'm really interested as to why that might be necessary, in the sense that homeostasis for most people doesn't normally do that. But by engaging with the unconscious in the right way, or non-ego psyche as you guys use for that term, engaging it in the right way gave a sense of agency. But why wouldn't homeostasis, I suppose, do that anyway, if you know what I mean?
Yeah. It seems that there's, as with the normal experience of consciousness that we have of our ego, there are limitations as a baseline that are set. If our ego was too full of the unconscious, as that's normally understood, or it's too full of future projections, even precognitively, we don't exist in the moment. And there's something about the moment which is highly adaptive, it's highly important, which is why our experience of time is probably collapsed in the way that it is. But we are gifted the potential for accessing future states, it seems, in the same way that we can access past states. So being in the right frame of receptivity for this seems to be key. And even myself, with all of my experience, which is a lot over many years with a lot of people, had to be open to receive that in order for it to be allowed to work. So I can only imagine that everything was in agreement in the moment, and that's what was delivered.
So in the context of trauma then, for this whole video, is what you're suggesting basically that for somebody to have a resonance with the future rather than the past, literally, whether that is literally or metaphorically literally, if you kind of see the distinction there, that would help somebody move away from a field resonance with the past that then collapses their field. The image I kind of get is like there's a timeline and there's like a gravitational well almost back to the past that's tugging on them and tugging their energy back. But if someone is resonant with the future, that's going to really help them remove or get over any past perseverations, is the way that you've put it.
Yeah, I'd agree. And I would say that dissociation, which we, the three of us are obviously very familiar with clinically and in terms of the training, is another big hint, because dissociation takes you out of the immediate moment. So it has a survival value when somebody's undergoing trauma to dissociate up to a point. You can go too far, obviously. But provided that dissociation allows a person to get through a crisis, it's highly adapted and therefore conserved. But the idea, I mean, you know, again, because you've been through this in your training with us, that it is possible to receive information from what the Jungians would call the self archetype. We would call the genomic self, because we want to extend that beyond mere psychology in any meaningful sense. It is possible to get cooperation for a future state and then to move progressively towards that. It seems if the genome agrees with it in terms of its gene expression and its meta-regulation, then it will say, or it will indicate in so many days, so many weeks, whatever months, this will be done. It will be sorted. It'll be out the way progressively. That means that a person is not overloaded. Which is what I was saying earlier, that one of the issues about the potential for the future to intrude too much into the present is that we would lose our sense of the arrow of time and of adaptation. And there does seem to be something fundamental about that that's important. So we can't go too far into a future state, but we might be allowed to do something like I suggested for myself, but also what we routinely say for people over things like depression and anxiety states, complexes. Once we start the process of contact with the genome, we get the agreement that this will be sorted out at a certain point in time. There's no need for them to worry about it, be concerned about it, because all the work will be done on the inside and will be released appropriately as this future state starts to come back towards the present. So really it's happening anyway all the time. It's just what was remarkable was the speed of it.
Oh, it did accelerate things without a doubt. I guess, like you say, Steve, though, any kind of dissociation which takes you away from cognition effectively will collapse you into intuition, which of course is prospective as well, in the sense that, you know, it allows the imagination to come through. So it allows you to model future states as well. And that clearly is, you know, is essential for moving beyond trauma.
The imagery is really
the imagery side is really important. Yes. But I mean, you didn't ask for that. I mean, you're more than capable of, you know, generating images in the sense that you you may partly have a hand in that. You may anticipate that certain images might represent themselves, but this was so, left of field. I don't think even you could have predicted that you would be gifted that. I mean, as you say, out of all the characters that might have appeared, in terms that might have taken your interest, because obviously it's been drawn from something that you have an interest in.
I did do.
It would not have been him
as a child. No, it wouldn't have been him. No,
not at all.
I would have seen him as an upstart and an interloper.
Yeah,
and not the original, shall we say? But he was the right man for the representational task, it seems.
Yeah.
Interesting how these things happen.
When this channel, Jung to Live By, started in February of 2020, we started a Discord server at the exact same time. And since that point, all the way up to the present day, principally split over 2 different servers, Steve Richards has written thousands upon thousands of Discord posts, principally to guys in our community who join the server and want to ask any question that they want to pertaining to psychosystems analysis, their personal development, or even their professional development too. So the way that we've liked to close off these recent videos in this Resolve series is with a series of narrated Discord posts from Steve on topics that specifically support and expand on information that was covered earlier on in this video. So that's exactly what we're going to do today as well. Everything you're going to see in this particular section overtly supports everything that you would have learned so far. Now, the whole point of the Jung to Live By Discord server is to offer a place for people who are interested in this kind of thing. That's depth psychology broadly, but specifically psychosystems analysis, and want to take things to an extra level of depth. If you would like to join us on that, the link for that is in the description down below. It'd be really great to see you over there. Without any further ado, let's begin with these posts from Steve Richards. On becoming conscious of your own fields, Steve writes in a personal communication on September 9th, 2024, quote, "If we take a homeostatic view with your biopsychosocial stack having everything that has recently happened to you laying over it, we can immediately see your meta field as it is presently configured. By field, we mean a heterogeneous pattern of infodynamic association that is self-sustaining. It has its own within-level, internally referent homeostasis. So your meta field is the highest register of distribution that you can personally occupy until the boundaries of your system extend into the most fundamental states. In theoretical terms, this is effectively at a point of infinite extension. In practical terms, it's at the point where our homeostasis, at the level of an individual human organism, cannot be further extended. Everything that you are immediately aware of within this field is your subjective waveform. Everything outside of that, including any non-ego awareness, but is still affecting you, is your objective waveform. This field is infodynamic, so the respective waveforms change over time as an active distribution set against the biopsychosocial stack. This means that your field is not only widely distributed, but your subjective waveform is highly coherent with a representation of that distribution. This will naturally stretch the capacity of anyone's homeostasis. An individual will be stretched physically, intrapsychologically, and psychosocially. The physical is the most important, as this is the chassis to carry everything else. The intrapsychological is where we become reflexively aware of complexes. The psychosocial is where we find ourselves increasing our drive state in order to meet the demands that our physiology and psychology may be withdrawing or shutting down from as a conservation withdrawal. Complexes can perhaps paradoxically be co-opted to act as homeostatic regulators. Their regressive inertia in reference to past states can be utilized by our meta-regulatory function to compel an otherwise overstretched system to refocus and self-correct. How you interpret this will be very important. You've been subject to the effects of extraordinary stress. This has extended your personal field into the collective at the psychosocial level. The homeostatic compensation will likely include reactivating past ego state complexes for the reason outlined above. A problem can be in identifying with these past ego state complexes, so that they persist beyond their reactivation's intended purpose. The way to deal with these complexes is firstly to recognize their reconfiguration, then check your meta field against the biopsychosocial stack. This will reveal their activation profile and give away their immediate adaptive purpose, homeostatically. You can then say, I am in that state. This being the presently configured representational field of your subjective and objective waveforms. Secondly, check your physiological homeostasis, and in particular for any downloading from the psychosocial and psychological into it. Be alert to the potential for your psychology to override awareness of exhaustion, so that the overdrive state necessary to meet with extended psychosocial needs is allowed to run unchecked. Thirdly, reconfigure your self-image field, as this is the real-time internal mirror within your self-concept field. Make sure that it is not acting autonomously to identify you, your ego field, with the oxidizing need to meet with others' extended demands, including through social media. Finally, reconfigure your persona field, the two-way membrane of intrapsychic to psychosocial relating, to ensure that its homeostasis and your internal self-regulation are coherent and adaptive. Note, the objective waveform is analogous to the unconscious in psychodynamics, but it goes much further. On field homeostasis, 1. Steve writes on September 9th, 2024, quote, "You need to consider the distribution of a given complex and how the complex may form part of an adjunctive homeostasis for other parts of the field." See the personal communication narrated immediately before this one. Our personal interaction with the totality of the objective waveform is limited. Homeostasis operates at every level, including the psychological, social, and even the biological collective, which means that the ego most often must seek support from within its most immediate extended field, which includes meta-instincts and the genomic self, as well as psychosocial field interaction. On field homeostasis, 2. Steve writes on September 9th, 2024, quote, "We need to understand homeostasis not only in the collapsed biological terms of a very narrow range of tolerances, but within the scale and distribution of whole fields that go beyond biology and into psychology, the psychosocial, and even meta-environmental levels. This leads to a best fit dynamic that seeks to regulate all levels cumulatively. So, complexes that formed through Janean dissociation may originally have done so to maintain homeostasis. This is typical of any defensive response that subsequently becomes maladaptive, as in Freudian psychoanalytic modelling. Autonomous complexes can be dual-purposed, with an algorithmic assessment made about their utility, so cost-benefit, by meta-regulatory processes. However, sometimes complexes not only become autonomous and dual-purpose, they also act to defend themselves against the ego, as in psychological autoimmunity. Appealing to a better adaptation at the homeostatic level is the most effective way to deal with complexes under clinical conditions. On how deep structure complexes are formed. A member of our Discord server asks, is the process of internal projection the mechanism by which deep structure complexes are created? I understand they are also created through normal learning and experience in the world, so would internal projection be more of a pathological way, or misleading at least? Steve replies on September 19th, 2024, quote, "There are two sides to the process. Firstly, that which the ego internally projects over the unconscious and models what it thus projects as being real with respect to the objectivity of the non-ego, when it is not, in this case, as it's actually a projection by the ego over the unconscious, or non-ego conscious as equivalent terms. Secondly, the non-ego projects towards and over the ego in the form of A, how it experiences the ego, and B, the projection of future potential. Again, over the ego. So the ego experiences a representation within itself of how it could be once it has developed further in accordance with its latent potential, with this existing for the moment only outside of itself. Deep structure complexes do form on the basis of both kinds of internal projection, but internal projection may not necessarily systematize into a deep structure complex, or be properly understood when it comes from the unconscious by the ego. It is all infodynamic. The Discord member replies, "Thank you, Steve. If I may inquire and test my understanding further, is the first side, ego incorrectly internally projecting over the non-ego psyche, and the A part of the second side, so the non-ego psyche's experience of the ego, the same thing, but only coming from different sides of the explanation? On the B part of the second side, is the internal projection of the non-ego psyche over the ego, in this example, simply the mechanism through which intuition of a genomic potential is delivered towards the ego?" Steve replies, "Yes, for the first side. For part A of the second side, the non-ego delivers, projects, an internally generated representation of how the non-ego, or the unconscious, experiences the ego. This is projected at, onto, or over the ego. It may come in many representational forms and or states. For example, in dreams, neurotic symptoms, fantasies, affected social relationships, etc. For part B of the second side, the non-ego, the genomic self or other subfield of the non-ego consciousness, projects latent potential at, onto, or over the ego. This may be positive or negative, depending on the homeostatic requirements of the whole field of the organism at any given moment. The negative is interpreted by Jungians as the shadow, as indeed is the positive, which they frequently model as the gold in the shadow. It is much more efficient to understand homeostasis as dynamic and not reify internal projections into polarities, like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. When we relate properly, there is in effect no Jungian shadow. The construct defines a neurosis, in that the concept of the shadow is itself a neurotic polarity. Integrating the shadow is not the required task. Relating is. For Jungians, they'd need to understand this from within their own model as being the anima animus is the solution to the shadow. Unfortunately, they get too attached to generating internal projections as reified complexes based on their theory to notice how the natural psyche prefers to regulate itself. On the trickster and the genomic self. A YouTube commenter writes in the comment section on our video, "The Trickster Archetype, The Truth About Your Shadow," quote, "Superbly explained. I never knew that the trickster aspect only works with the ego and not the self. I would love to know more about the self and how it is different from all three." Steve replies, "The trickster is a function, a self-regulatory function that extends homeostasis out from being only biological and into the psychological and psychosocial domains. When it takes on a characterized or reified representation, then it can be mistaken for only being that representation, at which point it is only understood psychoreductively. Jung left a corpus of work that must move on with new developments in other fields, just as he wanted. The self in Jungian terms is another reified psychoreductionism. Given advances in biology and superpositioned informational field theory since his time, it is a concept now best understood as the genomic self, taking into account everything that is now understood about genetics and field theory. The experiencing psychological self is what is commonly referred to as the ego in depth psychology. On the trickster as meta-regulator. Steve writes, quote, "The trickster is best considered to be a nested field of fields that collapses into resolutions based on those fields. As such, it is not any reified image that may coalesce in representation of it. It is continuous beyond biology, psychology, and the social world, with universal, fundamental, organizational fields. Its differentiation into biology collapses into the level of evolutionary development of a species, and its niche spaces and adaptations. Hence, in humans, it takes on its characteristic representational forms. It is not one thing as such, however. Rather, it is a meta-regulator. Its association with parapsychological phenomenon is a feature of its dynamic interfield nature. Individual human ego consciousness and its collective concomitants organize the meta-regulatory field into the familiar mythic, poetic, and occult representations of the trickster. In that regard, we are obliged to reflexively consider it in that form, whilst at the same time distilling out the true deep structure dynamics of its function. Human nature creates the imago of the trickster in its own image. On drive states as fields, Steve writes on September 17th, 2024, quote, "Reducing arousal in such circumstances can be utilised for its own sake, as it can be unpleasant and distracting to have a background state approximating being in overdrive for our adaptive purposes. So yes, it has its intrinsic value. Complexes, insofar as they have preferred states to function within, will attempt to return an organism to a drive state field that optimizes their adaptive maintenance. Displacement behaviors, such as habits, including substance usage, are often peripheral to the complex's field, so that they distract or express the complex in adaptive relationship to the cost-benefit to the organism as a whole. Obsessional thoughts and compulsive rituals in OCD are a clear example of this, in that the general level of drive, as anxiety, is reduced, proportional to the performance of rituals and or loop cognition. That said, the general distribution of drive states, habits, so-called spontaneous thoughts, reveries, etc. are all part of normal field regulation. How these are ego-interpreted can be prodromal or even directly causal with respect to specific conditions, configuring out from the natural background field of drive and non-ego consciousness. On separating from cultural narratives, Steve writes on September 17th, 2024, quote, "We have to be very careful about attaching to collective, but paradoxically specific cultural narratives. Our task ultimately is to separate from them. This is very difficult when our ego actively seeks coherence with them. In affect, this is a state of active dissociative identification, not a disorder, but a displacing identification that brings the self-image into identification with a narrative characterization, or scenario. The efficient cause of this is frequently the activity of our complex field. As this is concerned with its own maintenance, it seeks a pseudo-entanglement with the ego's self-image. The ability to see parallels at the right register whilst maintaining distance from identification with them is crucial for ego and whole of personality development." On the Holy Grail, a member of our Discord server writes, "Steve, you mentioned the structured incremental approach to receiving ground state consciousness through progressive entrainment. Is the end result of that process what the Holy Grail is meant to represent?" Steve replies on September 17th, 2024, quote, "An ego that, through the structured incremental progressive entrainment, has been forged into a proper vessel that can receive ground state consciousness? A vessel that can receive intuition properly, that can contain a portion of it that would not be overwhelming, that can gather it, contain it without spilling, and carry it forward for its ingestion? Yes, this is not easy. It's a real test. the kind metaphorically or allegorically represented in mythic narratives. The key is not to become fascinated by the mythic narrative, and fascination was a very old term for being hypnotized or entranced. Representations as configurative symbols and dynamics of meaning and of understanding need to be received for what they are: superdetermined superpositioning of the extended mind of consciousness. We have to relate to such huge bandwidths of information through collapsed symbols and progressive narratives or stories in order to model with our ego both the content or form and goal or telos of what it means to live a conscious human life unto its fulfillment. On inflation. Steve writes on September 17th, 2024, quote, "Inflation is a very awkward topic. It's always context specific. Being able to work with it and through it is the primary indicator of adaptation to our potential. The psyche has mechanisms to prevent inappropriate intrusion into its inner space. The first is fantasy. An ego ill-prepared for inner exploration and poorly adapted to outer life will be directed into a fantasy holding space, which should be regarded as temporary and soon to be left behind, as the ego grows in strength and maturity. When fantasy persists so that it replaces adaptation both to the outer world and the inner, then at a minimum, all personal development ceases. If this stasis persists in the ego, then eventually the homeostatic compensation from genome and instinct will generate at best a neurosis and at worst a loss of reality orientation. Personal development, particularly in the context of simultaneous professional development, will result in repeating inflation-deflation cycles in even the most committed people who possess both character and calling. Insofar as they do not have the long view, that is, they can't see outside of their ego-fictive fantasies, then this is the surest sign that they are innovated by fields larger than they can hold. Every step is hard won. If it looks easy, then that's because it is seen through the eyes of an ego that is still a child. Inflation is normal in developing people. This is the origin and the entrapment of all hero cycle myths. Maturation is not easy. Maturation beyond the normal range is extraordinarily difficult. It requires many things: the capacity to relate to others as others, and not as internalized objects upon which to transfer or project, or to subsume to personal identification with, thereby robbing them of their humanity and imposing our neurosis on them, are all fundamental issues that we have to overcome. Identification with the proxy or otherwise vicarious experiences of gurus, living or deceased, and the elevation of ideas into a virtual representation of, and replacement for, a life we haven't had, likewise must be set aside. How do we achieve the necessary balance to become ourselves? Step 1. Make ego strength the starting point. Step 2. Relate, both outside and inside. Step 3. Work with other people than only ourselves. Step 4. Pressure test everything. Step 5. Test your calling. Step 6. Develop your character. On instincts as the cure for complexes. Steve writes on September 12th, 2024, quote, "Frustration of instinct causes dissociation at both the individual and collective levels. Dissociation becomes systematized as complexes, then distributed by superpositioning between the various levels of the biopsychosocial stack. The first cause of the complex or complexes may thus be lost. Searching for it a waste of time and a distraction away from the immediacy of the field of the complex in the present moment of its representational experience. Always seek the correction of the field of the complex as such, not the first cause of it, as the correction is forward thinking and not regressive, which serves the maintenance of the complex. Instincts are thus the cure for complexes." To close off this video, we've created an appendix of definitions to cover all of the major terms that you would have heard Steve and Pauline use throughout this video. For example, informational field, and things like ego field, complex field, Miller number field, that kind of thing. Over the years since Jung to Live By has started, quite a few of you guys have emailed us asking what is the best way to reference Steve and Pauline's work. So our hope is that this part of the video will be especially useful for you guys, whether that's for a publication or something like a student thesis or dissertation. All of these definitions were written by Steve Richards. Let's begin, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you guys again in the next Jung to Live By video. Infodynamics. In psychosystems analysis and Jungian neuropsychoanalysis, infodynamics is the revision and extension of psychodynamics beyond psychoreductionism, as psychoreductionism was defined by the Dialectics of Biology group in their book Towards a Liberatory Biology, edited by Stephen Rose and published by Allison and Busby in 1982, into superpositioned informational field theory, or superpositioning theory. Infodynamics is therefore the dynamic representation of information within any state or level that it can generate or occupy, from the lowest to the highest ontological and phenomenological registers. So this includes all psychodynamic structures, processes and dynamics found in depth psychology, and their field coherence and interactions with information in any other state. The conventional modelling of the conscious and unconscious divisions of the mind are transcended by an understanding of infodynamic field representations and translations. Models of mind-body dualism, including dual aspect monism, are likewise resolved. Infodynamic superdeterminism. In psychosystems analysis and Jungian neuropsychoanalysis, infodynamic superdeterminism refers to the simultaneous causal relationships within an informational field that are caused or determined by the interaction of the field with itself, resulting in a state change to that field. A given field, say a complex, may also be superdetermined by factors arising outside of itself, for example through interaction with or meta-regulation by another field. The principle of superdeterminism can accommodate strict linear causality, or quantum effects, acting in concert on different constituent elements of a field of informational representation and dynamic expression. Psychosomatic storm. In psychosystems analysis and Jungian neuropsychoanalysis, a psychosomatic storm refers to a superdetermined field effect that acts upon the field of a whole organism via transduction pathways, reference to Rossi and Richards, to cause a representational pooling of effects downstream of any initial change in state of that field. Specifically in psychosomatic effects, following the influence of suggestion, in any form, including compound influences summating as a field in itself. A change in the ego field of a subject can distribute by transduction out from the psychosocial field into biology, whilst escaping conscious attention at the ego field level. With sufficient collapse of individual autonomy and increasing compensating homeostatic pressure from the genome and its instincts, a psychosomatic storm of representational symptoms and disorders may follow. At a lower valency of effect, this explains the routine presentations in cases of classical hysteria, somatoform disorder, and conversion reactions in medicine and depth psychology. In the case of a psychosomatic storm, the depletion of homeostasis is so great that multiple disorders may appear at the psychological and physiological levels, with extensive disruption to psychosocial adaptation. Politically directed top-down constraints of the natural freedom of a population will be a powerful trigger of downstream psychosomatic storm effects, as defeat and despair are leveraged to maximize compliance. Informational field. In psychosystems analysis and Jungian neuropsychoanalysis, an informational field is a heterogeneous field of informational states that are connected, so held together relationally, by association to one another. Such fields are not therefore homogeneous, as in the singular electron field in physics, composed only of electrons. Rather, they are fields of associative interaction that can exchange energy and information within and between themselves, and so change through such interaction their composition, and both their representational and associative states. For example, the field of a complex can be represented by stretching its effects over the biopsychosocial stack, thereby revealing its field nature at and between all affected levels. Consciousness. Psychosystems analysis defines consciousness to be a complexity of information that represents itself to itself, and then represents itself to other complexities of information. This baseline definition is derived from informational monism and superposition theory, which is a Platonic ontological modelling of consciousness as such, and is a priori to the collapse of consciousness into human ego consciousness. Taken overall, consciousness is a dynamic informational field phenomenon that exists in many simultaneous superpositioned states, with each state being a nodal point of collapse of representation of consciousness, with that collapse defining any given state or organized system as being that state or system, and the intra or inter-relational fields within and between them. The Miller number field, the 7 ± 2 chunks of information processing capacity that make immediate conscious awareness. The persona field, the dynamic two-way interface between the individual organism and any two-person and above relational interaction, extending out into the collective socio-cultural and natural environments. Unlike in Jung's model, the persona field is not seen as something unreal or only consciously constructed as an ideal mask, hence the name persona. Rather, it is a component of the whole ego field that has first evolved and then functionally adapted as the psychosocial interface between the individual and others. The self-image field, the internal mirror that is subjectively experienced as the representation of personal identity. In effect, this is the ego's internal persona. It reflects back the ego's referent understanding of itself to itself. It is both tacit and implicit, requiring either direct internal checking through the Miller number in order to become explicit, or for its representation to emerge autonomously into the Miller number. So the self-image is unconscious to reflexive awareness unless it is either A, deliberately accessed, or B, intrudes autonomously. The self-image can update itself continuously, but will have a nucleus of identified with self-referent information, drawn from the continuity of the field of the self-concept over the timeline of the individual's ongoing lifespan development. It functions as the defining focus of the field of the self-concept, when the ego field reflexively examines itself. The self-concept field. That field of systematized information which extends back along the individual's timeline, containing every subjective experience that has ever been identified with by that individual as being them or involving them relationally. This includes all biopsychosocial states that have ever been associated to the ego's developing sense of identified with reflexivity. Biopsychosocial states are configurations within the objective waveform of the Platonic field that also include all subjective ego field states, or ego states, of the subjective waveform of the ego. So, an ego field state, or ego state, represents a transitory or sustained configuration of the ego field, sufficient to cause either partitioning into a Janean complex, thereby generating the complex's self-directed autonomy, or of forming a persistent representation of itself, which is incorporated into the self-image as the dynamic focus of the self-concept field. Those autonomous complexes that the ego identifies with form that part of the complex field incorporated into the field of the self-concept, and its focus, the self-image. The majority of the contents of the self-concept field are consolidated into long-term memory, and are unavailable for recall by the ego's conscious will or intention, but are subject to psychodynamic and field infodynamic processes that may introduce or return them into association to the ego, either in whole or in part, and are capable of activation by directed homeostasis. The complex field. That field of partitioned, systematized information that forms in response to the ego's lifespan developmental experience. There are 3 taxa of complex within this field, all of which form through Janean dissociation and regulating infodynamics. Ego-identified with complexes, ego-aligned complexes, and ego-non-aligned complexes. All of these taxa may exchange energy, whether that be libido, metabolic and instinctive, and information, so infodynamics, within and between themselves, either to internally regulate the content of their relational field, or in response to meta-regulation by various homeostatic processes. In this way, they may change their taxa in relation to the ego field. The ontology of complexes always concerns adaptive responses to internal and external challenges along the lifespan. Internal pressure arises from the genome as pansepian drives and timed release meta-instincts. External pressure is anticipated by both pansepian and meta-instincts. The result are complexes as variously systematized into optimal, suboptimal, or maladaptive fields of association. Typically, complexes form around key relationships and anticipated scenarios for adaptive challenges. Psychosystems analysis differs from Jungian psychology in that it considers meta-instinctive fields and pansepian drive pressure, rather than archetypes, to be the underlying organizing factor through which complexes form. The ego partitions and devolves functional responsibility to its partitioned subsets, that is, to ego states that form as complexes for a specific devolved purpose. In this, they have an adaptive evolutionary advantage, which comes at the cost of potential neurosis, or severe mental illness. Not all complexes are maladaptive. Those that are not may simply be inertial, such as in having been long ago consolidated into long-term memory and function as non-declarative learning, or are effectively dormant. Others that are positive in adaptive function may be held in a tacit or implicit identification with the self-image. In such cases, these positive ego-identified with complexes act appropriately through the ego's action in the world and receptivity to inner experience. The ego has the capacity to internally project aspects of its experience, learning and self-referent identity into and over the non-ego conscious, or the unconscious. The homeostatic response to this is to generate deep structure complexes. These deep structure complexes respond to and attempt to correct for the ego, but do not form within the complex field of the ego. These specialized complexes, called the alter ego and the moral complex, which are analogous to some extent with Jung's shadow and Freud's superego, arise as a necessary ontological consequence of the development of the ego field. Each is a field of systematized information that relates homeostatically to the ego field. Through their role, they can co-opt or functionally partner with deep structure complexes and with Janean complexes of all taxa. The dream ego, the representational form and reflexive experience of the self-image, as that has transitioned from the waking ego or normal state and into the dream process. Both waking and dream ego states share the self-concept and its foci of the self-image. Likewise, they share the same ego-identified with complexes, which, being associated with the self-concept and its self-image, are necessarily drawn into the narrative structure of the dream state. The qualia of consciousness, the ontological and evolutionary qualia of consciousness, ranging from intuition as ground state field consciousness, up through interoceptive and exteroceptive, analogous to Jung's introverted and extroverted sensing, respectively, to affect, as defined by affective neuroscience and neuropsychoanalysis as a priori to cognition, up to cognition itself, as being the most recently evolved cognitive function, analogous to both of Jung's feeling and thinking functions. Feeling, for Jung, was an affect-toned rational function. In psychosystems analysis, the Jungian feeling function is cognitive, but with a receptivity to superpositioned affect, absent in pure thinking, as Jung models that to be. The ego represents its experience of itself and the extended internal and external environments through any and all of the post-intuitive qualia of consciousness. Under normal conditions, intuition cannot represent itself as itself. It must collapse into one or more of the other representational qualia. However, under these special conditions of advanced dissociative training and practice, both Eastern and Western traditions, it is possible to escape the limitations of informational collapse into the post-intuitive qualia of ego consciousness. This advanced dissociative experience also increases the bandwidth of the Miller number internally. Altered states of consciousness. Any state of ego consciousness that partitions under natural or directed or substance-based processes that include Jungian dissociation, hypnosis and hypnoidal states, dreams, meditation, reverie, fantasy, imagination, creativity, dysregulated substance-induced brain chemistry, mental illness, and any other normal or abnormal field state or states that alters ego consciousness away from its Miller number focus of attention. Altered states of consciousness allow the ego to become reflexively aware of superpositioned informational field states that would otherwise not be registered. The emergent ego field. The ego is an emergent field released ontologically in relationship to innate anticipations and experience. Its field is distributed into several superpositioned subfields: the Miller number, the persona, the self-image, the self-concept, the complex field, and the dream ego. The ego is therefore not localized into a single place in the brain, although the brain's evolutionary development does map the integrated and superpositioned field nature of the ego, as this is imminent with the development of the brain at the neurophysiological level. This means that the ego is simultaneously all of its superpositioned subfields, as these are dynamically distributed informationally and materially. Our everyday understanding of the ego as being conscious and being the subjective I that experiences moment-to-moment reflexive awareness is only a partial focal collapse of its overall field. Informational monism and superpositioning define the emergent field of the ego. Homeostasis. Homeostasis is the definition of ego strength, the capacity to maintain its functional field integrity and ongoing adaptive purpose is why, as a species, we've evolved the ego that we have. To go beyond its base level of function is possible. For this, we must understand and utilize the field nature of consciousness as information, and entrain controlled dissociation and reassociation. Thank you so much for watching this video. We really hope that you found it both useful and enjoyable. We'll see you again very soon in the next video.